low latency's back. I didn't touch anything, I'll be honest.
Schmungus.
Thank you, Glorp Enjoyer. Oh, was it off? I see. 180 streams by Zazie. What's up, YouTube? Do you not feel thankful that I've included you as a part of our little society? We've implemented you. Yeah, I watched Rad versus Navi. Navi won, bro. I want to see how VP performs today. Who are they playing against? You watched my clip about not playing Rivals. What's the point of you playing the game if you don't enjoy it? Type shit. Because Rad left Cat and Dine open. It doesn't really matter. I'm not gonna lie with you. VP versus Pulsar. Oh, that's gonna be a stop. When are NA matches? Today, midnight, but I'm not watching those. I'm not watching DNA matches. I'm not gonna be a part of that. EU matches are in 2 hours. I don't know, EU matches were super boring yesterday. Yeah, today's win for VP will be pretty straightforward. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think it's gonna be difficult at all. You know, I'm just watching the Overwatch esports channel and I'm sitting there and I feel like a left out kid. Yo. In the sense that, like, I wish we had good drops. I'm sorry, I just saw a post. Rissy posted a post on my Discord with, I don't know who this is, but they were wearing Mummy's Little Meatball. I should wear Daddy's Little Meatball every single stream. What do you think? Should that be my stream shirt? Thank you so much to tier 1. Boger's little meatball shirt would be go crazy. Hold on a second. This guy's cooking Boger's little meatball.
Schmungus.
Why is my camera frozen like this? It's been freezing all day, I'm not gonna lie. I was recording some stuff and it just keeps freezing. I don't know why. Let me try. It's probably gonna freeze again, I'm not gonna front. We expect to freeze at some point. Did I get a new mic stand? Yeah. And a new mic. My mic fell apart basically. Same mic, SM7B. Rode mic stand. No more shoe. I froze again. I don't know why I'm freezing, I'm not gonna lie. Genuine no clue. I know why it's freezing. It's been freezing off stream too. It's probably gonna freeze again at some point. No, if it was overheating, it would shut down, brother. Why is the table behind me not positioned properly? Because it's not. Who cares? This is a living space, brother. I bet if I go into your apartment, you have cockroaches running around. I don't care if my table is not positioned perfectly right now. Because trying to aim to be always perfect is in itself not human. You can't achieve that. And this is a living proof that I'm living here. Because I was moving something and it moved. And I never changed it back. That's how you know this place is alive, brother. Shut your bitch ass up. Stop nitpicking. And now, I'm not gonna move it. Your ass does not have OCD. Anybody that says they have OCD genuinely does not have OCD. This is exposure therapy. 90% of you are fake as fuck. Oh, you have OCD. No, motherfucker, you don't. Who diagnosed you, brother? Yo, what's up, Infernacer? I was looking at the OBS and I was like, I'm missing something. However, I do have a learning disability. And that's why you're stuck in gold, bro. Yeah, you can remove it. I mean, you can remove it, and if the bots come back, we can turn it on. I genuinely don't care that much. In the sense that we can always turn it on when the bots come back. I don't want to silence people. How are you doing, Invernaso? Yeah, I'm waiting for my food, and then I'm planning on... I kind of want to play rank, but I'm planning on yapping a little bit here and there. I want to yap about rivals balancing, and maybe do some VOD reviews. What's the weather in Bulgaria? Cloudy with a chance of meatballs. It is cloudy, and I think it was raining. I don't know. I've not left my house in 2 days. Awesome. My camera froze again. Perfect frame. Why is it freezing? Why is there always a problem? I don't even know what causes the freeze. I can't even like figure out what would it be. Do you guys have snow in Bulgaria? Every time somebody asks me a question like that, I want to beat them against the fucking wall. I'm sorry, that was rude. Yes, of course we have fucking snow, bro. We have ski resorts. Lock the fuck in, brother. I'm not fixing the camera. You're gonna be staring at the chair all day. Well, I apologize for saying your heart's not gold. No. Yeah, I know what to do with a camera. I can fix it, but it's gonna freeze again. I don't know what you're asking me about DVD. But I'm gonna say Slenderman. Please do not touch my house and do not decorate it, bro. Thank you. No, brother. Crimson Sheep. I didn't start having the issue after the new mic. I've been streaming with the new mic a couple of days now. Guys, what are you typing? You see this? Me eating? Lock the fuck in. It froze again. Actually, just crazy. Look at this. Why is it freezing? No camera. Darkness. Yeah, I don't know why. It just makes no sense. I kind of need my camera. I need my camera to lock in. Please lock in. We're about to find out if it's locked in. Thank you, Kimia. Appreciate it. Kimia. Shimie, Shimia, Shimiu. Drake. No. Drake. No. Drake.
I never had kids, but I did have the Avengers. Same thing. Enemies on approach.
Double kill!
Piece of cake.
That's 3!
I remember we were getting coffee in Disney World, and there was this guy, the barista there. He was like super yappy and energetic, and he was asking us questions, and he asked me where I'm from. Because he spelled my name correctly. And I said, you're like the first guy to spell my name correctly. And then he asked me where I'm from, and then I said from Bulgaria. And then he said one of the people working there is Bulgarian, tried to find her, but he couldn't find her. And I guess she was out, she was gone for the day. And as we were talking, because I was with Mukhtar, he started asking us as well. I don't know why. He started talking about Drake, I think. Right, Drake? Drake is the one that had beef with Kendrick, right?
Enemies on approach.
And like they were talking about Drake and stuff, and they were talking about Drake's new album, and they were like, it needs to slap. If it doesn't slap, it's gonna be bad. Drake is like falling off, you know, but they believe in him. And then they asked me if I'm a Kendrick guy or Drake guy, and I said, I'll be honest with you, I fuck with Kendrick more. And then that guy was really disappointed in me, I'm not gonna lie. He was like, I bet you're a Kendrick guy, and I was like, yep. And he was like, you piece of shit, bro. And then I just remembered it randomly just now. I think not being into rap pop music is inherently racist. Who's with me here? I'm joking. You do you. I personally am very into silly goober music.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee.
Drake is finished and not only in Twitch. You're racist apparently? Hey, listen. Just because I called you racist doesn't mean I'm kicking you out of the stream. Welcome to the club. Top 10 racists. Number 1, me. Number 2, Fan. Number 3, Abdullah. Holding the top 3 spots. What is silly goober music? Good question. I think my camera stopped freezing. I don't want to say a big word, but I think it did stop freezing. I'm also number 1 misogynist. I'm trying to be on top of the rating list for every single bad description.
Enemies
like
on approach.
misogynist, racist, xenophobe, sexist, misandrist. I think my camera did lock in finally. Coke player, homophobist. No, not anything is I'm number 1, because there's some is that are too vile for me to even to even like say on stream. So I think we're gonna keep it to to sexist, misogynist, racist, homophobic. I think we keep it like that, you know. Number 1 yapper.
I don't think that's
Definitely
the
not.
welcoming committee.
There's people that yap way more than me. Feminist. I am the rank 1 feminist and the rank 1 sexist. How does that work? Forget about it, bro. I feel like it goes hand in hand, you know? I feel like somebody that's racist is usually also sexist and transphobic, no? And then somebody that's more open and is not racist and not transphobic. Like I feel like it's connected, you know what I mean? Just like feminism and sexism.
Piece of cake.
You play Abrams on Deadlock? Speaking of Deadlock, do you see the new patch? Nobody's happy about the new urn changes. You looked in the actual brain today. Definitely not a rivals player's brain. Yeah, urn is different now from what I saw. I don't like the little jingle. No, I'm not playing yet because I need to yap. I haven't bought Bunny Domina because I haven't played this season. They said please look at it and share opinion. This Earth change is dog shit! Deadlock is gonna die! Yoshi, fire that man! I don't care if this is early access and you're experimenting. This is the worst change I've ever seen. Kill this guy. Kill Yoshi. Kill the guy. Ah! I don't care if this is early access. I can't play Deadlock today. I don't like this. You're the most stupid, inhuman creature known to real life. You're probably shaped like Yoshi in real life, buddy. I don't fucking know who you are, but I'll find you. Yeah, Yoshi and Ice Frog are the same person because Yoshi, Ice Frog transitioned from a frog to a, I don't know what Yoshi is supposed to be, a dinosaur. So, please don't dead name Yoshi, okay? Don't call him Ice Frog, guys, please. That's his past self. He is evolved. He is evolved, he's now a dinosaur. He's now a dinosaur. What is Yoshi supposed to be? Is it a dinosaur, yeah? Goofy, dino? Devil Dino out, Yoshi out. Coincidence? I think not. Look, I trust Yoshi with my life. I used to play Dota. That guy was cooking and still is cooking. What age year did you start streaming?
I don't think that's the welcoming committee.
Long ago. In a distant land. Before there was YouTube. Before there was internet. Before World War II. During the Great Industrial Revolution, I was there streaming. I've been grinding. I'm a vampire. Okay, here's a new concept. A vampire. But instead of drinking blood, you're a streamer. And to survive, you need to have more viewers. And then, if you don't have enough viewers, you die. You wanna do it? I will play later. Because I need to yap to my chat. I need to yap to my chat, and I need to complain about rivals balancing in a bit. I want to make a video out of it. I'm just testing whether or not my camera freezes, and I think it's fine now. Thank you, Christ. Thank you. Thank you. Can you explain to me, Crisis, why do I get 15 points for a win and lose 25 for a loss, or like, is it cooked? Karl Marx wrote about me? Bro, I wrote about Karl Marx. Have you seen a Dino MP in your life? That's true, actually. Tanks are the most bullied class. Listen, I'm gonna say it outright. I think tanks have the most balanced role right now, except the dinosaur if you ban the dino. Some are stronger than others, but overall you can play pretty much anything. But I'm gonna be so real with you right now. We need to stop getting so little points for a win, bro. Shit's fucked up. Sometimes you carry your team with like by blocking damage or by bubbling your team or by shielding an ult or whatever else. Counter rotating with Magot.
Enemies on approach.
And you don't get points for that. Instead, your greedy DPS players get points, bro. They haven't put in an OP tank since Emma until Dido. That's a dogshit opinion right there, and I say it with all the love in my heart because Tankpool was a permaban in pro play. And he's still being played in pro play. And Tankpool was permaban in rank 2, so... Tankpool was extremely OP since January. Rogue with team up, I wouldn't consider that OP because you barely get to play that. No, Angelo was never that strong. He wasn't a tank, he was all rose. Excuse me? What is this then, bro?
It's about damn time I showed up to the party.
I just picked Tankpool. That's a tank. What are you typing? Stop playing the victim card, bro. You make us look bad. Lock the fuck in, bro. What are you typing? Like, I bet your ass if DPS pool was busted, you would be complaining about the fact that DPS are getting another busted character. But because this character is busted in the tank row and you're a tank player, you're complaining that this is not a tank. This is a tank.
I can't believe I get paid for this.
Also, he was way stronger on tank than he was on DPS on support, so you'd only see him on tank usually. You still looking for Overwatch players? Sorry, Akira854. I don't think I can put you in the tournament.
Buff all heroes 200%, revert all heroes and let Carnage release into the game with 0 cooldowns. Let the madness run.
Thank you, Mr. Shadows, for the 16 months. What? Oh my god. I didn't see the emote on my screen and it was just blank. And I saw, I wish it would be a tank. His ass is, Cyclops is not gonna be a tank.
Guess who just showed their stupid faces?
I can get Bro Pro in. I know Bro Pro because... Of course I know Bro Pro. Also, I remember Bro Pro because I played against him in 2xQO and I cooked his shit on Darius. Lock the fuck in, bro. The humble hero shooter players spamming dogshit characters in a fighting game. That's me. I'm the humble guy. Piracy. Buy some terrorism. We're talking about 2xQO. Bro Pro is better than me in Street Fighter. Yeah, 2xQO doesn't have any grapplers. I mean, if we played Street Fighter, you would cook my shit.
Guess who just showed their stupid faces? I want to get back. Go, Deadpool! It's your birthday!
My camera hasn't frozen in a while. Isn't that crazy? This guy is the grappler. This guy sucks dick, bro. At least he used to.
Say cheese!
How about you blitz my crank, bud?
Wow, 4 in a row.
55 cheeseburgers, 55 fries, 55 sodas, 55. I think it's criminal that 2xQO doesn't have set in it.
May the force be with you.
Double KO. That's 3.
Baby makes
You have this big beefy guy that was made for a fighting game and you don't add him in the initial roster. Genuinely crazy to me.
6 in a row. Way to go.
Criminal, they fired 80% of their staff. It's because the boss of Riot was like, bro, where he said. Bam, 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 bam. They have a kernel system AC air conditioning. Kernel access air conditioning. What? That's crazy work.
I would get back
Do I
up.
drink another espresso?
Double KO.
Guess who just showed their stupid faces?
Yeah, I do want to play Tokon. Say it while live, bro. Say it wallahi. I'm making another coffee and then I'm gonna yap about rivals balancing. And then maybe we do some VOD reviews, even though I kinda wanna play rank because I kinda D-ranked yesterday with Jay.
Double KO.
And then I guess we're gonna watch party.
3.
Patrick.
Say wallahi, bro. Say wallahi. Don't say wallahi unless you mean it. It's disrespectful. Wallahi, bro. Overwatch mogging is bad. I'll probably start co-streaming their esports events next month.
Just showed their stupid faces.
I'll probably play more Overwatch next month because I'm hosting an event as well. J3 played really well yesterday. I had demon time, bro. Like last game I got so tilted because I was getting 90%
I get paid for this.
Double KO.
packet loss. The Ottomans won. The long con. I'm gonna go get circumcised tomorrow. I'm gonna pull up on stream with a hijab, bro. I'll be like, mashallah, my brothers. Inshallah. Which one is correct? If I start my stream, which one do I say? Do I say mashallah? Do I say inshallah? What do I say? Male hijab? I'm sorry, not hijab. I don't remember what. I don't know the name of it. I don't know. You're right. My bad about that one. It's not a hijab. I forgot the name. I don't know what the name is. I'm uneducated.
Guess who just showed their stupid faces?
You say salamu alaikum. Alaikum salam. Do I say bismillah for a start of the stream? Bismillah. Bismillah, my brothers and sisters. Today we'll be ranting about Marvel Rivals.
Another name off the old hit list.
Double KO.
We had this conversation with a Muslim girl because we're in the car and this guy was spamming mashallah, inshallah, bismillah, whatever. And I was like, do you find it disrespectful when white guys just spam
Back up if I were you.
your voice lines? And she was like, any mention of Allah in good faith is a positive. And I was like, fire. Mashallah, my brother. My sister. Ain't nothing happy about today. Can you shut the fuck up? Thank you. Jesus
Guess who just
Christ.
showed their stupid faces? Come on, I didn't come here to read. It's a pool party. I can't believe I get paid for this.
Double KO.
Guys, can we get money? These guys. Can we get some
Guess who
primer
just showed their
summon?
Stupid faces.
Damn. Let me change the server here. I made another espresso. Me espresso. Oh, I'm the wrong account, bro. Get this bitch ass out of here. Do you think if I change my camera right now? Yeah. Now we good. I was like, is it gonna crash? What's gonna happen? Thank you, bro. How are you guys doing? How is your life? Are you guys chilling? Are you existing? It's alright. It's alright. Do you ever wonder what that door behind me is? On the left. Do you wonder what's hidden behind that door? It could be many things. It could be many things. Bathroom, the shitter, the toilet, so many names. So many names. But in reality, it's pretty simple. You match with a cute girl on Hinge and I know what to say. Just say something, bro. Just be like, Wallahi. Bismillah. Salam alaikum. Say salam alaikum. Thank you, Akira. Appreciate tier 1. I do appreciate my Muslim brothers for always. Thank you, Akira, for the 5 gifted. I appreciate my Muslim brothers for always, you know, supporting my my Arabic voice lines. Are there any Muslim rivals heroes? Wolverine could be Muslim, no? Which one is the most likely to be Muslim? Give me like... Can we get to the bottom of this? I feel like Wolverine would be a good Muslim. Like, I bet he's circumcised. Storm would be a good Muslim. I don't I don't know about this one, bro. Moon Knight could be a good Muslim, I feel like. Moon Knight is Jewish, never mind. Namor? I feel like this guy's Mexican. Which is not a religion, but you know, like I feel like he's Latino. Yeah. Adam would be Muslim, no? Do you see it? I can see him saying Bismillah and then blasting me into fucking outer space, no? By the power of Allah. Fucking nukes. Okay. Jeff the Land Shark? Muhammad the Land Shark? Mashallah, Jeff. Muslim Land Shark. Yeah, can we have him? Can we have him in the attire, bro? Like, you know, Muslim Goku. Can we have Muslim Land Shark? I'm sorry, I'm just imagining Jeff in a fucking... I don't know the name of it. What is it called? Oh my god. You know what I'm talking about? I think Ultron would be... Nah, never mind. Who else? Scarlet is Eastern European. Spider-Man? Nah. Squirrel Muslim? I don't think so. Moon Knight. Punisher. Too white. I feel like we don't have too much Muslim. The thing? Juba and Akifa on the head. Bro, why is every character Jewish in this game? Deadpool Muslim? This guy's also Jewish. Mike is also Jewish, right? This guy's Jewish. Who else is Jewish? This guy's Jewish. Strangest Muslim, mashallah. Stanley was Jewish? Interesting, interesting. I didn't know. That's where Strange gets his powers from the Quran, no? Mag is German? Excuse me? Do you know Mag's lore? He's German? I think he's German Jewish. No? Maybe. Maybe. He's a Holocaust survivor in the thing. I think probably different comics have him as a different gamers. You can't make such jokes. What jokes? He is a Holocaust survivor. What? This is the lore of Magneto, bro. He has the numbers on his hand. What joke, bro? That's what they wrote about him. The fuck you mean, jokes? That's his official lore. He has the fucking numbers on his hand. The fuck you want me to fucking erase his lore? I didn't write this shit. I don't know the lore, then shut the fuck up! Holy fucking shit, bro! Jesus fucking Christ, this fucking idiot. You're such a fucking moron. Lock the fuck in, bro. Getting tilted for official Marvel lore. Go fucking cancel Disney. Jesus fucking Christ. You take no jokes? Listen. Jokes are funny, but it's not funny when you start putting a narrative that I'm being racist or insensitive on stream. Like, do you understand? That's not funny to me, bro. Because you're suddenly putting the narrative that I'm joking that he's a Holocaust survivor because he's Jewish. It's just not funny when I'm a streamer. You do, like, that's why I'm getting tilted. That's just mag lore, bro. Like, you might be laughing. I am not laughing because this is my job, bro. Some other idiot is gonna read it and be like, whoa, Boger is racist or xenophobic. So shut your bitch ass up, bro. Better jokes. Better jokes. Better jokes. Do you think Daredevil would be Muslim? Cloak would be Muslim? Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Daredevil is Christian as fuck, bro. I forgot. I forgot, bro. I forgot he was a Catholic good boy, bro. My bad. Reed Richards would be Muslim, no? Yeah, he's hella Christian. I feel like Bucky Muslim. I feel like we don't really have anybody that can fit. Punisher Muslim, and then he prays to Allah before slaughtering a gang, you know, gathering. No, I feel like he would be an atheist for sure. No, I don't think anyone would be Muslim in from the roster, no? Like, nobody fits. Okay. Gambit? Gambit can be Muslim. Gambit is haram. Okay, my bad. Assalamu alaikum. Hawkeye Muslim? You think Hawkeye would be Muslim? I can see it. Hulk is Muslim but not Banner. So when he's in... So... it's Allah giving him the powers. It's Allah who gives him the powers. He's actually just a white boy. And then with the power of Allah, he turns into Hulk. And he What about his last form? What about his last form? I don't even know why we're discussing who would be Muslim in the lore. I'm just kind of bored, bro. No, I think genuinely, I feel like we need more Muslim representation in this game. Where's the balance rant at? Shut your bitch ass up, Sir Maniac. How about you C9 your fucking life? Lock the fuck in. I C9 the fucking rant. The game started in 1 hour.
Double KO.
The reason why I'm saying C9 your life is because this motherfucker said you C9 yesterday. I've had the most horrible game of my life. My packet C9. Okay, buddy. Mods kill this guy. Mods kill this fucker. Mods send him to hell. Okay. I wanted to yap about rivals balancing. And I want to yap about why I hate the balancing right now, and I find the game super unfun and unenjoyable in a lot of aspects. And I also don't find pro play that enjoyable to watch. And there's many reasons why. This is unscripted. I don't have anything written. This is me pouring out my heart here, okay? This is me pouring out my heart, and not for me to bitch, but because I want the game to improve. And I hope people watch this, and I hope Neddies watches this, and I hope Guang Guang watches this, and I hope they understand what I'm trying to communicate here, okay? It is very important for them to understand why this game, right now, absolutely blows to play, okay? And I wish only the best things. And the first thing that we need to address is the elephant in the room, or the Kajun in the room, and it's this guy right here, Gambit, okay? I know a lot of people don't agree in lower elos, but the fact of the matter is that this character is broken. This character is broken for many reasons. The main reason is his ult, right? And this character has been meta defining for a while. He is haram, as we have come to conclude beforehand. But why is Gambit OP? It's very simple. His ult is too strong, right? His ult is too strong. You farm it too fast. It's an insta win. Even if you have a support ult in coordinated play, it doesn't matter if you combo with Star-Lord, if you focus the same target. It's just an insta win. You can't do anything, right? You can't do anything. It's really hard to kill people when they get Gambit ulted. They can just run around. It is insanely, insanely broken. They have nerfed it a couple of times, but the truth of the matter is they are not fast enough to nerf this character. And this character has been plaguing the game and taking up a ban spot, even 2 ban spots, because you can double ban. And that is not fun for the health of the game, because there's plenty of characters to ban right now. There's plenty of characters we don't want to play against. I'm tired of banning Gambit. And I'm tired of playing against Gambit. I'm tired of playing with Gambit. Gambit as a whole is such a bad character to have in the game in terms of how his ult functions. I feel like Gambit as a character is super fun. I think his abilities look super cool. I think his gameplay loop is super fun. But nobody can actually enjoy the character because he's an ult bot, right? You just farm your ult and you just press the button. That's all you have to do. If you do anything else, you're wasting time, you're wasting opportunity. You need to farm your ult, you need to send it, and you win the fight. And I feel like the correct course of action would be to nerf his ultimate to the ground and maybe buff his kit. And I don't want this character to be horrid. I want this character to be playable. Because I feel like you can have a lot of skill expression with the support. But now, right now, it feels like we have -1 support because of how broken it is. You need to nerf his ult. You need to buff his base kit. And you need to make him playable, because that would be like adding another support into the game. Additionally, his team up, it's time for it to go, right? It's time for the team up to go so we can play Rogue. The only reason why Rogue is not getting buffed right now is because if they buff her, make her playable, and the Gambit team up is still available, she's going to become undeniably the best tank in the game, because she is super OP with the team up, super horrible without it. So I highly suggest Gambit to lose his team up, to nerf his ult, buff his base kit, and buff Rogue so she's not a team up merchant. You know, like, this is a very straightforward thing that shouldn't have happened 2 seasons ago, 4 seasons ago, okay? And what do I want with Gambit ult? I would like you to remove some of the effects that he gives. There's no point for it to do so much. I like the fact that it's an offensive ult. I don't like the fact that it also works as a defensive ult. Like, there's too many things happening here. You have movement speed boost, you have jump speed boost, you have attack, like, your damage, you do more damage with your attacks for anyone. It goes through walls. It heals over time. It does an explosion at the end. There's too many things that are happening here, and you can just remove one thing pretty easily without hurting the character too much. And I wouldn't be opposed to removing more than one thing. I wouldn't be opposed to nerfing every single thing that you do. It also cleanses, right? Like, there's too many things happening here. And it's just too strong, right? It's too strong. It works too well with ults like Star-Lord. And I like teamwork and coordination. But unfortunately for us, this is overplayed now. Like, this needs to go. Like, I'm pushing... I'm urging Netties to understand that this character needs to be nerfed. You need to stop being scared to nerf characters. Like, please nerf Gambit. Please nerf his ult. Like, nobody likes watching this. Nobody likes playing this. Nobody likes playing against this. I don't enjoy watching pro play just to watch the same Gambit games over and over again, or Gambit getting first ban. Like, this is... It just needs to go. Like, there's no point in keeping him the way he is. Like, he is perma-banned everywhere. And pro play always plays him to this day, right? And people in the comments are gonna complain and say, oh, Gambit is balanced. Shut your bitch ass up, okay? You don't get to talk to me about how Gambit is balanced when you play in plat, okay? Please, I beg you. This character is not balanced. He's not good. And I want him to be good outside of his ult, okay? Like, it's a fun character. It's like adding another support character. People want to play him. I don't know a single Gambit specialist, in the sense that nobody can actually express their skill. And it's just, I need this hero. I need this hero nerfed for the next patch. Like, it just needs to happen. You need to gut his hero. Like, that's it. It is really infuriating to be watching the same meta unfold since the release of Gambit, which was season 5? Which season was Gambit in Rogue? 6? 5? I don't know. I feel like it's been like 5 months now, no? So, it's time, bro. It's time. I beg of you. No more. No more, please. No more. No more. No more. Next up on the agenda is Black Cat, bro. Hey, listen to me. Guang Guang. This character is not okay. This character is not okay, Guang Guang. I am sorry. I am a victim to Black Cat. Necros went 55-0 against me in my own tournament, and I couldn't do anything. I felt so helpless. There, I can't play the thing. I can't do anything. I was playing with a bunch of newer players. He was also playing with a bunch of newer players, but God forbid, I cannot teach these people what Black Cat does, bro. This character is OP in pro play, in ranked, everywhere. This character is a demon. No, Necros does not swear this character is balanced because I talked to him about it. He agrees that this character needs to get nerfed. No, he's rage baiting you and you guys are falling for it. Nobody thinks this character is balanced. And the reason why this character is broken is very simple, okay? This character has 2 dashes that give her money that she needs to buy stuff. She has another dash that makes her invulnerable with a 2-second cooldown. Who on the team thought that this 2-second cooldown is okay on an invulnerability dash that gives her money and does damage, bro? What in the hell? It's not a dash? Well, it's half a dash because you can reach enemies across the map. Like, this is so busted. Like, you don't understand how busted that ability is. Not to mention that her abilities give her shields. She has so much mobility. She can climb. She can stay on the wall. She has 6 items she can buy from. And the money mechanic is cool and stuff, but it doesn't really limit her from buying because everything you do gives you money. Nobody ever goes broke. And her shop has the most broken things ever. Like, I feel like their idea of balancing here was, hey, we're gonna add a shop, we're gonna give you money, and the balancing here will be determined based on the fact that you need to balance your money, right? Like real life. The economy of playing Black Cat, but that doesn't work in game because you get money too easily, right? You are more often than not with enough cash in your bank to be able to buy the items, and the items in particular are busted. This wall hack item, even though it is busted, at least has a counter to it, right? You can break it. But the fact that you can place this orb behind a wall and it still functions is crazy to me, right? Give me a sec. Right? Like, this should not work if it's line of sight. You know, like, if there's no line of sight, this shouldn't give you wall hacks. As a matter of fact, talking about the shop in general, the shop should have a cooldown. Somju, I know what you are. I'm playing the thing and I'm going after you, bro. Second of all, this character should have a cooldown on the shop. There is no way that this character doesn't have a cooldown on this. Because the reason why this is OP is because, for example, let me see what... Okay, it's my 2, right? I can go invisible. I can keep spamming invisibility, right? Like, I'm not min-maxing it, but the fact that I can even do this in the normal game is crazy, right? I can keep spamming the fish if I want to. I can keep spamming the cleanse. I can keep spamming anything. Like, this, it is insane to me. Like, this as an ability, the invisibility ability, funny, in a normal game for a normal hero without a shop, would have at least a 6-second cooldown. Like Psylocke, right? Like, I don't know what the cooldown is on that. The fact that you can have this ability on this character without cooldown is ridiculous. You need to add a cooldown to her abilities in the shop. You need to increase the cooldown on her invulnerability slash. This needs to be 4 seconds, okay? And as a matter of fact, if you want to have this really cool mechanic where you buy stuff in the shop and, you know, you collect money and you need to do economics, you need to make it harder to get money. Like, the fact that the money is so easy to get and everything's so cheap, it makes things unbalanced, right? So another path you can do here is genuinely inflation. Inflate the prices. Make her suffer like we are. Make everything quite a bit more expensive and make it so you earn less money. And we can try that, right? But she has infinite uptime, I agree. And the final nail in the coffin, right? The final nail in the coffin here is the fact that this character's ult is also ridiculous. I've been watching the best players in the world yesterday, both in NA and EU, just fold over the moment this character presses Q. Why the hell does this hero get wall hacks when she ults and an infinite dash basically, where she can reset her ultimate and then you have another 10 seconds to kill somebody? It is insane to me. Like, I can do crazy stuff with this hero. I watched Energy yesterday be an absolute bully on this hero. Like, the pounce range is ridiculous. The reset is ridiculous. Some might compare it to Bucky, but with Bucky you have to aim and it's still 8 seconds and he doesn't just teleport to the target, he needs to go in the air. Right? It is ridiculous. Also, you just get wall hacks.
Who do we
Like,
have here?
10 seconds is insane, right? It's insane. Genuinely, this hero is beyond insane. Like, this hero is the most ridiculous melee character we've ever had. And I get the fact that you want to make it exciting for people to click on your game and play the new heroes, but this character needs to go. It's not fun to play against this hero, okay? It's fun to play this hero, not fun to play against this hero. Genuinely, there's nothing you can do against Black Cat unless you're in the top echelon of the player base and the enemy Black Cat is playing badly. But if the enemy Black Cat is playing well, your ass is not going to do anything, especially if her team is supporting her. This character isn't... I agree. I think this character is unfair. I think this character is unfair. I think this is the first instance in a while where I genuinely believe that they have added an actual character, like a main character from a single player game into a multiplayer game and everybody else is the NPC. Like, this hero, I feel helpless against this hero. There's nothing I can play to counter this hero. There's nothing I can do as a tank player to counter this hero. The only counter I have for this hero is my team going Black Cat and being able to play better than her, right? The thing does not work against her. And nothing works against her. Like, your backline is cooked. So, some people might say this hero is always banned, but I don't want this hero to be always banned. I don't want my bans to be always predetermined. I don't want to ban the same characters every game. I want to be able to ban what's befitting my team composition and what works best for me. I think if you've had a character that's insta-banned for a season or two, that character needs to be nerfed. Even if the dev team disagrees with statistics, I think the community has spoken out and said Gambit needs to get nerfed, Black Cat needs to get nerfed, and unfortunately Devil Dino also needs to get nerfed. Slightly, okay? I like dinosaur gameplay. Hear me out as a tank player. I think this character can be fun to play sometimes, but the meta is slowly devolving into Mauga. I don't know if you've played Mauga back in the day, but it's Mauga. It's Mauga, right? I think Dino versus other tanks is fun. I think it's not fun for the other tanks, don't get me wrong. In a perfect world where this character is slightly nerfed. But I have a feeling that Dino v Dino is just not a fun matchup. It's just not a fun matchup. Not fun. And the reason why it's not fun is because it devolves into shooting the big-ass dinosaur and just grabbing the other dinosaur. And if your team can kill the other dinosaur, you win the game. If you can't kill the other dinosaur, you lose the game. Like, it just revolves around a single grab. And I feel like it's once again really bad for the game's health having this hero be such a meta-defining character in the way that it is, right? I feel like on paper this hero is fun. I had fun. It's not Mauga Bro Sibao. Listen, I know you guys are angry. I know Dino players are angry, tank players are angry. I'm telling you this. As a tank player, you are not going to enjoy this hero within 2 weeks. Once people in lower rank catch up on how this hero is played and how people are playing against this hero, you're not going to have fun. Okay? This is a warning sign. I feel like a climate change scientist, okay? This is climate change. Okay? And you don't want this hero to be the way he is for much longer. Because people are gonna catch on, people are gonna watch pro play, and you're gonna experience the same shit I'm experiencing. It is not fun. I wish this character get nerfed because of the main reason being I wanna be able to play this here without being forced to play against Punisher, Emma, Dinosaur, and my team having Punisher, Emma, Dinosaur, and we're just running it down, and we're all playing to kill the enemy Dino, right? Like, it's not a fun gameplay loop. It's not fun because you lose the game if your team doesn't have damage. You lose the game if the enemy team plays the correct comp. And nobody likes playing like that. It's just not fun when the game revolves around if you pick the right comp, you win. If you don't pick the right comp, you lose. And that's why I'm saying it's a Mauga meta. Because if you didn't play Mauga back in the day, you just lost. And your main purpose is to kill the tank, right? So, and why is the Dinosaur OP? Well, it's pretty simple, right? Like, I think Black Cat is more OP. But Dinosaur, when your team plays around the comp, makes it so you cannot play any other tank, right? No, you can't play any other tank. You need to match the Dinosaur. And if you don't match the Dinosaur, more often than not, you're just gonna get bullied. You can't solo tank, which happens a lot in ranked. You're getting bullied. If your team plays well, the enemy team can't even dive most of the time because the Dinosaur can counter dive pretty well, right? So the gameplay loop revolving around grabbing the enemy tank and then a Punisher just putting bullets into the tank and killing them instantly is very, very boring and repetitive. Emma Frost grabbing the target Dino grabs after the Dino grab and then Luna freezing that tank is just not a fun gameplay loop, right? It's not a fun gameplay loop. Even if you guys find it funny right now, you will get tired of it soon enough, right? Like, I've already lost my mind yesterday playing the Dinosaur against people in high elo against pros. I was just getting bullied, right? Like, and the enemy Dino was also getting bullied. It's just not fun for the Dinosaur. Like, that's why I want this character to not be so meta-defining. Because I just want to be able to play the Dinosaur and I want to have skill expression that's beyond me just getting bullied every game and looking for those grabs. You know what I mean? But again, I don't think the Dinosaur is the biggest issue right now. By far, it is the Cat. By far, it is the Gambit. The Dino, it just makes other tanks obsolete. It just feels like Emma Frost back in the day when she came out. Emma, you couldn't play any other tank but Emma into Emma most of the time because she would just grab you twice. She could grab twice during her diamond form. And that was just too oppressive. And her damage was oppressive. And she was a tank buster. Like, she would just kill tanks all the time. And Dinosaur is now a tank buster too. Right? So, this is definitely a character of all time. I like the character on paper. I enjoy the design of the character. But it's just not fun to watch or play in the way the meta is being defined right now. And you don't even need to hard nerf him. You can just rework some of his kit so it's a little bit less focused on killing the enemy tank because everything's percentage HP as damage base. So you can just rework him from not being a tank buster, a little bit less of a tank buster, a little bit more flexible in some ways. So he doesn't, like, you know, he doesn't just do the same gameplay loop because that's your entire gameplay loop. That's all you're doing. You're doing this and you're just grabbing him, right? That's the entire thing. And if you kill the tank, you kill him. If not, you wait for 10 seconds. A new DPS is a problem for supports, but why is a new tank a problem for us other tank players? Because this tank counters tanks. That's it. Like, this character is already permaban in ranked. But he just counters other tanks. That's it. Like, it's just unfun to play. Like, the availability of tanks has decreased. Like, Angela is way worse because of the Dinosaur. Mag is way worse because of the Dinosaur. Strange is worse because of the Dinosaur. Like, there's so many tanks that are just worse because of this Dinosaur. You know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't be too happy that this character is so broken because then you have less to play. A new DPS is usually good against tanks or supports, but never good against other DPS. You know what I mean? Yeah, grab into 450 HP bubble is most of the time a guaranteed kill if your team follows up, right? So that doesn't feel good because, again, the gameplay, if you watch any of my streams, Dino v Dino, you're not actually pushing in and creating space. The way you're playing is just staring at each other and, like, playing chicken. Who's gonna grab who first? Like, what? And that's it. Like, you're not actually doing anything. Because if you go in first, they grab you, you might die instantly, or you won't die instantly, and then you grab them, and then they die. You know, like, that's the gameplay loop, and then you lose the fight, right? It's just terrorist gameplay loop, right? And finally, I'll be honest with you, I think the tank role in general is pretty balanced. I think Cap is super broken right now, but in a good way, if that makes sense. I wouldn't mind a small nerf to him. Dino needs to get nerfed. Angela can get a buff. Rogue needs to get Gambit team up removed and buff her base kid. I think everything else is pretty balanced overall, right? Penny, don't touch Penny because I want her to be horrid. And then you have the DPS row in terms of balancing. Phoenix, I know what they're cooking with Phoenix because she has made other DPS obsolete. Like, this character is the best hit scan by far. Like, you can just two-shot people nowadays. It's actually insane. But somehow, I find her less annoying than Black Cat and Daredevil. But this hero needs to get nerfed. I don't know why you're buffing this hero every season. Like, genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, stop looking at stats for rivals. Like, I don't care if other people don't play Phoenix. Phoenix is OP. Phoenix is broken. Stop buffing her. Just stop buffing her. Nerf Phoenix. Nerf Phoenix. This character is too strong. She does too much. She made Hela useless, which is okay because Hela has been strong for a while. But there isn't much reason for you to play other DPS but Phoenix for hit scan, right? Especially not in pro play and high elo. But this hero is incredibly strong for what she does. She has infinite mobility. Genuinely infinite mobility. She has a stun that's really strong, and her ult is really good, right? So, I highly recommend you guys to nerf Phoenix next season. I beg of you. I beg of you. You can nerf characters without buffing them. Phoenix is one of those examples. Daredevil, gotta go. I'm sorry. We've had too much Daredevil. Just like Daredevil is blind, so are the developers blind about how strong Daredevil is. And, you know, I'm okay with nerfing Daredevil and buffing other dive characters, right? Like, I feel like having a really healthy rotation of characters is good for the game. I feel like just enabling this hero to be a little bit... Okay, enabling is not the right word, but just making this hero a little bit worse and then buffing magic a bit or buffing VP a bit is fine. Because I don't want dive players to feel like we're trying to nerf them or circumcise them. I just feel like everybody's tired of Daredevil, right? And when a character is meta for too long, people get exhausted, right? Well, BP is like the worst character in the game. And Magic is... Like, Magic... You can not buff her. Like, I know people are going to disagree with me saying you can buff Magic a bit. It's very different worlds we live in. I never see Magic in my games, right? I never see Magic in my games. I know you guys see her a lot, so that's up to you. I don't really care, right? But you can't realistically sit there and think that we just nerf all the dive characters and then we don't buff anything, because then every dive character is going to be bad. I don't want that, right? Buff Blade. Definitely Blade is another character that needs to buff. Buff Storm for sure. I think there's plenty of examples of characters that have been ignored for too long. Iron Man, I feel like, is a cool character. I like his ult because it's funky and funny to hit and it's hype to hit. I feel like that character needs to be buffed. Rework Black Widow. Rework Scarlet. Rework this nutty girl, bro. Like, there's... The same old characters have been meta for too long, and we just need to change them, bro. We need to change it up. We need to change it up. And for supports, like last yap here for supports, this is a tough one. My only thing that I have here is... I'll probably make a video talking about triple support, because that is a big issue. Everybody always plays triple support. I was really wrong about triple support not being meta. My biggest issue with this entire cast, Gambit obviously, but White Fox. I'm not gonna front with you. I think this character is beyond busted. Like I don't like this. This character is ridiculous in my opinion. I'm sorry. This character is ridiculous. Genuinely ridiculous. I feel like they have reduced her skill expression and made her way easier to play. And you are genuinely unkillable. Like, you are unkillable. You're unkillable. Like, her Fox form makes her unkillable. Her TP makes her unkillable. She spawns a shield that heals. And her ult is... Honestly, I feel like her ult is the most balanced thing of her kit. But I don't know if they were inspired by Overwatch. But you don't need a Fox lady that's broken, you know what I mean? I don't care about Cloak or Invis that much, I'll be honest with you. Like, I feel like we have way bigger issues. I feel like it's DPS propaganda at this point with Cloak and Invis. This character needs to go. I feel like her Fox form into this dash is insane. Why is it in Chinese? Is that Chinese? Why is it in Chinese? Ni hao. Is that Chinese? Ni hao.
Luna, you shouldn't have forced my hand.
Ni hao, ma. But yeah. And the reason why this character is OP is because it's good counter dive. And I enjoy that aspect because you need options to counter dive, don't get me wrong. But I wish she had a little bit more skill expression. I don't know why they changed her up so that she gets less HP from hitting and more HP as passive regen during her Fox form. But I have a feeling that it shouldn't heal this much in the Fox form. In the sense that I cannot 1v1 her. You cannot 1v1 her on any character when she's in that form. Which in my opinion is ridiculous. I feel like she should be winning dive 1v1s. She shouldn't be winning 1v1s against tanks up close. She shouldn't be winning against hit scan if they hit their shots. Like, that form is ridiculous, right? Second of all, okay, this might be a personal pet peeve with her, but like, I don't like her right click. I think her right click is ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous, and the reason why I think it's ridiculous is because it makes teammates invulnerable, and it's an instant stun without, like, it cancels your stuff. You know what I mean? Like, it cancels your stuff, and there's nothing you can do. I don't like abilities where you can't do anything.
I sense them. Close.
It's too fast, it's too short of a cooldown, and it's too oppressive because it's just random bullshit go, and it can just counter your abilities without you expecting. Like, you can't do anything. I can't do anything. Like, it's just annoying when an ability works this way, you know what I mean? And it's so fast, I can't do anything. Like, I can't react to it, and the range is too big as well. So, I don't like that. That's not fun game designing. Fun game design is when there's layers. There's no layers to be added here, and it's just not good for the game. Like, I don't like these abilities. I need risk, I need reward. There's no risk to this. There's nothing to hit. It's just press the button, instant value. I don't like it. It stuns only when it hits directly. Well, bro, I'm not aiming like this. What are you typing? What do you mean when it hits directly? Where do you think I'm gonna be aiming, bro? Of course. And it also gives your teammates invulnerable. This is hard to hit. This ability. That is not hard to hit, bro. I like her ult, I'll be honest. I think her ult is the most balanced part of her kit. I'm not gonna front. I like her ult. I think her ult is very balanced. I think it's a very unique support ult. I just think her base kit is too strong, right? Anything else we need to talk about? I think not. Also, please For the love of God, this is besides balancing, but can we just please have better drops on Twitch? Like, I don't know what it is with the drops and why we're so greedy with it. Like, give us some good stuff. We're getting outmocked by Overwatch and it's pathetic. Like, genuinely. Like, what are we doing? Like, please? No more purple reskin slop? No more, like, emotes or, like, sprays? Can we get some good stuff? Like, why are we so greedy? You're giving away stuff all the time in-game. It's gonna help the economy, bro. You're gonna have so many more people streaming your game and then playing the game and then grinding if you have better drops, but you don't. Give us units. Give us lattice. I don't know. Give us something. Give us a token to change skins with. Overwatch drops is loot boxes right now, and people love gambling. But yeah. Luna for next time. Lock in. But these are my top 4 terrorists of the game. I guess I did talk about more than 4 terrorists, but definitely top 3 characters that need to get nerfed ASAP. 4. 5. White Fox can escape nerfs for a little bit until people find out how broken she is, but definitely Black Cat, Devil Dino, and Gambit need to go, bro. I'm sorry, these characters need to get nerfed ASAP. ASAP. I beg of you. If you don't nerf Gambit next season, I'm gonna be so disappointed in you, Guang and Jiyoung. Like, this is ridiculous. Black Cat needs to get nerfed too, I'm sorry. But yeah, that's my balancing. Yep. You might agree, you might disagree, people always disagree. But I make it with love, bro. I make it with love because I want the team to understand that, hey, this is cooked, okay? This is cooked, and this is what needs to be changed. Also, for one final note, I've been grinding ranked. Can we please, for the love of God, I'm sorry to say this, remove performance-based point system? Like, it is crazy to me that I'm losing 25 points and gaining 50 because I'm playing the dinosaur or I'm playing tank. And I have a Phoenix on my team or Black Cat with 30 final blows. That shit is annoying beyond belief. Right? I've had so many games where I gained 15 points or 16 points. Genuine insanity. You're a tank player. I'm not going to be chasing kills. I'm not going to be chasing damage. I'm helping my team. I'm creating space. I'm saving my abilities. I'm not there to kill people all the time. Sometimes you kill people, sometimes not. Please, for the love of God, it is not a good system. I hated that system when you added it. I still hate that system, okay? Anyways, have a beautiful Chungus day, everybody. Wins Ignite in 30 minutes. Give me Castrate the Cat. Or you can castrate anything. Lock the fuck in.
It seems we have company.
Oh, chat mad? Shut your bitch ass up, Chad. Yeah, let me see what we have in terms of VODs. What about Black Cat Mixer broken? Brother, I already talked about it. Mid-season rank resets? I think it's better now that we have placements. Somebody sent me this game, Zero here, sent me this game as guess the ELO. But I don't know if I want to watch this game. Okay, this guy was in support. Okay, let's see. Sorry, whenever it gets dark, I turn into a kitten. Okay, first ban BP looks pretty good. First ban BP and Daredevil. BP ban definitely good. Definitely a good ban. Yes, Daph, I'm doing Ignite. Star-Lord ban is actually big. This guy is trolling, there's no way. You can't see it, but the Squirrel Girl is banning Iron Man. He's still banning Iron Man. Moon Knight ban, Bucky, Punisher ban. Okay. We're playing Guest Elo. Based on these bans, I'm gonna say GM lobby. And Team 8 is not playing Gambit.
The battle starts in 5.
I feel like this guy's trolling the game.
2, 1. You have to stop that.
No, the bans are good, except the BP. But I feel like Team B is trolling. This guy is definitely an agent. Agent of Guang Guang. What are we doing? Can you... Okay, nobody's healing him. He's sitting main and spamming. Nobody's moving. People are moving like a bot. Spider-Man dead already. Let's watch his POV a little bit. Oh no, this is no. This is not GM, bro. This is gold. What is this? Flat? What is this aim? Is this console? No, this is PC. What the fuck? This guy's 25% no charge. What is this Strange doing? Dead? Yeah, this guy can kind of aim. Okay. No, this is horrible Spider-Man gameplay. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god, it's just Parker, bro. It's not Peter Parker, it's just Parker. He's in the 1v1 the Strange, isn't he? What are you doing? Pedestrian man. Oh no. Okay. This guy's AFK on card. They're just running into the mines. Moon Knight is not shooting anything. Okay, let's see his ult. He doesn't do the combo. Luna dies. How do you die, Luna? I feel like she didn't even try running away. They are walking in a straight line. Just walk forward, bro. Just walk forward. Spider-Man is 60% no charge with 700 damage. If this gets more than 1 kill, this is gold. Didn't get a single one. Okay. What? What? It's still going? Nobody broke it? Excuse me? I thought it was broken. Brother. Brother. Shoot the damn squirrels, bro. Okay, Emma gameplay. Diamond form. Jump to high ground. Jump to high ground. Jump to high ground. No? Okay, just walk. Okay, that sounds good. Yeah. Yeah, the amazing Spider-Man. He got point. That's pretty good. Pedestrian man. Oh, he's going for the storm. That's a kill right there. Oh, sick combo. Love to see this. Okay, he knows how to zip around. Let's see the ult. Alright. It's crazy for me to say, but you gotta work on your aim. Use your dash, please, Rocket. The stream just got a free wipe here, bro. Oh, the amazing Spider-Man is going crazy. Yeah, this is like a horrible game, bro. This is terrible. What is this? Support pool? Miss every shot. I mean, the fact they're playing Storm by itself already, like, makes this game so much worse. Stats, 2,000 damage, Emma. Somehow same damage as the Spider-Man. Is the Spidey MVP? Oh my god, the Spider-Man is MVP. This is horrible. I don't think this guy has used his ult once. I'm actually surprised he may swap to a Gambit. Bro, please. Oh my god. Hello? Yo! Are your headphones on? What are you doing? He has 2 dashes, bro. Oh my god, the reaction time of a sloth. Okay, what is my favorite SG doing? Yeah, I'm spectating MRI. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. How do you have so many horrible players on your team?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Yo? They're gonna C9 the point. They're gonna C9 the point. There's no way they lose this. Yeah, of course. Please? Please go point. Go point. Rocket. Rocket, you have 2 dash. No res beacon placed. Noted. 2 dashes available. Doesn't dash to point. Fire. 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 I actually feel bad for the Spider-Man now. 6-7.
The current score is 0-3.
I feel like myself again.
No, I think it's crazy he didn't place his res beacon and didn't like try to contest point, because they probably win that if he does. Oh, that's good gameplay. That's really good. That's really skillful of you. Good job, Squirrel Girl. You're going crazy. But you're going crazy, brother. You don't have to stand still to shoot on Squirrel Go, bro. You can move around. You can go AD, bro. You can go left and right. Is this person genuinely lobotomized? Is he a victim of MK Ultra? What the fuck is this? He hasn't used his jump once. Okay, my goat, the Spider-Man. The worst Spider-Man player you know is somehow still carrying this game. Oh, that guy actually bubbled in the Moro. That has to be flat. How do you fuck that up, bro? The one place you can't center off. Oh my god. Did she have faith? I think so, no? And then Spider-Man ults. He's going crazy mode. Awesome. This Emma is somehow the biggest government agent of this lobby, I'm not gonna lie. Who sent this code, by the way? Oh, the Spider-Man player sent me the code. What is this Emma doing? Holy bro. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hello? Hello? You are a bot. You are a bot. You are a bot. You are a bot. Like, you're walking in a straight line.
Behold the god of thunder!
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, he's gonna emote. I can feel it. He's gonna emote and die. I can sense it. I can sense it. I can sense it. I can sense it. It's gonna be either a he's gonna emote. He's gonna emote any second. 3, 2, 1. I'm in your mind. Okay. I can predict a random ass flow code. They don't have TP on the enemy team, I think. Us against the world!
I'll get that vehicle to its destination. Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger.
Why are you TP?
By the eye of
Oh my god, bro.
My time to shine.
I do enjoy the fact that she just sends random like abilities in here and there.
You're halfway there.
I want to see the mag ode. I want to see the Spider-Man ode.
Much better. What vile creatures Namor has summoned? Your attacks are futile.
Oh, Sticks, my goat. Awesome.
It's the grand finale.
Why, bro? Why would he even ult that? He's gonna lose the 1v1 against the Gambit. I'm actually so surprised they have pushed this far in the first place. What's the accuracy on everybody? 40% mag, 32 Emma, 29 Squirrel Girl, 38 Luna.
Reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Strange 33%,
Much better.
Moon Knight 24, Gambit 33.
Insignificant gnats.
Enemy C&D 69%. Yeah. Okay, what's happening here? I've never seen below 90% C&D. Oh, that's a beautiful cloak code there. So remember, kids, if you get your cloak code and you see 4 people dead in the enemy team, always use it. Yes. Everybody's full HP. What's the best course of action? I'm gonna go play. I'm gonna use my cloak code. The moment he got his ulti, by the way, he used it.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Oh, if only he had an ultimate for this, bro. If only there was an ult. Why is this guy face tanking? Bro, this guy is definitely crazy. What happened here, by the way? They flipped sides. Am I crazy? How'd this even happen? Spider-Man goes in, and then they all go behind? Holy... Oh, poor Squirrel Girl, bro. She just turns around. She's like, what? Look at this, bro. They popped her. They actually just obliterated her. They all went behind her. Now, these guys are stacking. Shout out to Peterson for not ulting there. He's good. Who's portaling? This guy's portaling. He's looking for a... Oh, he's looking for a strange ult. This should be massive.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Prime Boger play. Amazing. Oh, wait, Styx has a big ult here. Oh, they gave up the point again. Don't... Okay, I was gonna say, don't walk in a straight line, but it worked out. Please help him.
Final 10 seconds.
Okay. No guy. This is gonna be a massive Namor road.
Our enemies are near.
I can sense it, bro. It's gonna be massive. Look at this. Look at this. Yeah. Namorod is just too OP in this rank. I don't know what rank this is, but oh, he's actually just gonna kill everybody. Oh yeah, it's over, bro. 1v6. 1v6. Yeah, what rank do you think this is? Back.
I am ready to put on a show.
Back.
Final score 2.
I hope this is gold or plat, okay? Like, if it's anything higher than gold or plat, like, I would be disappointed in society as a whole. Like, there's no way it's anything but gold or plat. Okay, plat free. Thank God, bro. Final stats are 11 mag, 20 and 10 Emma. He was playing Rocket before. He swapped around with this guy. This guy has 11 final kills on the Squirgo, 17-16. Surprisingly, Styx was the best one player there. Is there anyone not plat? Everybody's plat, okay. Yeah, this is Wood 5, bro. This is Wood 5. These people are arguing in the comment sections of my videos about how the game should be balanced, by the way. And why don't we balance the game around plat players? Shut your bitch ass up. I watch your games all day long, bro. Ain't nobody gonna balance around this elo. Anyways, get out. Over. Ignite soon in 1 minute, no?
Guys,
I mean, it's already started.
I didn't really do want domination.
Domination.
I mean, Jeff isn't a bad hero.
1 and 4, so it's really been the unable to win that middle map and go to a free mapper.
What is
But
the
here
first
it's
match?
some wins
Crownfall
on
versus the
domination at the very
Chosen.
least, but it's more like
Who
what
is
are these duelists
Chosen,
gonna
bro?
try and run? Are we gonna see more like melee focused characters like Black Cat and Daredevil, or are they gonna want to go for like Phoenix Starlord, for example?
Well, the Chosen Ones versus Crownfall, Arabic matchup to start off our day 2, and I'm ready to head into Bird and T'Challa. How you guys feeling? Let's send it over to your casters who are right here, Ryan and Bod.
I think I was chosen.
Worried,
Thanks,
I suppose, about the Chosen Ones, I'll say.
Yeah.
But there have been experiences of this, not only just with like various teams that have come through, say, Stage 2 of Ignite last year. I think of the likes of Paradox and stuff, like teams earning positions from MRC from high finishes. Not necessarily wins, but because of like ineligible players and stuff, like essentially it goes down the pecking order.
We're
this
watching
team wants to
Marvel
play,
Rivals
and that's how we've
Ignite.
got the likes of the Chosen Ones. So this is
EU.
not really like a baptism of fire, but it's like, oh, we are very familiar with these guys because they're also like from the Saudi like region, a Middle Eastern team. You're
They've
gonna
all
have
played each
good
other in
experience
some
scrimmage.
division. Yeah. So like they know kind of the play style of each other. It's kind of a really big region that's, you know, exploded a little bit more over the last couple of MRCs that we've seen.
Today's
in
games are
terms
going to
of,
be
like,
interesting.
popularity and player base,
Usually,
and
I
now
don't
that it
think
kinda has
the
almost a
round robins
majority
are
for,
interesting.
you know, one specific region that we've seen competing. You know, there's been so many different countries that do have there, but Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
we've
by the way,
seen,
if you want me to
the
watch
level
your
of players
replays, you
continue
can
to
join my
elevate.
Discord.
So I've really liked to see, you know, the different performances that we've seen, you know, from Lions all the way over to Crownfall here and now Chosen Ones. It shows that there is like a lot of different levels to their specific region that they come from. But I'm more excited to see, you know, if any of these players on the Chosen Ones, you know, have some insights onto their opponents. I mean, a couple of them have played against Ayano Koji specifically on, or played with that player on Crownfall. So
Any
they
subs
might
for
get
VOD
some
review? Can
insight
I just
there
get
onto,
subs
you know,
without
what to
VOD reviewing
expect
you
in terms
guys?
of, like, compositions that they're going to go for. And that's what I'm interested to see here too, Ryan. It felt like during yesterday, and especially in like Americas and OCE, there's like two different mindsets. It's like, okay, we either ban Gambit first or we ban the Dino first and try to go for one-sided Dino. And I feel like for most teams that are going one-sided Dino, it's not working.
Yeah, I also just think that there are some pretty decent options for Devil Dinosaur as we go into game looking at the draft. So the Gambit ban is going to stay the same, and both teams wanted to try to get this like dinosaur mirror. I think Burning T'Challa in particular is a very like dive-centric map, but the problem, I would say, if you sort of like the reason why this character is so meta, omnipresent in comparison to something like Black Cat that is also getting a lot of like attention, you just kind of throw Devil Dinosaur into whatever company works.
I'm sorry, I just watched
like a good thing or a bad thing, and on Domination,
I was just reading my VOD reviews channel, and somebody posted a code of him playing with Necros. And he's saying that Necros told him if you run it down, but he doesn't think you run it down.
Which was insane. So, I mean, seeing the way that they could absorb the damage from your opponents. Yes, the ult charge, you know, generations, like, I think it's negative 35% based on the stats specifically, so it's not as good, but it's still so much HP that doesn't really matter too much. I do like having the Captain America save here, though, on the side of the Chosen Ones. That'll probably be for 21k. They're more of like that dive player on their side, but it could be one of the Vanguards specifically focusing on their end too. Maybe playing more of that Black Cat, as you mentioned. We've also seen, you know, the trade between Black Cat and the Daredevil as well. So I'm curious if we see that on either side. And the White Fox too. I mean, we got to talk about the White Fox Luna team up. So deadly against dive. I can see why it's banned out for Crownfall.
Yeah.
How is it animated dino already? What? He has animated dinosaur? That's crazy. How is that possible? That's insane. Oh my god. He has animated dinosaur. Is this guy cheating? What is going on? Does he eat radioactive honey? No way. Somebody check him PC. That is not okay. That is not normal. How much dinosaur does one guy play? Not good enough. No way he have animated icon on dinosaur. Not good. Not good. Everyone had animated icon on team? What the hell? 2 dinosaur in one game? What? Enemy team also have animated dinosaur. What the fuck? Who make this? How much game do they play? No. That is not normal. Go outside. Go outside. Everybody has every champion icon unlocked.
With this team and probably more directing them on, you know, what to play and what comps to look at.
So much at stake for Crownfall, narrowly missing out on playoffs in preseason. But now it's also running a risk of relegation if you go into those playing up against MRC teams. Chosen Ones, they sort of got to this position through promotion of sorts. Now they want to keep that
What's up, Pollard? Thank you, Siphon. Appreciate it. Get your ass down into the mines, Pollard. Lock the fuck in. I recorded $1 million video.
They're looking for, you know, a tangle of sorts between these two Black Cats that are just going to be diving.
Newton doesn't have every champion in the game, bro.
Using the team up as well, giving all the fortune to Captain America. The extra
this
shield,
motherfucker.
the deflection of that is
are they playing? Oh, they're playing the team up. Is this EU? Oh, yep.
Immediately, it's looking into the fight. It's Captain America. It's going to be Lowy that was on the bench for the majority of preseason, earning that spot as Rosa.
Guys, is it normal that I take damage
but it is traded on either side.
whenever I'm sleeping on my stomach?
Stay out for Coco, and the point flipped fairly easily, considering there's only 2 eliminations, like trading either side, Vodable. That was easy.
Thank you, Buff Magic.
What's up, Bober?
Thank you, Siphon. Thank you, Buffalo. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much, the primers. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, guys. Thank you. You guys are so generous and nice. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Buffalo, 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 Buffalo. No dino ban for either team.
What they've expected seeing.
No, I don't sleep on my stomach, but my knee gets fucked, my lower back gets fucked, my neck gets fucked. My neck, my back, my knee, my pussy, and my crack.
Got the rocket
get absolutely
cooldown is going to be
destroyed.
Running for Crownfall now that they can sort of hold these doorways. If you've got Captain America to sort of shut down the extra paths that these flanks could go on, so Coco's going to try and clear them out.
No, I sleep on my back.
Space, but so far, half of the percentage pretty much grabbed up in the end. And not really the dive coming in up until now. Chosen Ones haven't built up these ultimates, but 2 lovely picks has actually allowed them a chance to swing over onto the point. No way for Crownfall to contest.
Biggest, smungest.
And looking at the side of the chosen
Thank
ones
you so much,
specifically,
Mochas
I mean,
Gaming.
this is a
Thank you,
great
thank you.
windfall for
Arigato
them, right?
gozaimasu.
Not
Thank
giving
you,
as much
thank you,
percentage as they
thank you,
would've
thank you.
liked to.
Appreciate it,
Crownfall
appreciate it.
stopping
Thank you,
them at the
thank you, thank you.
55 point mark, but the portal coming in so quickly from Protoss, I think is a great bet for them, just so they can contest early and flip the point in their favor and get to that 99%.
I mean, eliminations on both sides means that it's hard to really get a gauge on how many people are on the point, but it is going to be the portal play forced out quite early from Protoss, who actually is going to be in from the team, was on Pep's last stage, has been thrown into the fray to allow Crownfall a little bit more of that experience at this level, so the Legend not going to be playing as well. But now you've got the Galactic Legend going to be thrown in from IJD. He's going to see if he can get a little bit more. He clears the pathways up.
The bans are 4 supports for both
Chosen Ones
teams.
still have some ultimates to sit back and work on. Crownfall are a little bit more like holding on 50% on a lot of these ultimates, trying to reset.
I mean, this game seems pretty close, I'm not gonna lie.
I think that positioning is huge for the
Also,
Black Cat.
TCO doesn't have a
I know they
Black
have
Cat
all the
player,
verticality,
bro.
they have the
Crownfall
tools available to
does.
them, but if you can get them in the right spot where the backline's not prepared, that'd be huge. But the Devil getting unleashed here for 21K. They're the one I'm looking out for.
Demonic
Their team
character.
pop off, and that's exactly what they're doing with the double here. See if they can get any more picks. The rest of their team does collapse.
I blame.
That is a
Oh yeah,
huge
hear me out.
teamfight
Hear me out.
win, and
Ouch!
turnaround for the chosen ones.
I blame Necros for the overabundance of broken dive characters in the game. Okay, hear me out. Here's the timeline. This motherfucker comes to the game. He's a dive player. Most popular rival streamer by far. He shapes the future generation into dive players. More dive players. They see the stats. They see more people playing dive. More people engage with his content. Start releasing more dive characters. That transforms more players into dive players. And now we have like 7 broken dive characters in the game. Because also probably Necros goes in Guang's DMs and is like, I can't play Spider-Man MVP, they're both horrible. Please buff, please. And they're like, we got you, bro. We're gonna release Black Cat, Daredevil, and I know, like, I know what else we have, I'll be honest. We're gonna release Black Cat and Daredevil, okay? Lock the fuck in. That's good enough. That's good enough. Blade is also supposed, Deadpool, DPS pool, DPS pool. DPS pool. So he goes, complains to Guang. Guang is like, I'm sorry, we can't buff Spider-Man, Magic, and BP. Instead, we can release DPS pool, Blade, kind of dog shit, Black Cat, and Daredevil. 4 DPS characters that are dive characters. And now, Black Cat and Daredevil have been so broken for too long. I mean, Black Cat is like the newest character, basically. But Daredevil has been broken for too long, and I blame Necros for it. Necros killed Marvel Rivals. That's my point.
That's exactly what he wanted, though. Devil Beast Rampage setting up the kills and the picks. He's able to go for these fights into deep areas. And now for the Chosen Ones, has to go for the portal play. It was used from Crownfall a little bit earlier on, but is there going to be a chance to even touch there? It might have been interrupted enough. It's looking dicey on time, but just in the nick of it.
Imagine Cyclops also being a dive character.
Crownfall still having a hold of it, and a perfectly timed let the devil out whilst this AoE effect could really make this portal an uncomfortable position for the Chosen Ones to actually try to
Nuke Necros. This game is really close, bro.
Are going to end this first point the same way that they began it, by taking this objective, holding on to it.
Cyclops 100% will be busted.
But Crownfall having enough of the boohoo. Great ultimate on Dino.
I mean, seeing, you know, the difference between these two teams, right? The Chosen Ones, they have that explosiveness, especially with 21K, the one that they're kind of like rallying behind with the Daredevil specifically. And I kind of expect that going into this, right? They're the dive player, the dive duelist for a reason, but Majid on the other side, I mean, they are just electric. The 10 final hits on them against 21K, I feel like that's going to be the duel between those two duelists that we expect to see. Fahad, though, I think them having, you know, the off angle, specifically with the Phoenix, able to do that, like, chip damage against Haster and, you know,
yeah, Luna is pretty strong right now.
Use their ultimate.
Luna is really strong.
Away from the objective is a massive play, too.
But I have too many characters to bitch about.
Of the ultimate for Crownfall, but the neutral game seemed to be a little bit stronger for the Chosen One. So really, this could go any way for the second point here, Ryan.
I would really like to see a lot more of like this Phoenix, because like from their perspective, we saw it a lot from Elsa preseason, how much space that they were left up with, and FHD just seemed to be able to do that damage from distance. He doesn't have to rely on the sparks to do the burst damage anymore. Just the left click is going to be enough to be a high form of pressure.
True.
So Chosen Ones need to keep an eye on him. They've done well sort of shutting down some of the flanks and stuff where they had control of the objective, But if there's too many crossfires going on, FHD is free reign in the skies.
Yeah, especially on this sub-map, right? So much verticality, but also just room to see where everyone is on the objective and just snipe them from when they're least suspecting. But you gotta keep an eye specifically on 21K and Majid as they do go in against each other.
Yo, this Daredevil is holding back the dive. Both the cap and the other Daredevil.
To keep on fighting this one, and unlike the first point, they're actually able to contest the objective a little bit more. It is very
I hate Daredevil deflect so much, bro.
Dinosaur combination, but the pick's going in the way of the Chosen Ones again, forcing out that Ensog Inferno to see if they can trade out a pick, and they do get onto Crazy. The copy goes over from the low key to get this Yarn amplifier, and we saw this a little bit yesterday, I think, from Lions, just being able to sort of stall them out one at a time.
Oh no! Oh no! The rocket! No! Dinosaur, leave rocket alone! No! Don't chase the rocket, please!
Damage all the way.
He's a little guy.
Reminds me of this Loki specific play with the Rocket Raccoon.
You leave him
right? So
alone
you just
right
have the
now.
double Cosmic Yarn amplifier, get the extra HP and everything else, and well, Fahad, as we're seeing here, is going to be cleaning up the pieces towards the end with Majid going in as well. So I mean, Crownfall, I feel like they got humbled a bit on that first sub map, and now they're locking in.
Yeah, Ayana Koji actually switching away from the Loki. I feel like whilst he was the only elimination that went down for Crownfall, the play was still the right one, and I think so much of what he could do is still going to be handy. It's not like you have to deal with a Phoenix on
Why
the
they
other
always
side.
start the
Ayana
series with a
Amplifier,
dumb
like
map?
the Devil Out combination
Tradition.
is gonna come in from Chosen Ones.
I
They
don't
wanna
think
try
there's a
and go in
particular
for the
reason,
counterattack.
but
They managed to get the pick onto the
since
back line,
Overwatch
but both
days, that's been a
strategists are
thing.
gonna go down in the process, and now Crownfall only having a couple more players
I know
to
what
try and fight this
the
and stall this out for a bit more time.
no.
It's going to be about 35%
Like, I don't know.
that they're going to have to
It's always
settle
been a
on.
thing.
Chosen One's aggressive nature, great play with the ults.
Yeah, I mean, Coco and 21K, the coordination that we're seeing from them is electric, but also JDX, right? The flank ability that you have for Starlord, you talked about the team up right with the Rocket Raccoon being able to have that get out of dodge option with the self-teleport back, also has, you know, iframes in case you're about to go down, so a lot of options for that. Speaking of going
Big.
in, though, here's Coco.
Big dive. They cap ult. Kite back, I like it a lot. They swap POV, I'm so confused what just happened. I think he just ulted. Like, I'm so lost in what happened there. Oh yeah, beat up that rat. Yeah, get him.
How much pressure the Jeff is under, but the peel is marvelous from Hasta, able to actually get the elimination onto AMJD that's actually peaked out a little bit
You are
further on.
nothing.
And whilst this is a fight that the Chosen were looking to try and like win
UV,
out, they
you're
have
a
the
tower
numbers.
in America.
Crownfall have put the point and now started to win
My
this
bad.
engagement as Chosen Ones maybe looking to reset.
Munch,
As
munch,
close
munch,
as it
munch,
can be
munch,
between
munch.
these two, right? Neck and neck, and this is a lot more than we expected going into this matchup, especially, you know, one team having that Ignite experience, the other one coming from MRC with a bit of a different look for the roster, but potential portal, like, shenanigans coming here from Majid, just waiting for the right time to see if they can maybe kidnap
Yes,
someone
I'm a
through it.
dinosaur.
Kind of crazy to see that go through, but either way, Crownfall do recontest and, you know, have the sustain, and they are going to keep that initiative for the extra percentage.
This game is close, bro. Star-Lord ult into Rocket ult. They can still kill the Rocket, bro. Yep. He shouldn't have run away from his own ult. Stupid rat. Stupid rat. Remy is a smarter rat than you, Rocket. Oui. Oh my god. No. Leave the shark alone. No. Who played those shark? Who invited shark to this battle?
To go in and try and touch this, but it feels like the rotations are going to be a little bit slow.
That's the tough part.
Did someone touch point?
Because they need someone to contest. Thankfully,
What is this
so
TP?
they will get the
This
portal
TP is
play in
scuff.
time to at least get on the objective.
Oh
But
my
Crownfall, they have
god.
things locked down for the most part.
Meine
No ultimates to
Leute.
work with, though. And 21K, they need to get them out of the play, and they do go down immediately. This is not a good look for Chosen Ones.
Rocket ult. As this is over. Crownfall wins this. This is a win for Crownfall. Goodbye. Good strong Parker, man. I mean Parker, man.
It is going to be Crownfall taking this first map 2-0. good moments from the chosen ones.
What's
but at
what's
the
you
end there,
mean,
I think there was
Parker,
just
man?
That little bit of experience really started to
What's
for
you
Crownfall.
mean, Parker,
Yeah, I mean,
man?
that's the main thing to talk about here, right? Like, this is
What's
a
this,
great
das?
first showing for a team, you know, coming up.
Oh, I
from
downloaded
MRC,
this
you know,
app, by the
didn't
way.
quite expect to play, right?
So-
Because were in that spot before, and they just got the call up last minute. It's like, hey, we're gonna lock in. We got some friends
Hello.
that can come in and ring for us, and they're doing a pretty good job, all things considered. I don't know
Hello.
if it's necessarily speaking more, you know, about Crownfall in terms of like their caliber of play that we saw from preseason, or more about the chosen ones. We'll see, you know, as stage 1 goes, but I'm really excited to see what goes on.
Yeah, we're going to see exactly how this series is going to continue on, see what the chosen ones are choosing for their second map. We'll see after this quick break.
Pow, pow, pow. Look at this guy. He killed that guy. That guy's dead. Rat F. What color do you want? It's a good color. Ability. Ult. He has ult. Enemy team dead. This team won. +1. Anything but red for the sake of accessibility. Are you guys blind? I'm colorblind. Can you see this? What does this say? What does this say? What does this say? You see what? Do you see what this is? Can you see? Can you see? Wait. Bro. Apple. Apple. Apple on his Ozempic. Apple. Apple. It looks like a cherry. Apple. Is this apple? This looks like an apple. Is this a good apple? It's a good apple. Apple. This is dinosaur. Dinosaur. Dinosaur good. I mean, why that type F? Dinosaur W. Strong. Strong dinosaur. He kill. He kill. Everything die. This dinosaur. Drone. White boy. Dino boy. Jeff boy. French. Vietnamese.
Well, the crown stays steady here for Crownfall in map 1, and Daredevil makes his appearance not only in the game, but he's also got a new costume that is dropping. But to at least focus in on, you know, not just
Mantis
looking
used to
good,
be
but playing well,
Vietnamese
We
in her
saw Black
first
Cat
time she
originally,
appeared.
Then people swapped off a Black Cat, both sides, and went
Thank
to
you to
the
Press
Daredevil.
Donkey. Thanks so much for tier 1.
Yeah, I mean, you know, talking about that map that we just saw, Crownfall getting the victory, of course, in the 2.
Crownfall, more like
it's just a comfortability thing, right? Like, as we go
Crownfall.
throughout the weeks of the group stage into the playoffs specifically, I think teams will get more familiar with it, right? We didn't see it played during the preseason playoffs because it was still on that Season 7 patch. So, you know, the teams coming from MRC, they will have a little bit more experience with it, of course, but I think, you know, teams are still trying to figure out, okay, where best do they fit into the composition? Do we want to play
Wait, you can't see
Daredevil?
him.
Do we want to play Black Cat? For some reason, I've seen some teams like in MRC at least running both, but I think it's usually like a feast or famine. If you feel good on the Black Cat, you play that. If you feel good on the Daredevil, you play that as well. Majid, I know they have the Doctor Strange here, but you know, they were the Daredevil connoisseur for the Crownfall team, and they looked really good on it.
I mean, Ryan, the 10 final hits that Majed had on the Daredevil was obviously a huge part of that, and kind of working in tandem with Fahad and just all the damage that he did on the Phoenix as we put it up on y'all's screens. I mean, it was obvious for me at least. Oh, Majed ended up with 16 final hits at the end of the match.
What do these buttons do?
Yeah, and I mean 21K also 14, so it was a good head-to-head between the two. I think, like you guys mentioned, starting off on Black Cat, I think one of the things is like the pivot over to Daredevil, especially with how much we saw it from the Captain Americas of both Loey and Coco, how much we were seeing them just shut down some of these like flanks and these other paths. If you're a Black Cat and you run into a Daredevil in one of those like hallways, you're gonna have a horrible time. Like Daredevil is very good at putting you down, so it did feel like they all both preemptively worked for it. But I also really like Vodable's point. Like Crownfall, when you have an even draft like this, you have more experience at this level than the Chosen ones. So like go to stuff that you're more comfortable with and just be the pound for pound team that is better on these characters. So going to something like Daredevil is good instead of just hoping that you have an elite performance on Black Cat if you don't feel as comfortable on it in comparison.
And we'll see what Chosen ones want to choose. I will stop, I swear, with all the Chosen puns, but they want to go to Museum of Contemplation.
Dara took a pic. Dara was in the Oval Office in Bulgaria, and she took a picture with our president or prime minister.
To try and deal with all
Fire.
the flanking, whether
Shout out
it's
to
Captain
Dara.
America,
When am I gonna
the
go to the Oval
Daredevil,
Office?
The Black Cat that started originally. We went from like Cloak and Dagger to Loki to going to Rocket to Jeff, and we'll see if they'll be able to escape the upcoming dive on this map number 2. So I'm gonna just leave it into your trusted hands, Audible and Ryan.
Ooh, it's a good map for Crownfall. At least it ended a pretty like rough group stages of preseason nicely for Crownfall, as they were able to get the win over Reason Gaming at that point. But it's more like, again, that point was more focused on like Elsa being competing and contesting over against Gambit. I just don't think that, like, some teams are trying to do it, but I just don't think that's worthwhile. It's like how well you can play into Devil Dinosaur and how much you could just make him a non-issue. It really does feel like
Yo, what's up,
Repsol
Ashlyn?
is going to be the defining thing, and it would be
How you doing?
a little bit shocking.
Hello, everybody say hi to
maybe a little bit
Ashlyn.
more Wolverine for a duelist option.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, you know, Wolverine be like a decent counter into Devil Dinosaur because of how much damage you're able to do against them. Of course, you can't use your Pharaoh Leap to kidnap them, but it can interrupt some of their abilities. So you could like collide with them in the air as they're jumping and just stop them as they're trying to, you know, take your teammates away for that as well.
weather
But
is
I
beautiful.
think the big thing here too is, okay, Luna Snow first ban. Okay, second ban. Okay.
I summon rain tomorrow.
No, it's going to be the Gambit first bans. I think both teams and most of the region have realized, hey, we shouldn't allow it to be one-sided Gambit, especially because of how strong they are on the back line. And the Devil Dinosaur is going to still be the Apex Predator, the king here for these teams. But I'm more interested on seeing, you know, what the saves are going to be, right? We saw the Captain America saved from both ends, and this is a great map, I'd say, for Captain America.
Yeah, but there's also been like good moments, like Abu, who's had good like Vanguard Deadpool action.
True,
He's still good, certainly up against Devil Dinosaur. Like in both cases, you're going to be playing it. So like, who's good with it? Emma Frost has been up in the play rate as well.
She's been great.
Still being banned out on either side means that it is a little bit more like going to be balanced. The same bans, like these happen at the same time.
I have a question.
It wouldn't surprise. Yeah, it probably.
You want to hear it?
Which, if you're the chosen ones, I think it makes sense to, like, if you've been practicing that kind of like composition as much as you possibly can. I do like the protection.
You know how we
Cap is good at domination.
You know how we have
Emma has
Christmas
always
music?
been good on like convoy maps in particular, but also just is a lot better now because a lot of those nerfs that she hit earlier this year have been reverted and then some. So she's a little bit stronger than she's ever been.
I'm curious who
Why
see
do we
more of,
not
like, a
have
triple strategy from Crownfall and
Easter
defense, right,
music?
based on the side that they're playing? Like that could be
Or
what they're going for too.
Thanksgiving
having this
music?
Emma save.
Or
Banning out the Phoenix, though, I think is a great
New
option,
Year's
right?
music?
We saw how effective FHD was on that too. You know, they're only going down 3 times, the least casualties that we saw in the entire lobby. So the positioning that we saw from them, the flanking on the off angles, was
We thought about
great,
that?
and there are some insane points that you can use Phoenix, specifically around that second checkpoint.
I'm sorry, this pepper
I mean,
was
it's
really
also
spicy.
just, like, the damage it could do from distance, and I think Crownfall, like, it was that MJD was able to get through quite a lot.
Look at my
In
espresso
those
cups.
cases, so FHD was able to just sort of put out a lot of churn damage without being contested all that much. As good disengage too. It seems that it's going to be like Emma Frost on the other side too, as like a protect. Is it going to be different here? No, they want to get rid of the White Fox. They want to sort of get rid of some of those like divier options for your backline. And even though you had Luna taken out earlier, I still think the White Fox along the
Thanksgiving and New Year's isn't religious?
composition really allows that dive.
Wait, Christmas is religious?
Yeah, so we might see a little bit of that from Crownfall specifically
Really?
on the attacking side, you know, just to keep themselves sustained if they are trying to
Do
go for more of that
Muslims
dive style.
celebrate
But I'm
Christmas?
really curious on what their backline's going to look like here, because like Lemon was saying, we saw, you know, the entire Rolodex of strategists pulled out.
No
to see what would
Christmas
work.
in the Middle
It was
East?
interesting, you know, seeing the Loki rocket, seeing the Cloak and Dagger.
What?
I think Cloak and Dagger also is just so good with that Terror Cape.
What?
Able to use the vulnerability against
What
the
do
other
they
team
do
just
in
to boost you
December?
a little bit more in an edge, blind them as well as you're trying to get those eliminations.
What do
and
in
could be the
December if
difference
no
maker if they do
Christmas?
opt for that, but you know, Luna Snow getting banned out, not too surprised. I mean, they're basically like a duelist at this point with how much damage they can do. If you have a Mantis damage boosting and self-snowflaking your Luna Snow,
But there is
you're gonna have a
Christmas in
bad time
Japan,
against
no?
that.
Yeah,
They
see,
celebrate
what
Christmas.
The teams are trying to run in the spawn doors as the setup is going to.
Japan is not Christian?
Defensive side of Crownfall first. MJD taking a seat, looking like he's on Punisher.
Does
Yeah,
look like
we're going
it,
to see
yeah.
some Punisher action. So we are going to see a little bit of Dino Ride
What?
action with the team up, but also. If you're up against the likes of like Emma Frost breaking the shields, breaking the buddy barrier from the Dino on the other
What?
side.
Does
But
China
there's a
celebrate
shot at the
Christmas?
end, and Amplifiers plenty with the damage boost and copy from Iron Koji on the Loki again.
Yeah, Rocket's probably just going to be a mainstay in this
What do you
meta
do
just
for
based on
Easter?
the damage
I
boost
celebrate
that we have, but
Wester,
also the
and I
ult
listen to
charge
Kanye
able to
West
get a lot
music.
faster too, and also having the extra healing orbs as well, just to sustain your team. So
Hope that helps.
buffs across the board for Rocket. You can see exactly why they're being used as efficiently as they can. But I'm kind of curious on how MJD will do on this. Do they use the team up? We saw it a couple times in scrims, but not to as much effectiveness as they would like.
I mean, it's the fact that, like, yeah, the Phoenix was banned out for Jean Grey. Even Elsa's getting passed up on this one, but he's just able to channel so much damage and even play close quarters.
Do
with the
Americans
shotgun, which
celebrate
often is
Christmas?
getting a lot more attention than usual. The CC is great, but the amount of sustain the Devil Dinosaur has available to him
No?
is unfounded.
That's sad. I'm
and
sorry,
it's
guys.
really farming up these ultimates on the attacking side of the Chosen Ones. They almost have a Yan Amplifier as well as the Invisible Boundary, and they're losing players on the side of Crownfall, but the Be Right Back is helping this defense stall out for a bit more
Big.
time.
Yeah, even with, you know, the Cosmic Iron Amplifier from Crownfall actually not getting taken out by the JDX Endsong Inferno, so did stay up for a decent amount of time just to keep them engaged on this first hallway turnaround. So a great stop potential, but I do like 21K.
Phoenix banned for
specifically on
one
the Black
team.
Cat.
What is
Using
open for them?
visibility,
Fox.
JDX will also clean things up.
They're not playing Fox.
Yeah, JDX has found himself free
playing triple-
just
they're
with
playing
the
Loki.
left click. Sparks be damned, it's not needed. And Crownfall, I think,
Okay.
was setting
I
themselves
feel like
up really
Crownfall is just a
nicely
better
here for
team
a
here.
play Audible, where it's like you managed to force out the Endsong Inferno from JDX. On one of your Yan amplifiers, you will have the copy on another one, and also a Punisher ult.
Tank strike
And you
in
have
Korean
very little to
Overwatch?
actually
Nope.
contest that when it comes
Why
to,
are they
like, damage
striking?
From distance, right? So could have been iffy. 21K is switching over towards the Black Cat. Sees that there's no Daredevil on the other side, so those flanks are not going to be shut down quite as hard.
Gozy
More
joined
pressure on him to
Ignite.
try and takes this space back, and it's an overstep on the defense if you're not careful.
I mean, looking at these ultimates, though, you do have that final judgment available for MJD, but they go down so quickly, and they can't stay alive long enough to even use their ultimates to defend, and this is like the rush composition that we see from the Chosen Ones.
Now, how are they going to fare? Like, 21K has actually built up this ultimate very quickly because of switch around, so now it's still just absolutely plummeting. You've got the Flaming Orb to get some information on where these defenders are going to try and contest from. They want to do it together. They don't want to overstep. You want to make sure that, like, if you're going to go for a copy, you've got something to copy, but instead, you actually lose the Cloak and Dagger, so Iron Koji doesn't have much to work with. The God of Mischief, you can't go for the Eternal Bond to try to platform your way onto this point, and it just seems like they've lost complete control past the objective into third. Crownfall won't be able to actually contest this, it looks like.
I think you should have just ran away on the cat.
21K going pretty deep, but does delay them so long, and as you mentioned, barely any contest towards the end. They need a touchdown before it gets to the checkpoint. They barely do as the Sonic Seduction and all the ultimates get popped.
Final Judgment is going to just carve on through from Crownfall to try to clear this up just in the nick of time. Maybe it was Chosen Ones that overextended. I like the fight to try and make sure that Crownfall can't set up. You're tracking these ultimates. You know that there's stuff to work with.
I'm
And the Final
surprised
Judgment
Crownfall
is
doesn't have a
definitely
single
gonna be
person
ready
that
to
plays the
make
cat.
MJD at this point. So now Chosen Ones, not using the calling card, have to give up a lot of the space and respect, just farming up the cash for 21K to see if he can go, make sure that he has the cleanse in hand, catch anybody else out once that calling card combination comes through, but instead it's going to be the Galactic Legend start of the engagement.
Okay.
I mean, the Phantom Pursuit usages from 21K are great, but here is that Galactic Legend as
Disappear.
does bait out the
Oh, they're C9ing, bro. They're C9ing.
minutes, so. Oh,
They're C9ing. Oh my god, that was so scary.
On the defense was like, wait, nobody's on the point. You have to go and fight this. What are we doing? You have the bodies as well to just stick on an objective, but it's like Lowy wanted to take a little bit more of this space, but they managed to get the
guys. I can't see you.
Onto second, but the Chosen One's trying to use this newfound area that they have control of with this Ensong Inferno.
Big bomber.
Slamming down, immediate elimination onto MJD, so that's one of
Gotcha.
the main pain points of this defense stopped in its tracks, and there's still the contests going in. Chosen Ones have managed to use up a lot of time on this attack, but it's maybe going to be turned around in the end if it wasn't for this dinosaur and the switch run. Groundfall are doing a lot of work. Iron Coach, especially on this Loki, done well to try to stall this out, and a portal play is great for Groundfall to actually
I can't see you guys, so if you're glexing, I don't know it.
Usage as well, just to slow them down so they can't use any of their escape abilities. And Coco getting a triple there too on the Emma, almost has their ultimate available. They cannot be stopped, and the slicing and dicing of 21K is just so lethal with this Black Cat. They are using it perfectly, zoning them out, slowing them down with the CC abilities, and chasing them down, and eventually they are able to get that second checkpoint.
Hey, wait. Are you guys glexing in chat? Lock in.
That's a good turnaround compared to almost just giving them the point by accident.
Oh, entirely, yeah. So, like, at least Crownfall were able to fight this back. Chosen Ones, it is those fine margins that is going to define a team. Like, these small mistakes could be punished at the highest level, and the Chosen Ones, that brief overextend could have potentially been the difference here. But Chosen Ones not only been able to cap the point, but hold on to a lot of ultimates and force good stuff out in the end from Crownfall, who have, again, switched around this backline, having the invisible boundary from Ayana Koji, moving away from this Yarn Amplifier low-key combo, which is also something that the Chosen Ones have done with 7 Minute moving over to the Invisible Woman to farm up these invisible boundaries and just maintain some control for JDX that is going to have some of this space shut down.
Crownfall actually completely changing up their lineup as well. We don't see the dinosaur at all. Lowy is just
you
gonna
cross
be on
my
the
path.
Instead, the calling card coming out and just going to be slicing through every rank of Crownfall. And a tough spot for them to be in, even with the ults that they're using to counter. The Sonic Seduction really just slowed
Demonic.
the roll, and you see the Rampage
Demonic.
such a deadly duo combo from our two new heroes in stage
Yeah, the
one
black
compared to the
pussy
preseason.
fucking goes crazy.
We're told that he was on sabbatical for today, but he's actually showing up in
I feel like if you're playing in MRI, you need a Black Cat player.
Like a lot of the other Saudi teams that we have seen from this action of Ignite, doing better than expected. Like the frankness of it, it's like this team is like.
I feel like Black Cat would be Muslim, no?
Very aggressive, much like a lot of the other Saudi teams, like we saw.
Or would you say she's haram?
Crownfall need to try and fight fire with
She's
fire.
Theos, right? That's
JD
haram.
Switching over towards that Daredevil, wants to see if he can maybe make sure that 21K can't get much more success out of the Black Cat.
I mean, speaking of that Black Cat, talking about the experience, right? MRC Season 7, you were able to play Black Cat for the first time, so you can see exactly why they are more veteran, I guess, on this hero and know how to use them very effectively, but both strategies ultimates coming through from either side. And Crownfall, they do have a lot in the bank.
Invisible Boundary was potentially used. It wasn't interrupted clearly because it's still in the hands of Ayana Koji, but he goes
What are you talking about?
Not going to be using it.
We were talking about earlier. We were talking about which character would be Muslim, because we don't have any Muslim characters. So if we had to convert somebody, who would fit the most?
Ultimates, only using that Eternal Bond from Protoss means that they have plenty to sit back on. So like now, 21K, JDX, are they going to find these picks in the neutral? It's going to be tricky to farm up these ultimates over the Nyan Amplifier. Is that going to be the difference maker?
Could be the difference maker. It needs to be, specifically for the Chosen Ones, especially looking at the ultimates on the other side. Freedom Charge coming through. Eventually the Devil will be unleashed and a Galactic Legend. That's not the hand you want to face off against.
Now you've got Ensong being used.
Bomba.
It's been very good for JDX to actually confirm eliminations off the back of it. It's not
Yeah,
just
but
gonna
Miss
be
Marvel
used
is
for
not
clearing out
in-game.
some of these more
I mean,
deployables, and
in-game.
there's none for Crownfall to worry about in that case. So they have that going for them, but Chosen One's still losing out on plenty of players. You've got Coco that's going to switch over towards the Doctor Strange to go for this play, and I would imagine Crownfall are going to be wise to it. They're going to try and close this
Blade,
distance
inshallah.
down. They have the Star-Lord actually just jumping for the
Do we
ball on
have
the other
a
side.
Muslim
Hey guys,
Blade
how's it going?
edit?
But the point is going to be touch, and Crownfall doing a very good job to actually be very subtle in how they're playing. It seems that the Chosen Ones are like
the
where
Muslim
are they? We're
Goku.
seeing, like there's the dinosaur at the very least, but where's this Star-Lord with the Galactic Legend? The Invisible Boundary planted on top as well. The Yarn Amplifier, it was deployed from the Chosen Ones. It's gonna do diddly squat as FHD drops down from his perch, and Crownfall stopped the payload in its track in the second area of the map.
I mean, this goes to show, you know, what we saw from last map, right? Where the Chosen Ones, they had that explosiveness, the dive capabilities from them, and the neutral game was great. And individual ultimates, perfect usages. The problem was when they have to come together as a squad, because they haven't played as long together as most of these Crownfall members have, right? Even with Lowy coming in from the sub spot, of course, they've been scrimming with them in the meantime whenever people were busy, then also getting ready for this stage 1. So they know, you know, the callouts, they know the comms that they need to go for. They know, hey, I'm just going to be using the strategist ultimate. That's all we need for this team fight. We saw them bait out so many of the options from the Chosen Ones during that last engagement towards that 3rd checkpoint, which is the hardest to get in the game, I would say, aside from Lower Manhattan from what we've seen. So Groundfall, I mean, they turn things around. The only issue is it going to be enough, especially, you know, being on Museum of Contemplation. We've seen so many, you know, full holds and holds around that 2nd checkpoint, and Crownfall did make such a mistake to allow so much room for the Chosen Ones to get towards that 2nd checkpoint. So that could be their demise towards the end of it, but a great stop at least at the end of the road there for Crownfall.
There's always that kind of like balance that you need to work with. I think with the Phoenix Jean Grey play as well for JDX, putting out a ton of damage, but luckily and like to the plan, he's getting elimination.
Muslim BP.
He's like low on final hits.
Kills your backline and then goes to prey.
Farming up ult charge for their strategists, and when you were running like the Loki and the Rocket Raccoon before, not quite like Loki Gambit levels of strong, but still good, but clearly like hard to execute on if there's too much pressure and more of a struggle. Crownfall not having Phoenix on their side means that they have to be a little bit more prepared, as Protoss is going to be on that
BP mid-engagement stops and whips out the little carpet to pray, and then he can't be hurt because he's in the middle of a prayer. And then that's like the selfie. That's like the selfie of Deadpool.
Speaking of Chosen Ones taking advantage, I mean, this is a great first stop for them, right? So much time wasted. I like this composition from them. And the problem for Crownfall too is they were just
I'm kind of fired now.
Again of their strategists, right? They didn't know exactly
shift
what they wanted
resets
to play
when
on
he
the back
prays.
line, and I feel like that was to their demise a couple of times. This might be the good
that would
lock
be
into
so
Cloaky,
fire.
as we've seen,
I just need a Muslim
touted a
character
couple
in this
times,
game, I'm
but
not gonna lie.
going down so early is not what you want to see.
Oh, my chat died again.
The pocket money's been spent up from 21Ks. He's going to go in and get the cleave onto multiple targets here. They have to sort of respect this space, and it's going to be harder to take care of 21K as he's not.
Is Emre Muslim in Overwatch?
And just the attention that he's taken, whilst it didn't lead into an elimination or really put anybody in that lethal zone, it was that the Chosen Ones were able to get a few more picks in the end and
like,
clear up. He's taken so much of the attention away, the rest of the team could fill up that space, and it means that this defense holds on a little bit more, as Crownfall have really not made that much space so far in this attack.
I mean, I think this is also going to show that Crownfall aren't as practiced as they could be against, you know, this Black Cat composition, right? The flanking ability of this hero, the invisible options that you have from the Helm of Hades is such a nuisance to have to deal with, especially because they can use it as much as they want. So now going back to the drawing board again with Lowy playing that Devil Dinosaur and Song Inferno from JDX. So many bubbles to try and prevent it, but hey, it's still going to push them back.
Low cute.
Song was used and stunned out. JDX is actually going to be taken out as Boohoo immediately.
Absolute mess of a fight. Kill him. Kill them all. Kill them all. What is going on my screen, bro?
Slippery fight for the Chosen Ones, but in all cases, you've bought up 2 minutes on this first point. You're going to have a chance to actually contest this one if you can at least get into position, or whether Crownfall is going to close that distance and make it so Chosen Ones can't actually touch.
Do they have TP?
You see the Loki.
Oh, Emma is bad. I just realized Emma is bad.
I guess for a second, just so they could build some ult charge towards the end. But yeah, I like this positioning from the Chosen Ones, but it's all going to come down to these ultimates, right? You already see the engagement from Crownfall. They know that they have to go in first.
Seeing how much they can actually fight this position.
Can
now,
I?
It's going to be Lowy just stomping on through with the rampage. The impact beam is cleaning up, and the frenzied beast clawing at whoever's in the way. So that bleed damage is going to be incredibly annoying to deal with on the side now for Crownfall. As we're watching again, MJD still having a calling card in hand. Now going to start to clean up and find out the fold. Instead, he gets folded himself.
Gotcha.
Crownfall still struggling to actually push
gotcha.
this over towards his first checkpoint.
Balance.
Gotcha.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Gotcha. Gotcha. Gotcha. Gotcha.
The iframes is insane against the shotgun Punisher you'd expect. Yeah, same. You know,
Necros POV in 10 years.
After watching this from Crownfall, thank you, observers. But even then, I mean, 21K doing everything for this team. Really masterful performance on the Black Cat. If you want to learn how to play Black Cat, just watch their gameplay in game with the replays afterwards.
probably
Emma is not
as well
banned.
to really get a gauge on what they're doing because
Hello?
it's at such a
Production?
pace. You've got the Terror Cape thrown out quite early on, but
What
there's
is
an extra
this?
charge to use from Crazy if they want to try to sort of
Both teams have Emma and says both teams have. It says dinosaur is banned.
as they're trying to expend some of this money, but FHD does find that pick onto 21k.
But they're playing the dinosaur.
Defensive Black Cat that's going to be taking up this engagement.
Hello?
Song held up, seeing if he can get any of the players that are stacked on top of each other.
Production?
Playing a little bit of powder cake off some of this like AoE healing means that it's not going to be threatening at all. Now is there going to be a chance to actually touch it narrowly on the side of the Chosen Ones, as it's going to be them trying to keep this going as overtime has started to hit. Crownfall, whatever they have available, they're going to want to try to use it, and they managed to take out everybody coming through the portal. The first checkpoint is hit, but 4 minutes of time bought up on this defense from the Chosen Ones.
I think they put saves.
That's a
You only get
massive,
2
you know,
saves.
time bank that they were able to win themselves. You know, even after giving up that first checkpoint against Crownfall, I feel like they're, you know, as confident as they could be, especially compared to how, you know, the second point on the last map went on domination. Could be a complete turnaround for them to go towards the third map. And every map matters, right? We saw, you know, so many of the games go down to tiebreakers, especially in like OCE. You know, 1 or 2 map differences between, you know, teams making it out of the group stage into the playoffs, especially in Crownfall's group. So they know getting a 2-0.
I think what's happening here is that they.
Ooh, we got another Eternal Bond, and
Oops.
all it's doing is
They copy pasted the bans. But from what? Can we start? What's going on?
eliminations outside of the start of it now, as the Chosen Ones are going to try and contest themselves with the calling card Eternal Bond conversation. 21k, seeing if he could sort of add up the numbers into his favor, playing blackjack with the 21, as the calling card is going to see if he can find any more picks. It's going to force out the Eternal Bond on the other side for Protoss, but the rest of his team goes down, and he's narrowly just holding
Oh, they
on
didn't
and
skip the
surviving.
saves.
Eventually he's taken
Did they
out,
save
and the
Gam?
Chosen
Did they
Ones
save
get to hold
Dino
on with a
Emma,
minute
both
left on the
teams?
clock.
This is the toughest break of a hold, I would say, on Museum of Contemplation, especially, you know, because there's a
Winston.
couple of flank options for the defenders. You have this high ground too for JDX, and
Winston.
21k, of course, is going to be able to go
Ratings.
wherever they want, you know, with the teleports, with the invisibility that they have
Ratings.
available to them. The Mento Fish just to slow people down as they dive into, but I think, you know, playing this more defensive style with this Emma Frost is just a good look for the Chosen Ones on this point specifically. Having that Psionic Seduction too is going to be a big windfall for them as well.
How much they can actually hold on in these engagements, as the one-sided Phoenix has been doing a lot. JDX actually just doing it straight from the ground. Very little fly down, but it is allowing 21k to find those final hits, as the rest of the team from the Chosen Ones is making his defense look a little bit like it's going to bring us to a third map, if I'm honest. Crownfall, they'll have a lot more to do, and it seems
You gotta make
that
it
MJD
longer.
wanted to sort of put it in his back pocket, but unfortunately the Black Cat is
Thank
able
you.
to escape with very little. 10 seconds now for Crownfall to touch, and I think the portal play was used up as they hit first, so I don't think it's going to be available for them here.
Now they have to find some way to rush in time, and, you know, maybe using the portal specifically of the Black Cat to carry their team forward, but instead it's going to be Loey actually on the Captain America just to keep the cart moving for this one last ditch effort of overtime, and they need a win here.
So now FHD is so close to having a final judgment, but he goes down, he gets eliminated from JDX. His ultimates now, as Coco was just using up the Silent Seduction, has allowed his team to set up quite a lot with the lack of barriers to deal with, but now Loey's springing in on Captain America, mostly to try to touch and dive onto this fight if they can get there, but there's enough bodies, there's not like panic switches, there's no Spider-Man flying out on the side as Crownfall, because the portal is available just in time. I'd imagine it's FHD that has to switch over, so it does mean that we're not going to see that final judgment in use for this final fight. Coco's going to do it on the other side, but there's no touch right at the end.
GG's.
The portal
went on the
blocked
wrong
just so that they're not
side.
touching the objective.
You see that?
There's ultimates now as Coco
I don't know if you
just
missed it.
using up the Silent Seduction has allowed his team to set up quite a lot
They go
of
for a
lack of
TP
barriers to
play.
deal with, but now Loey's springing in on Captain America.
The other
Mostly to
TP
try to touch
actually
and dive
blocked
onto
the
this
first
fight if
TP and they
can
couldn't
get
touch
there,
point.
But there's enough bodies, there's not like panic switches, there's no Spider-Man flying out on the side as Crownfall.
Goes for the
because
TP,
portal
he
is
also
available
goes for the
just in
TP.
time. I'd imagine it's FHD that has to switch over.
Alright,
So it
also
does mean
goes
that
for
we're
a
not gonna see
counter
that
TP.
final
Blocks the
judgment in use for
original
this final
TP.
fight. Coco's gonna do it
TP's
on
the
other side, but
TP's the
there's no
Strange
touch
and the
right at the
Wolverine.
end.
You see that? Both of them get TP'd by
Also,
the
we're
second
not gonna
TP
waste
and
any
AC9.
time. We're going to see exactly what convergence map we're going to end on, as it's the choice of Crownfall after this.
Why is it so silent? Hello? Hello? Oh. Thank you so much for the raid. 17 million man raid. Appreciate it. How are you doing?
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a
I like the music quite a bit, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, by the way, we have followers mode enabled. I'm sorry, guys, because we're getting cage rated, so you guys can't type. Unfortunately, you're getting silenced. We did one day, and that was not enough. So now it's 1 week. We'll disable it soon enough. I guess we can do other verification methods, so people can type. Oh. Yeah, my chat bugged out. I can't see you guys. Oh, it's 1-1. Top 5 venues in for Eurovision, Bulgaria. I mean, it's probably gonna be in Sofia. I don't use TikTok. I'm just practicing my drawing skills. Demon, look at this. Little horns.
First match of the day, and we're
Little
going
horns.
to game 3. What a turnaround from the Chosen Ones emerging from MRC is really
Then
the big
we make
wildcard
ice.
spottable, but they impressed us on Museum.
Yeah, I mean, seeing, you know, the way that the Chosen Ones were able to rally behind
Little
you know,
mouth.
the duelist lineup, right? We saw JDX specifically, you know,
Go
going
ahead.
in with the Phoenix really well on the off angles. The one-sided
Give him
Phoenix, I think,
horns.
in this meta, Ryan, is just so good in comparison to what we've seen in the past, right? It's kind of
Then-
similar to where you would have like that
Right.
one-sided Elsa, just because you have free aerial superiority and all of the hit scan damage prowess that you could have for.
Yeah, I think it's the kind of like target that you want as well. Of
Awooga.
performance that really shows Black Cat how strong she is when she has the freedom to work with. Even into like dino compositions, like Black Cat could just find so
4
many picks to get
kills?
in and out, and just have so many ways to like disengage.
What?
that
This guy's
can't
washed.
pin her down in the same vein as some other like melee characters that you could be playing in that duelist role. But I think the main thing too
Then
is, like,
healing?
it's not just taking
Wow.
out Phoenix on the other side because of how good MJD was in that case, or FHD, sorry. It's that like outside of like Elsa, it was like Adam Warlock that was mostly played. Not only just on this map, but just full stop.
True.
From like FHD. So it's like less of a comfort pick. I think he had like 8 minutes. of
21
Punisher
final
time
kills on
last
this
time.
character, bro.
And because Elsa's just not a high priority anymore, I think
Yeah.
Punisher's
Demon.
better in these kind of engagements.
Yes,
It was just a switch around.
Thank you so
It was
much,
like,
Chase Kangaroo.
so
Guys, can I
what
get
was
some
it? It was
primers
hard
in chat?
for
Thank you
the
so much.
majority
Thank you.
contest.
Thank you
But
so
when
much.
Young
Thank
King
you.
was
Thank you
diving
so
in,
much.
also,
Thank you.
JDX that was
Thank
just
you. Thank you. If
soaring
you have a
around
prime
in the
available,
sky,
I would greatly
overflying
appreciate it.
around
Thank
like
you.
Severodmins.
kind of felt like Black Cat had wings at that point because it's 21K, but that had 41K, well, 41 eliminations, I guess. But wow, game 3 and a big experience difference as well of one team coming from the Ignite preseason, the other one coming from MRC. Vaudeville, do you think that that's that extra boon of being more familiar, more practice, and having more recent matches being in MRC? Because we weren't sure what to expect out of
boon here for Chosen One specifically. Like, they're the scrappier team, they have less on the line for them, right? And I think that allows them to experiment a bit more with compositions leading into this event, and also having that more experience on Black Cat and their verticality and just mobility and utility. I mean, so many different things that they have in their tool belt that they could pull out on a dime and just say, hey, I'm going to use this. I'm going to reveal where everyone is, just like we can with a Daredevil as well. But I can also teleport. I can also use the Mento Fish to slow you down and make it so that you're grounded and can't do anything. I can also use my own CC cleanse that I have as well. I can turn it visible multiple times as long as I have enough like money. It's just crazy the utility that there is for this hero. So I mean, we just got to see on
who the hell uses 9-gag still, bro?
And we saw a lot of that yesterday too.
And Ryan, this is Group B. This is a very important match to win in terms of not only setting the tone, but also the opponent that you're facing, wanting to maybe win against the teams that are expected to.
Type 1 if you use 9-gag.
Things, but also you just want to kick off your group stage on a good foot, and especially on Hall of Jalia coming up.
It's been a lot of Halls of Jalia, but it's not too surprising for like Crownfall. Like, they only picked a Convergence map once in preseason, and it was Jalia. The problem is that they haven't won on either the Halls of Jalia that they picked and played there, or Shin Shibuya, which Vision forced out in a third map against them. So we have seen like Crownfall have these kind of like moments where they have been able to basically like go to a full free mapper, especially against some of the other Saudi teams with like the now Lion squad. So like the Chosen Ones have like a good chance here to just pile on the pain. And also, like,
I guess people really like this map.
Looking at the fixture after this, because that's Firestray's reason. The other two teams, I think those 4 squads are the ones that are competing for those 2 final playoff spots behind Shikigami and Heretics.
Well, game 3 gets decided on Hall of Jalia. The choice of Crownfall. We'll see which team will kick off their group stage 1-0 as we head into the game.
Now, I'm curious on whether it's going to be more like of a change up in draft, if there's going to be anything like going on with basically anything else, right? It was basically the same draft that we saw in both of those 2 games. Yeah, but then you sort of lose out on one of the vanguards. But I feel like with some of this experience, like looking at like a Boohoo and stuff, like it's going to be like the Protect over onto Lunar Snow. It's going to be double bans on Gamut to begin with. So yeah, it's
I really hope team name wins TBH.
Thank you so much. Def Killer 7 for the 82 months. How you doing, man?
Be a little bit more like CC centric and make sure that the 21K like Black Cat can't do as much.
Well, seeing the one-sided Devil Dinosaur makes me worry for Crownfall here specifically, right? Like, usually when we've seen a one-sided Devil Dinosaur, the other team's been able to like lock in Gambit.
Guys, if you don't know what's happening in chat and why there's like 1 week follower mode, it's because of
likely going to lead to
there's been these demons going around
because of how effective the
with chatbots
specifically is
spamming
and like the chain that you can do with it too. So especially because of the dive composition that we've witnessed from the Chosen Ones, they would be I don't know, it wouldn't be the smartest if they didn't ban out the White Fox specifically, because I think that's going to be the prioritization for the backline here, because the backline's been the biggest struggle, right, for Crownfall, is they haven't known exactly where to look specifically for what they can play in. Banning the Black Cat, I respect that though from their end, because we saw how good 21K was on that.
I mean, I'm just curious on like where Crownfall want to go for like the pivot here, because both teams have been trying to.
Yeah, Cat is banned here this time around. I feel like banning 4 supports in today's meta is kind of cooked now.
But both have pulled away from it so often. So it is going to be a Protect onto Lunar Snow here, but it means that it's going to be one-sided Dino right at the start. There's a chance here for maybe Crownfall to protect their own Black Cat here, like potentially
could do that,
the end, because there's not going to be that final ban. But I also do like the Ultron ban on the side of like the Chosen Ones, because this is a very like strong map for the likes of Ultron. You've already gone from Protect onto the Strategist of Lunar Snow. You want to build around it. But yeah, the Jean Grey ban at the end means that they are very much targeting the duelist of the Chosen Ones.
Yeah, I mean, making sure that the Chosen Ones do not have that much priority. And there's the Phoenix Protect that I was talking about before. So having the Lunar Snow, I think, is a good thing for them too. We haven't seen a Mantis ban from Chosen One, so Luna, Mantis, and
Luna is really
potentially
good.
Rocket, who
Watch
knows,
this, I'm gonna
what
show
they
you a
wanna
magic
do. I
trick.
mean, White Fox as well is still available because that hasn't been banned either. And I think because they focused on the Phoenix for the save, that makes it a little bit more difficult for the Chosen Ones and exactly what they want to prioritize in terms of banning. If it is the backline that they focus on here, and yeah, I think you have to get rid of that Mantis because that damage boost on both Luna Snow and Phoenix, especially with how much damage Luna Snow can do and heals, would be too much to overcome, and on Phoenix as well.
I feel like if you're the Chosen Ones, you're quite happy with how this draft has gone for like some of the key areas, but it really is now like a test of like how the duelists are under this pressure, right? Like 21k, you'd still have access to stuff like Daredevil, for example, but you don't have like the Phoenix to sort of play here. You've still got access to like Star-Lord and the Rocket combinations. There's stuff to work with.
Thanks so much for
but it
primer.
feels like just
Thank
some
you.
of these like win
Thank you.
conditions that the Chosen Ones are going to be happy about from Museum and in play. So it's whether they can actually go to plan B and have something planned up there.
Well, we do see the Rocket here from 7 Minute, and I don't believe it is just to give them the armor packs. They've been rocking it pretty well so far for their team. I mean, JDX, when the Phoenix isn't available, as you mentioned, has been playing that Star-Lord, and the composition's been working out great for them, especially having, you know, the team up with the teleport here.
Ni hao.
Groundfall, I'm very interested to see if this is the option that they are going for, or if they're just, you know, having fun with potential mines that they might throw. To
Is that an authentic original?
From that. Yeah, I know Koji will be.
I'll tell you the
Luna
truth.
Snow. I'm actually more surprised.
This is Star Wars
that we
hat.
don't see a White Fox on their end of things either for Crownfall specifically, because you know that team up's so good against dive with the charm being available to both the Luna Snow and the White Fox, and you can cycle it pretty well with that and the freeze. But they're opting for the Rocket themselves with the Star-Lord, and I respect it.
Yeah, I think
I know, I bought in the Star Wars
good
section.
chance to, like, change things around as the Chosen Ones have tried to build around this Devil Dinosaur composition, even protecting the Captain America earlier in the series to make this the Vanguard line that you want to be consistently running. But triple strategists is the main key factor. You'll have some dive to work with like Crazy being able to be on the White Fox, or at least deal with any dives that are coming in from Crownfall with this pressure. But MJD having a bit of support from the Luna, able to put like the be right back teleport into a position that is going to be threatening for the Chosen Ones. They have to try to fight this. They're either going to drop down to the low ground to go in onto these engages, and it's perfect from Coco as he finds two of the strategists in the back line, and a reset is going to be required from Crownfall.
That's a huge defensive effort for Chosen Ones so far. I think the big windfall for them is having that triple strategist lineup, right? They do have the Ultron available to them for the extra damage.
But they're in the enemy spawn, bro.
Use the defense matrix.
What are we doing? Why did Crownfall go so far?
Not being, known as the hit scan player for this team, but doing a pretty good
Was
job.
Magic ever playing pro? Not really. You think if we disable the followers mode only, it's gonna the bots are gonna spam again?
Look from the Chosen Ones so far. The biggest question is, where Crownfall will answer them.
Stomping around now.
Yeah, you can try.
Chosen Ones just keeping somebody on.
Look, I'm happy that they stopped spamming slurs, if anything.
Trying to go for an attack on the high ground. It's going to be flanked behind from JDX. It's more the reset, try to use the low ground as a little bit of cover, but he's got all of that threat looming in above him. Ensog is going to fly down from FHD. He was able to get an elimination just beforehand onto one of the strategists in the backline. Is Crazy on the White Fox is the one to be eliminated. He's going to have to try to leap back into the engagement, but there is a window to work with, and Abuhu wants to carve this out to be a grand opening onto this objective. Progression has been made, and Yan Amplifier is going to be forced out now as the attackers want to really put their heel down onto the throats of the Chosen Ones. Galactic Legend following a little bit afterwards, not quite lined up.
They probably cap, and these people are staggering a lot. That's a crazy stagger by the supports. I don't get it. They killed the cap. There's two people behind them.
Yeah, not many resources having to be used by Crownfall either in that team fight is a big thing. And I think it was just
why are you staggering so much, bro?
Especially because they got sectioned off from.
Oh, they're gonna leave the Ultron. Oh no. No, that's why he hates humanity. That's why he hates humanity. Why you make him suffer? No, he killed himself.
Still available to at least waste a little bit more time.
Poor little robot. What the hell? We don't deserve anything nice.
He's able to find a pick, and he's actually found a little bit more as Crazy goes down. I think just trying to jump in and leap in to help. Tries to go for the Sanctuary, but it's not going to quite work out in the end, which means that Crownfall actually have this momentum working very much to their favor. This Chosen Ones not really using up too many of the ultimates. 21k over on the Daredevil is going to find that focus over onto Boohoo. But
Thank you so much for the primer. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
Immediately the Emma try to catch him out of the sky. CC him narrowly misses, and that narrow margin is going to allow JDX to find that elimination over onto the rocket. Nowhere near having.
When you get a hat, ni hao.
Is going to act as another strategist in its own right, but unfortunately, it's not enough to sustain this engagement.
How do I say ni hao in Star Wars?
I like the swap here for 21k specifically.
Does anyone speak Star Wars?
To the Daredevil, what they're comfortable with. I didn't really like the performance towards the end of that with the Ultron specifically, so now looks a lot more confident on one of their more comfort heroes, and already almost has the Let the Devil Out ultimate available.
They
to
speak
them.
English. Assalamu alaikum, no?
The charm
Marhaba.
the Snow White combo, as you could call it too, between these two. I think it's going to be a good counter to specifically Majin.
Assalamu alaikum. Imagine Star Wars, but everybody's Muslim.
There's a leap in, no, you got Fate both worlds and Let the Devil Out used together. Yeah, an amplifier is going to take a lot of the main brunt from 21k. In fact, it's bought so much like focus that the time duration hasn't really.
May the force be with you.
Groundfall, lots of players.
Here's a little like, let's think about this a little bit, okay? You know that a lot of things, especially like in Bulgarian, for example, like in other languages, like thank you and goodbye and whatever else, like it's a shortened long sentence. Like it used to be longer and then it got shortened. So may the force be with you. How would you shorten that over time? You know what I mean? That's my question here. Bismillah. Force be with you. It's usually shortened into a word.
Which means that Chosen Ones are not going to have the portal play for the end of this map. They're going to have to wait a few minutes.
Oh, that's a rough spot for the Chosen Ones, especially because I feel like they were trying to go for like a counter play to position it a little bit better, and just taking that extra second
force you
allowed the point to be pushed.
Did I
forward.
cook?
So,
force you?
The best spot to be in for Chosen Ones. I do like the change-ups that we have seen from them, right? 21k also allowing them to have vision on exactly
force
where
blast
coming out from Loey and MJD specifically, but even then it hasn't really been enough to change the pace too much, right? They still got the second checkpoint. They have enough, and the cancel on the JDX, the freeze came out, no!
Yeah, an amplifier and the Galactic Legend to just turn this wound into a fatal hit, potentially on Chosen One's
Ooh, Crownfall seems very good here.
So, like, even though the eliminations outside of the picks onto Devil Dinosaur and Daredevil.
Look, now TCO, they have Luna ult, Daredevil ult, Cap ult, Dyna ult. Star ult soon. Start with Cap ult or Luna ult. They're gonna match with Luna or Cap. This guy's dead. TCO win this fight. This guy ults. Don't ult. Don't use ults. Crownfall, don't use any ults here. This is good for them. Lose the fight. Economy in shambles because now we start with Cap ult. Counters with Luna ult. Cap ult runs out. He's on the Star-Lord ult. Luna ult begins. And the only thing they can do here is, they can combo after the fact, and then these guys need to look for kills. Does that make sense? Stop chud maxing. Thanks so much for your one. Yeah, low at Cap ults. Okay, I don't know why he Phoenix ulted, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, they match with Luna ult. They have Luna ult themselves.
It's going to be mirrored from 7 minute, and our Galactic Legend
now they Star Wars ult.
It's the front line that's gone down first though. Devil Dinosaur means it's
crazy, almost has ult. Almost has ult. One, please, please. Big. Kill the people on point. Good. Does he get rest? Good. Good job, team. Good job. W. Now
is covering in
Crownfall.
Chosen One's looking to end the map
This guy
here.
swaps to Strange,
Spray
or
was
this
used
guy
up from
swaps to
Ryan
Strange. Somebody needs to go
Coach's
support
support is
there.
actually gonna have to come in. It was used
DP
up. I
2
don't know if there's gonna be
points.
that much time
They
when
have
got
time.
the
They have
to
time. They have
trigger.
time. They
If the
come
matchup's
back.
gonna
They
be
have
set
Star
up the way
Load.
Aaron
Maybe
Kobe
winnable.
switched over towards the Jeff,
Oh, no
so
TP?
it's not going to be enough
What?
in the end. Crownfall making good
What?
progress here, but we've already seen
Why
that
no
it's not really
TP?
enough as
Do they
Chosen
have
One's
no
gonna have a great
TP?
attack inside here to finish out.
Yeah, we've seen so many
No TP?
chances on this map go down to the final hour, and as long as you get to that third checkpoint, you're pretty much safe for the win. So this is going to be a huge defensive stop needing to happen for Crownfall specifically, and I feel like that's been a bit of their struggle, right? We saw it on Museum of Contemplation where they couldn't stop the other team until like the final hour, but I think that was also more to mistakes that we saw in, you know, composition on the back line and the positioning that we saw from them, the usages of the Ultimate 2, where they've improved tenfold since that last
They
map.
used it at the end of second point?
No.
No, they waste the TP. No, they can't touch point. No.
They likely should have if the Chosen Ones used their ultimates as efficiently as they could have. So Crownfall, they got a lot of, you know, room that they had to grow in between the last map and this one.
Can I get some Prime subs, please?
The question is, will it be
Please, guys, for little poor me. I'm homeless. I'm broke. Please. I'm starving. I'm freezing.
33k
Drop a
healing
primer
that came in
right
from
here.
7 on the Lunar Snow.
Right
Like,
here,
that
one
protector's
prime
done
sub,
quite a lot.
please,
And it
for
means
little
like it's
old
sort
me.
of like the eliminations. Not really that many onto Chosen Ones on this defense, but so much damage trend out from Crownfall isn't quite going into like lethal products.
Yeah, it's been spread across the board, I would say, for, you know, the Vanguards on either team and the Duelists as well. It's not necessarily like one or the other popping off for both.
It's okay. When you see me on the street doing fentanyl, you know it's your fault.
To stay alive, right, in Ignite, if you get in the bottom half of the standings, and that's not just group stages, but also, you know, from the entire overall standings themselves, then you're gonna get relegated potentially. So a lot of teams worrying about that. Every single series matters.
I mean, especially at this point, because these are two teams that have to really like fight for two open spots. They're not in the group of death by any stretch, but it doesn't
Thank
mean
you,
it's
Danny
easy
Boy,
to
appreciate
cross,
tier 1.
Especially for the Chosen Ones who are the newest introductions. I wouldn't say it's quite been a baptism of fire so far this game, because it has been relatively even, but this heartbreak could definitely like sour the taste of stage 1. And if you can't get it quite together in these next couple of round robin games, it could be a bottom finish and you're fighting for relegation. So Chosen Ones have the line drawn in front of them, and now they're actually finding the picks.
That's demonic. They just assassinated him.
Likely be a portal coming through. They just need someone to continue to contest, but unfortunately, I feel
So,
like
can I discuss what I think is the issue here? Are you guys interested in my analysis?
For the portal to come through, and I think the portal's going to be too late here as well, as it goes the last second, and no, it's not going to happen in time.
So,
a bit of
if
a
you
waste
notice,
there. Go to the second checkpoint instead
with
and
this
have
team
to
right
their
here,
heads in shame, and that's been a bit of a struggle here for Crownfall.
they have a Cap, they have an Emma, they have Phoenix, they have Rocket, they have Luna, they have Star, right? Pretty good comp. But the main issue with this comp is that the enemy team has a dinosaur. So this one dinosaur, 1v6. So it's GG's.
That could really make
Wrap it up.
salt into the wound, really put the pressure on, and you could already see that like Crownfall were quite expecting it, looming up into the sky as they absolutely came through. Nobody from Crownfall was in position. I imagine the comms are going to be very quiet and silent right now as the Chosen Ones have taken a very quick point into an excellent first engagement with these ultimates.
I know Koji's going to be wanting that freeze back every single time they replay this in VOD review, because they used it too early. They thought the Galactic Legend was coming out post-haste, and unfortunately it was baited out ahead of
I mean, Crownfall doesn't have enough damage to kill the Dino, so the Dino can do whatever. And because Dino can do whatever in the front line, so can everybody else. Also, their dive is really strong. Oh, that's a crazy freeze. Big eat, big eat, big eat, big eat, big eat.
If they can keep this momentum going, Crownfall, however, have ideas in other areas as it's going to be
Small eat.
to sustain this fight.
Daredevil ult. Oh, the Dino is in. Oh, the Dino is in.
It's actually fine to close the distance when he has the frenzied feast to
Okay,
try
that's
to
fine.
chew up on a Boohoo, but instead said it's a boohoo that gets the crunch onto him.
So on the right side we have the Bulgarian economy, on the left side we have the Romanian economy. Not that much better, but still better. Because they have Daredevil ult. They got nothing. Nada.
So you can
Nothing.
position, you know, use the bubbles
Zero.
for the extra speed
One.
for your divers
Better.
to go in on the back line and everything else. But I think in terms of sustain, it just wasn't enough in that team fight. If they had a Cosmic Iron Amplifier, could have been a different story in terms of using that instead of the It's Jeff, who just has a small, you know, AoE heal that comes from their ultimate. And then, you know, we saw what happened with Majin going in with the Galactic Legends. So awkward usages of ultimates from Chosen Ones and a lot of resources wasted. So this is a good boon for Crownfall if they can keep this hold going.
I would imagine that because it's a lot of the duelists being taken out, that this is a very unique ban line. So some of the coordination with the ultimates is pretty much as you go along. But let the devil out.
What is happening, by the way? Where is everybody? Where are they positioned? What? Chosen Ones are on attack, but Crownfall are on the attacking side. How did that even happen?
With 21k able to find a lot, is trying to block some of this damage coming in. He's actually going to go for the riposte. MJD.
How did that even
Don't
happen?
Even try it, Sunshine. Never mind. Koji gets the pick and then jumps off of the map. So anticlimactic, but Crownfall
Anticlimactic
because it is onto that second checkpoint now.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great usage of the ultimate, right? I think it was a bit of an overextension from Crownfall too. You mentioned they're playing like a different map, a different game, and I think they don't want to be in this game anymore because they are having a tough time against the Chosen Ones, which they might have expected, you know, with this team coming into the last moment together and, you know, maybe not having as much synergy to struggle against them. But it's been no smooth sailing for them. It's been rough waters and a hurricane's coming in.
Bingus. Oh, that's a crazy freeze, but somebody woke him up. Oh, it actually just ended the entire ult. I didn't realize that. Oh my god, the damage. Actually isn't too good for them. I don't like the positioning of Crownfall at all. They're always so stacked together. Now they're playing triple support.
Time to actually go in for this engagement, but it's still 3 minutes, Vodable. There's so much that they have to do to try and hold this. And
also, genuinely, Crownfall not having a Black Cat player is so bad for them. Because they can't abuse that broken character. When you get 50 back, you get 50 back if your ult gets cancelled in Marvel Rivals. Bomboclat.
Oh, that might be an opening, though, as MJD is going to bring the end song to find a pick and immediately gets onto Hasta as well. The Galactic Legend, if there's a chance for Crownfall.
Oh no, they double support ult. No, Crownfall. What are we doing? You Cap and Fox ult one Star-Lord? Are you cooked? What are you doing? Your economy is bad now. What is this? This is pro game. Oh, they've been eating too much radioactive honey. Oh no. Their brain is rotten. Stop eating the radioactive honey.
Whatever you have at the wall to see what sticks, but JDX is able to actually team up with the duelist, find those eliminations, but it's still trading out on either side. It's looking like a 4 versus 2 now for Crownfall. Not enough bodies to try and touch onto the point, and because the spawn doors are so close to where this payload needs to go, portal play is coming in
Very
from
bad.
Protoss.
Imagine if you had support ult there.
The actual weight of this, they're gonna try to
Oh, they
contest it, but
TP to
instead they just wanna
point
get the bodies
now.
on the point. They have a Devil Dinosaur there.
Oh
For God's
no,
sake,
you
loose
TP
charge
bad
off of it, but he's still able
TP.
to touch.
Oh, they
You've
killed
still
the
gotta get
Captain
past this
America.
dinosaur to actually
It's
keep
okay.
up with where Protoss is
Oh, it's
versus
okay.
Team.
Winnable,
As they're
winnable.
currently just down to these 2 strategists. Does FHD has to switch over towards the White Fox?
Crownfall, no ultimates. Okay, listen. Chosen Ones, rescue fast. Very good. Crownfall, no ultimates. Don't die, no dying.
Didn't quite work as well as they would have liked it to. So Crownfall doing everything
TP is
necessary to
okay.
stop this with one last full hold opportunity. The winner of this
Okay.
match is decided here.
Jeff ult?
Now Crownfall have it all to fight for. MJD's built up
Oh
another end song
no,
Inferno. He was the
no,
one that
oh
saved this
no,
defense last
no,
time. Is he able to do the
no,
same thing again? He goes
no.
onto the Jeff,
Oh,
goes for the
Daredevil.
21k on the Daredevil.
Oh,
Coco
they
now
can
taking
TP
the
back.
swings, but
They can TP. MJD go crazy.
in on himself. Like, there's so many people to deal with.
The radioactive honey, they win. PCO won.
Chosen Ones have managed to push it towards the end and get a shock win against Crownfall in their first game of Ignite.
I I feel like if they would have at least contested the point earlier on in that whole minute push that we saw towards the third checkpoint, we would have had a different story and it would have been stopped before it even got to the end.
Crownfall need to learn how to play the cat though.
Around, reverse sweeping the series and get their first ever
they need the cats
victory in Ignite. And what a victory this was, Ryan. I mean, seeing the way
because they didn't have Dino and they had cat open but couldn't play it.
You know, turning things into such a monumental victory for them, where even myself, I mean, in my predictions, I had them last in the group, and well, now they're proving me wrong, and probably a lot of people and breaking their brackets. 11. I mean, that was crazy.
You're a little too honest today. We're not supposed to leak our predictions. I also did not expect this to go this way. I mean, what an absolute banger. And we talked about this MRC team emerging as this exciting new talent, and we weren't sure if they were gonna be punching up Ryan, but man, Chosen One certainly locked in after that map one.
I mean, it was fantastic, really, and I think the obviously the mechanics and the way that this team is played together, I really like their drafts. I really like the way that they wanted to play around this, and it was two very different styles, right? Make sure that we get like a one-sided Phoenix. Okay, we feel like Crownfall maybe will overcorrect and make sure that like
what do you think?
Are going to be taken out. We just make sure that we have the Devil Dinosaur. We play around triple strategist. We stop them from getting Ultron, which basically shuts down one of their major options if they wanted to run triple strategist, and they were able to sort of sit it through. Really, really good performances, and for Crownfall, just a lot of like unforced errors. Certainly with like portal plays, it looked uncomfortable. But 21k, whether it's the Black Cat or the Daredevil right at the end, was a huge help to his team.
44,000 healing? That's crazy.
On your team, Audible, more than ever. It feels right now that it's the race to who can master Black Cat or who can have a strong second.
Huey's carry is always
that
pretty.
Doesn't work out.
Yeah,
She always got that shit on.
We saw, you know, some great looks from the Black Cat and the Daredevil. I do have to give a nod to JDX, right? I mean, they were having to get countered time and time again by the backline of Crownfall and going in against them and using those galactic ledges perfectly. And it really just goes to show, like, this 10 ammo buff that we see for Star-Lord is super monumental in the neutral and building up that ultimate even faster. The amount of galactic ledges we saw from them, I mean, has to be a record on this map or something.
Are they gonna do an interview?
And it was cool to fluctuation happen more in the strategist
Let's
line.
play next.
That's where
Maybe
all
VP?
of the changes kept happening, Ryan. Of
Is
how
Virtus
do you
Pro
deal
next?
with the dive, whether it's a Daredevil, a Black Cat, maybe just a Captain America running you down, and everyone is trying to come up with their own solution to it. Whether it's Loki, Luna, Jeff, like what have you seen has really worked out?
Ooh, I think it's the fact that they're able to be a bit more flexible. Like immediately you could sort of see like, okay, we want to go for like Rocket Loki, go for these Yarn Amplified copies, but it wasn't working, and you still are able to incorporate bits of that. Like Rocket
Guys,
is still
I
very
asked
good,
who's playing
Crazy,
next.
a great performance, but it was like when 7 minutes able to churn out so much like physical healing, it shows like he's able to be consistently in the fight, like very little in eliminations against him. But it also sort of shows like how many final hits was the side of Crownfall able to get in the end. 10 to 12, and then you're comparing it with the likes of like 15 for both duelists.
Fire
And
versus
Coco,
Reason.
He didn't really do a lot of damage in the
Is there a
end.
reason
like
why some teams
15K
didn't learn
was
cat?
like pretty middling. It
Is,
was 7k at the
they were
half.
lazy, lock in.
But still, 12 final hits means that he is in on the characters that he needs to be.
People
and
didn't
that's
learn
why
the cat
Crownfall was
because
sent back to spawn.
they didn't want to learn the damn
I don't want
cat.
to freak out,
That's
Bod.
the
It was
problem.
just the first match for these guys when it comes to stage one. Oh my god, I really don't want to be doom and gloom, but I felt like Crownfall made the roster upgrades, bringing in Protoss and like still just kind of honing in on their strengths. But I feel like that identity is still lacking of maybe just not really mastering a couple of things.
'Cause you
but
can't
trying to be
ban
the jack of
everything
all
right
trades,
now.
And I wonder if that hurt, that kind of being overly flexible could be hurtful to them.
Definitely. Yeah, I feel like because of that, you know, new roster energy that we see from them with, you know, Loey coming into the fold and then Protoss also joining the team, I feel like they just didn't know exactly the strategy they want to do in terms of like the bans and protects. I don't know if it was necessarily lost there. I would just say like not having an answer to this composition, this rush that we see from the Chosen Ones, and specifically, you know, the Star-Lord of
Is there a
Phoenix, it
win
didn't
under
matter what they banned
Crownfall?
out because the duelist lineup just was unleashed every time, regardless of what
God
was
damn it,
available to them,
production.
because
It
they
says
had at least another
loss.
option. If the Black Cat's
Bro,
banned,
this is
21K
supposed to be
can play the
win.
Daredevil. If the Phoenix is banned, JDX could play. the
Oh
Star-Lord
my
for good
god, I'm
reason. You
gonna
don't even
lose
need
my
the
mind,
team up there
bro.
that will
I'm
not
gonna
the team up, the
lose
ultimates
my
that you can
mind
use,
with
you know,
this
with the Raging Royal
production.
Flush and Galactic Legend. It's just good in its own right.
Please,
That's what we saw
bro.
Even with the freezes
Lock
and all the
in. We're
counter-attacks,
getting
it
outmogged
was
by
without a doubt as a
Overwatch.
former teammate to a lot of these members on the Chosen Ones, and I'm sure they're, getting some smack talking DMs amongst each other and having good fun, because they know each other from their region. But yeah, for Crownfall, this is a wake-up call, I would say, for them. I mean, even stage 1 of preseason.
Never-ending issues.
They must win more matches from here on out, and they have even tougher opponents.
Well, looks like our interview is ready, and Ryan will get to check in with someone from the Chosen Ones after this win. Congratulations.
Thank you, the Welsh Dark.
bud.
Appreciate
I
it.
mean,
Thank you.
What
Thank
a
you.
banger of a game
Thank you.
3. JDX, you pulled it off. How was the prep like getting into this match? Did you expect to see so much success this early?
Yeah, actually, we expected that because we're playing too good as a mechanics, but we have no time for scrims. But we still beat them.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, short and sweet, like to hear it. I mean, in terms of, the preparation for you guys, a couple of you have played together on different rosters. You've played against some of these players before. Did you kind of know what the strategy was going to be for Crownfall going into this matchup, or was it more just like improvising since you didn't have that scrim experience against them?
Yeah. Actually, we know that they prefer to play front-to-back comps. They're not good on dive. That's why we was trying to force cap every game. Like, we have the best cap in the world, I guess. So we was trying to force cap as much as we can, and we beat them.
I'm curious on because it's the first time that we've seen a lot of you guys playing in Ignite. Kogo's a really good example, the impact of Captain America and stuff there. What other players would you say are worth highlighting from what they bring to the team? Whether it's the strategy, the drafts, the vibes, who are the players on your team that you think keep an eye on this guy because he's going to be a massive deal in the future for Marvel Rivals?
I think, to be honest, all of them these guys are too good. They don't play scrims that much. I mean, we didn't scrim only just 1 week before the tourney, and as a mechanics, they are too good, too fucking good. They play everything, and they are so good at everything.
Well, before we let you go, you surprised us all. We are so impressed by you, especially and everyone on the team. Do you have a message to all the other teams in Group B as Chosen Ones start off 1-0?
I think just bank up, or we're gonna 3-0 you.
Oh.
Yeah. All right. Drop the
Crazy,
mic. Well, it's a headset, but thank you so much for joining us.
And before
JDX,
getting your
best of luck
ass
in your
whooped by
next match.
Navi.
Congratulations again.
Yeah, thank you.
And before the Navi ass whooping.
I'm already a Chosen Ones fan. All right, put me in the Church of Chosen Ones. These guys are hilarious. Vaughn, the vibes are amazing over there.
Yeah, I mean, seeing the confidence from them, they talked about the mechanics, and that was really what stood out to me on the domination map from the get-go. I was like, okay, they got some good things going for them, and maybe they can turn things around. Domination isn't for everyone, and we saw, during the preseason for Crownfall, Ryan, that, domination was a bit of their struggle. They got the one win on that, but then they gave up everything else.
I mean, that seems to be the way to go forward, but it's Crownfall again, just losing out on a grueling best of 3 against another Saudi team. So it's gonna maybe be bad to worse. They have to get their groups in order when it comes to this, or they're playing for Promo Relo and not playing for playoffs.
Well, we will continue to see what Group B is cooking over there. Up next, we have Fire Strays versus Reason, a rematch from the preseason group stage, and who will come out on top? Well, I guess you'll find out after this.
Wow. Wow. What do you think about that interview, guys? Do you think that was tough? Naked Mag, Naked Cab, Clothed Gambit, Star-Lord, Naked Thor, Candy Thing, Cowboy Mantis, the guy that's on fire, the human Kando.
minute.
A minute? Minute? Meow, 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 meow. Overwatch drops 30 minutes, you get a spray. 1 hour, you get a loot box. 1.5 hours, you get Watchparty spray. You get a skin for Kiriko. You get a Battle Pass tier skip for 2.5. 3 hours, you get a skin. 4 hours, you get another spray. 6 hours, you get another loot box.
But we have another amazing match around the corner.
And then on day 2, you have different rewards.
Versus Reason Gaming and Vaudable. This is going to be exciting because we've already seen these two teams and we've seen them against each other.
We need you,
Guang Guang. They want revenge, right, against Reason. This was one of the marks against their grade card that they had in the group stage specifically, and they might have had a easier run in the playoffs if they could have gotten that victory. So
isn't that crazy work?
Had some roster changes and some woes. They had some loans come out before, so I'm really interested to see what they can do. But Fire Strays, Ryan, I mean, they have a lot going for them.
Yeah, I think this is the interesting case of for Fire Strays, they hadn't made many changes coming out of previous MRCs where they were footballist and stuff like that. They were able to play foot esports, and then they were able to go in and play it under a different name. And then for Fire Strays, I'm sort of expecting them to sort of continue on this middling run of form, but they're able to get through to playoffs and have a decently good run, despite the fact that they weren't playing Gambit. They were really keen on avoiding him, not because they couldn't, but it was just they would prefer to play around some of the other options. And this team is just very relaxed, I suppose, in their approach compared to Reason Gaming Vaudable, where it's been a rocket change of roster moves.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have the loans from DRP and Ballas anymore from that Lunex roster. They're now on a different team, but they do have, Nocta, Simba still here, Rosa joining the fold as well for this team, and Rashed also joining the strategist lineup for them as well. So there's a couple of changes that have happened, 3 of them at least, for this Reason Gaming roster. So I'm expecting, a different appearance from them. They actually have had more time to practice and scrim together, which I think is a good thing for this squad. But I mean, looking at the difference here, Lemon, I mean, what would you say is the main things between these two teams?
It's just the fact that Reason Gaming completely shut them out when they encountered each other in the group stage initially, and the fact that they're in the same group again, this is a mini little rivalry that's happening, but a very different looking Reason Gaming. But man, Fire Strays, like you guys said, looked so competitive. We were not expecting that level of performance, whether it's making playoffs, taking a map off Na'Vi, defeating Peps, going to game 5 against Shikigami, which finished in the top 4. But Ryan, we'll have to see what Fire Strays can do on map 1 Krakoa.
Yeah,
who do you think wins this? I think Fire Strays probably wins, no?
Things from preseason was your amount of domination that you had to play, where you've 33% win rate, 3 wins, 6 losses. For Krakoa in particular, it was pretty even. They didn't play it half as much as say Celestial Husk, which we sort of expect. We always see Celestial Husk, so Krakoa is a nice change of pace. But I'm curious of just it feels very different in their approach. One team is a little bit more reserved, just trying to build on it slowly, whereas Reason Gaming change it up a lot, whether it's going to be enough or not.
We'll see if Reason will get the win over Fire Strays again, or will Fire Strays have enough firepower this time? Let's go to map 1 Krakoa with your casters, Vaudable and Ryan.
I'm wondering what kind of teams these are both going to be, whether they are dinosaur connoisseurs or whether they want to it really is is there anybody that's actually insane enough to go and ban Dino first and have the Gambit be left open on the other side? It doesn't feel like it, not with the amount of experience that these teams have had with Gambit. I feel like the dinosaur focus could be a bit of an overcorrect if they're not careful.
I think a lot of it too is like some teams, if they don't want to play the Dino.
Have you noticed how Rivals has turned into Russian roulette, where you're basically gambling on which bullet is gonna shoot you and kill you? Like it's like Russian roulette, but the entire gun is loaded with 6 bullets, and you can only remove 4 bullets. Does that make sense? It's like a Russian roulette that has 10 bullets in a 6-chamber gun,
depending on the submap, right?
and
I feel like the more open areas, maybe not as
you can remove only 4 of the bullets, and then you choose which bullet shoots you.
So we could see some differences there, but we are seeing the the
I'm glad
Devil
Apple.
ban.
God bless your chungus heart.
Devil Dino save for a reason, so we'll probably see Fire Strays also saving the Dino as we were expecting for domination.
Russian roulette, but there is no roulette. You're just getting shot.
There was that change in EMEA where like teams would maybe go for like Elsa priority, and then I think the reason why Fire Strays
2 dinosaurs
in playoffs when they did is that teams went, these guys don't play Gambit, like we can leave it open.
Delightfully
like,
devilish.
Elsa, leave it open. They're not going to protect it. They're not going to prioritize it. Even if it's open,
Mantis.
they're not going to play it because it's just not really the focus of what
Mantis ban.
positionally. So the first part of this draft, the first phase is.
Are we gonna see a Black Cat versus Black Cat with Dino v Dino?
Quite literally everybody, and then Mantis to shut down some of the options for triple Mantis. But I imagine that Ultron is also going to be high up on that list.
Oh yeah, I mean Ultron specifically, you know.
Luna Snow banned for both teams.
Of this map as well, but Luna Snow I think has been the most banned recently in terms of strategists, just because of that output of healing.
Fox Protect.
Also, if you're going to be playing the White Fox,
ban Cat, ban Cat, ban Cat,
you know, having that White Fox
ban the fucking Cat.
Surprising, we saw a little bit of that in the last map, but I think both teams weren't
ban Cat,
practice as they could.
Ban the Cat, ban the Cat, the Cat, ban the Cat. The Cat.
Yeah, if you're looking at like the backline now, like Close and Sinost have been played together quite literally since All Business, where they were one of the teams to climb through MRC. One of the real like MRC teams that
protect the cat, protect the cat, protect the cat. Don't tell me both teams don't have a cat player. Protect the cat. Protect the cat. Play cat. Cat. Play the cat. Play the cat.
I think this is clever because we saw just how much damage.
Ban the cat. Ban the cat. Ban the cat. The cat.
Yeah,
ban the cat. Ban the cat.
It's basically the Elsa of last meta.
Don't tell me neither of them have a cat player, bro.
Do as much AoE damage with
Is Reason Gaming gonna roll out on Phoenix Dinosaur Cat?
A 275 HP target just with the 1 spark explosion if you hit both headshots with it. So the White Fox one-sided. You can see the prioritizations between these two teams. More backline focus for Fire Strays, more duelist, I guess, in the end.
Don't like genuinely. I'll be so shocked if neither of them have a cat player.
Do we see the Black Cat? Do we see the Devil? Do we see the Daredevil specifically here as well? And we saw how effective that was in the last series from either team. So more curious on what the priority will be there.
This series was the weird one of preseason. Whilst Fire Strays went on a good run into playoffs and beyond, Reason Gaming just changing up their roster a lot with various players coming in and out. Looked inconsistent up until they played Fire Strays, where they absolutely dumpstered them in groups. Is that going to be the same here, or is Fire going to show some of that continued form? It's a pause to begin with, but at least we get to see a brief glimpse. I don't think Demon's going to be playing in the Black Panther, but it does strike.
Wait, Daredevil
like
was also
Demon
open.
Melee characters on Black Cat, I could definitely see him doing quite a lot of work, but his duelist pool has increased more than just
I love these dumbass
Wolverine,
hamster
for example.
emotes.
He has grown a lot as a duelist.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of, you know, the different versions of Deadpool, I'm curious when we'll see the strategist Deadpool come into play. With
They
like
coordinated the shirts? I don't know, bro, but they're hella handsome. Look at these two devilish demons.
OCE on their side, more in like ranked, you know, I know I've seen people on like social media just raging because they have just double strategists with like a Rocket and a strategist Deadpool, but they're almost there. They just need one more support or one more strategist and they'll be a little bit better on their end, and maybe we'll see something like that crazy composition wise thrown in. I know Coach Cuffy now on Reason Gaming, they've been cooking up some stuff for the back line specifically, so I'm excited to see what they come out there with their team. And I do like that, you know, for Reason Gaming, you know, talking about last preseason into now, you know, they did have some great players who joined the roster, but the problem was that they didn't have enough time
Jesse,
to, like,
we have to cast. Jesse, we have to cast.
Towards the end, apart from, you know, the
Mr. White, I want to watch more of Rivals. I prefer Overwatch. Jesse, you don't understand.
This Reason Gaming team can be great. This
is important.
If they can beat this Fire Strays team, then they'll look much better than they did during I think confidently at least.
Jesse!
The preseason.
Ban the
Fire Trace
cat!
Had so much time together. I think it's going to be even more difficult than.
I need to see what the teams are playing.
It's always like hard,
Both teams have CAD
like,
open.
these teams to actually get it together. I think that's what I'm worried about with like recent gaming. Like for Fire Strays, they could lose this series and still like.
Have you noticed how Brian Cranston's name is eerily similar to Winston?
For reason because it was a whiplash.
Brian Winston.
Changes and stuff.
Brian.
So to see Simba like join this team, like he seemed to be like one of the standout new players to potentially keep an eye out on. But then he was pretty much put to the side because Ballas came in as a substitute player for Lunix. And then it was just this kind of like weird in and out, not using him too much, trying to build off something. And then the team was being gutted again. So I do hope that we get to see more like Simba. I almost don't want to count it as like a debut in preseason.
Brian Cranston. Why is he called Brian and not Brian?
So
who added the
I
B?
really just want to see what this guy can actually do up against like a tough team when it comes to their like line of like Sloppo and Demon, who are very experienced.
Why they add a B?
Stages duelists.
I mean, looking specifically at the groups, right? Like, this is still a tough group. It's not the group of death necessarily, like Group A, as we say, or like the group of chaos, I guess you could call it more than anything else. But, you know, Fire Strays. Chosen Ones now showing their fangs in that first series makes me worry for both these teams a little bit more so. I think it's even more competitive than we saw in the last.
Who added
preseason,
my
which
B is a
great,
good
right?
question.
You see teams evolve from preseason into stage 1 as some rosters stay together and some change
The
throughout
bees.
it and try to consolidate the power
The
as
bees.
much as they can. But sounds like we're getting into the game momentarily here
Please.
as well. Just had
Please
some,
start the game.
issues for
Please start the game.
issues,
Please
one of
start the
teams that
game.
they're getting
Please
resolved.
start
But
the
even then,
game.
I mean, this is a must-win in my mind, Ryan. Just as much so as the last series was for, you know, Chosen Ones and Crownfall. Both these teams need to start.
No
off the
black
right
cat
foot.
from
There's
either
not
team.
gonna be
I'm
as many
genuinely
second
appalled.
chances as
I'm
we had
appalled.
in, the
Where is
preseason.
the cat? Where?
Ooh, do we get to see some Elsa from Nocta? Like, genuinely, I would be down for it.
Cat.
Because, no, never mind. Oh no, wait, it is. It's just changing the observer changes where people.
Why
are in the-
do you
in the
not
UI,
play the
which
cat?
I
We
actually
just want to
did.
see the sprites, you know?
Yeah. It was just bait. I was like, wait, he's a dinosaur now. It's like, nope, Nocta's still there. And he is going to be sticking over onto that Elsa. So it's like the more things change, the more they stay the same. Simba's going to be in over on that Jean Grey one-sided, but Fire Strays instead going to play for the more like 2-2-2 setup with Demon on the Daredevil.
Yeah, more of like kind of the brawl style for Fire, I guess you could say, and some flanking ability too, with like Sloppo, Closar also just being able to go in with Damon. For,
I hope the
guess, the dive, more
0.003
specific
cents
focus
per
there,
3
and
minutes
then
ads is
Reason
amazing
just
for you,
trying to have
bro.
all the hit scan
Guys, I
possible
wouldn't
just
be
to
running
shoot
ads
the
if
guy
I was
like
getting
that.
0.003 cents, buddy.
We've already sort of highlighted like Loki rocket combination.
Use your prime sub, lock in.
And a Phoenix to put that damage into, but it does require you to get those ultimates farmed up before you maybe to come through. Simba goes down, but the be right back means that it is going to be instantly into the fray. Fire Strays not having the rocket on their side means that they are sending these players one at a time, Daredevil and then Devil Dinosaur, one after the other before this fight is over. Reason Gaming looking to take the point first. Now it's just a case of getting Rashed and Relaxing Sky all set up with these ults.
Yeah, I mean, already showing how quickly you can build up that ult charge with the Rocket Raccoon because of the changes and like how much damage they can do, how much healing they can output as well, just based on the amount of orbs that they have available. The big question is, will these dives be coordinated well enough for Fire Strays? And we have yet to see it be successful. I think there's a lot of good flanking options on this submap specifically for the Grove, but even then we haven't seen it come to fruition just yet. So they just need one good pick on the backline, then they can really go in and decimate Reason.
Now Simba, I mean, I wanted to see the POV of more Phoenixes because of that. Like, he hasn't got anything going on in and around him, which means that he could just fight from range. But close in the distance is Rosa, bulldozing his way through.
Reason is kind of being demonic right now, bro.
Up in this case. But it means that like Demon
Fire Strays is not even playing the dinosaur. They swapped off.
See just how grouped up Reason are in these
No
sort of
cat,
setups. And, yeah, you
no
might like these
dinosaur.
ultimates, but having a Loki, Rocket, and then a Phoenix just sat on top of each other means that like the Daredevil is going to get more than he bargained for, even with some support from Zenost and the White Fox.
Yeah, I like the Zenost like White Fox support, as you mentioned, like able to use that teleport just to bail their team out. But I'm really curious on how Sloppo will be positioning themselves for this Galactic Legend, right? I think that's
this
gonna be a
ammo is
big
eating
boon for
so
them if they can at least get a pick
many
on the back line.
bullets.
But the problem is Cosmic Amplifier is available, the damage boost, the ultimates of Reason specifically. So if they can't
Yeah,
take
some
out that
teams did
rocket
not
fast, it's
adapt
gonna
at
be
all.
a dire straight for them in this team fight.
There's a Galactic Legend, nothing to be used in tandem, it is just in isolation, but the response is just that Yarn Amplifier, allowing the rest of the team to just output a little bit more damage, maybe taking some of the focus away from Sloppo, and Simba's able to get a pick without expending any form of ultimates. Reason are comfortable right now, as Fire Strays have been tiptoeing around the objective and a team fight for quite some time, and now that they
they use support for the Star-Lord, so it's
how are they
fine.
going to approach it? They want to try and perch up on top of the high ground, but even Slowpo's a bit split on his focus. Ensog Inferno might slam down right in between these players from Fire Strays, just in and out of this hokey-cokey fight. Black Cell's going to be taken out at a really impactful time, as it's going to be the Seduction used on the other side. Yam Amplifier to increase that damage, and its range from fall-off is a little bit stronger too. It's Jeff going to try to eat to pull people away from this engagement, and Kamiho now seeing if the Fox could brawl up against the Dinosaur, but unfortunately it's just basic prey for the apex predator that is Rosa. The cleanup is nice, and Fire Strays just didn't show up enough in the middle of those fights.
Oh man, this is deja vu, unfortunately, for Fire Strays against Reason, right? And I feel like
Guys, I think this will be a quick 2-0.
that they have for their staff as well, just to practice as best they can.
This skin is still crazy to me, I'm not gonna lie.
Too, and figuring out exactly the meta. And I think that's the big difference here, right, between, preseason into stage 1 and the last weeks of preseason as well, is that whichever team
Black Hole is 0-4. He is not having a good time. Thank God they went Dinosaur finally.
Because we've had so much little time.
On the way he's banning Elsa.
The preseason specifically to learn, the new changes with the, heroes, specifically with the Rocket Raccoon, and as we talked about with the Star-Lord there as well, but also just how good Elsa still is even after the nerfs, and so many teams just like not relying on it, which is still crazy to me.
I've been saying that, like, I sort of like, like Elsa was one of the main characters. I would have been shocked if she sort of fell out of the top 5. Her percentage played so far across all of Ignite is in the single digits. She is not even involved in the conversation, so it is nice to see a bit of vindication for a character that is objectively worse. And also switch away from, I think, as Nocta's going to switch over towards a Doctor Strange to go for some triple Vanguard action, immediately taking out Black Sao, who just could not get going so far in this game.
It's tough for Black Sal, especially because they had their ultimate available and they kind of knew where to position so they could take out one member who has their ult available. But the Devil does get unleashed by Damon, and this is going to be a tough spot to be in for Reason if they can't stay alive, but they actually do manage to.
Thank you, Racina. Appreciate tier 1.
Because they got Res, and that Rocket Res Beacon has been a monumental boon for them.
It's been a little bit more to bargain and deal with than you would have wanted. You have got Binary going over towards the Devil Dinosaur too. I think Black Sao came out on it first and then switched over to the Emma Frost. So there was that period of Fire Strays, despite protecting Dinosaur, was not really using him. So now they're at least a Binary over on it instead of the Captain America. You get Nocta now on the Star-Lord. So it's looking very like standard. But Reason Gaming like sticking to this, looking a lot more like planned and prepared for this whole like outright strategy, as Fire Strays just looking for an in and an opening constantly in these fights.
Fire Strays seem a lot more scrappy in terms of their compositions and just going with the flow and whatever they feel works at the time, whereas Reason are more calm and collected and calculated. But we still see the explosiveness of Fire Strays. And
I think Reason wins
that'd
this.
Be massive, but unfortunately Simba is just being the server admin, keeping them at bay.
The thing is, you can't afford to ban Star-Lord because other characters are too OP.
Fire Strays unable to actually cap the point once. Binary losing out in this Dinosaur butting of heads. So now we're sort of watching Nocta switching over. Had an unfortunate moment on this character the last time that they played. So it was a bit problematic when he ulted in spawn, and I will continue to bring that up to the point that he's fine with it. He's used to it. But Simba finding more kills means that he's not going to be too fussed about it. Simba sitting on ultimates, that's the main thing, I think, Vodable,
Wrap it up.
It's just that Reason
who is this guy? What's his name? Josh.
Don't need.
Agreed, observers. Agreed. That's my thought process on Fire Strays.
That's
right
Josh.
Now as well. I appreciate you illustrating that as best as you can there. But Fire Strays, they have ultimates in the bank. They have a lot working for them. The problem is they haven't been able to coordinate as a team so far against Reason Gaming, and they need a win in this next team fight, or else they're going to get 2-0 swept in domination.
There's the Galactic Legend used for Reason to maybe make this a very quick Krakoa domination map to begin with, and you've got the Rampage now starting in from both sides, but Binary, whilst he was
nah, bro, they're all dead.
He gets clapped himself, CC'd and eliminated. Galactic Legend out from Sloppo, looking a little bit more scared than anything, but he's able to find himself a
no fear, brother. What are you doing?
In and out, but it's not going to matter
You're
too much
wanting a
because
Star-Lord with Oath?
it's an out and in case for Nocta to come back onto the Star-Lord. Ensong is going to be used now for Simba to keep sustaining and holding on to this engagement. Fire Strays having enough numbers to keep this fight going on. Hard to know, but there's really a case of stalling it out. You've got Black Cell switching over towards the Strange to see if he can actually portal in as players dipping. It's just now a case of the Captain America of Binary holding on to make sure that this wick is still burning on this defense. Black Cell trying to go in for the retake just in time, immediately having Demon leap in and let the devil out is going to provide some breathing room.
They actually capped this point.
Fire Strays now looking to try to cap the point themselves. If you're Reason though, bank up these ultimates, you have all of this map pressure to play for.
Nobody has anything.
Yeah, I mean, they're partway through to their ultimates. The problem is that they had to use so many resources to try and hold onto the objective and try to close out this win as well. And the portal coming through at the last moment for Demon to ult was the perfect timing for Fire Strays to get their own windfall that they've been waiting for. They were dead in the water themselves and just had no paddle, and we're hoping for a life raft to come through and save the day for them. And well, that portal was just that. But the problem is, will they be able to
Strange
stay on
portal
the
close
objective?
if you swap off the character?
Team
It
fight
does
they've actually
close.
gotten percentage, and they need a large comeback here.
And Demon now looking to see if he can find a good opportunity. He's forced the lamps, the regeneration domain from the Lokis on the other side, and it means that Sloppo actually gets a nice pick onto Rosa because the focus wasn't quite on the front line to keep them sustained. Nocta now is going to bring out this Galactic Legend as the lamps are going to be reintroduced to try and hold on for Fire Strays, as Nost is going to keep his team going, or at least attempt to, because there's too many players gone down. Sloppo now seeing if he could be the hero in
I hate this ultimate so much.
He at least is able to find one, trying to get the pick onto the other Star-Lord on the other side, able to, but it buys a lot of time. And immediately Rosa comes in and slams down onto Sloppo and gets the Nost in the same vein. Reason now having control of the objective to go for the portal play themselves. Not really much for Fire Strays to rely on to get back.
Yeah, it's insane to me that Fire Strays
It's just him alone. He tries to deflect the damage.
are like playing dive, but they don't play. They don't play the cat, bro.
What a win that is, too, for Reason Gaming, right? This is a different look for them, of course. You know, they have their wits about them. They've had time to prepare. And I think, you know, it's similar to any stories, like, which heroes are the best with preparation time. And we see that here, you know, similar to like an Iron Man. But for Reason Gaming, they get the map 1 victory, looking for a similar performance to the preseason. We'll figure out if they can do that after this break.
Like, I feel like if you're going to play dive, you might as well. That with DD would be crazy.
I feel bad for Fire Strays, but this is like exactly what I saw from the scrims.
You are not muted, bro. We heard that, bro. We heard that. Your ass was not muted. That we production. He said he feels bad for Fire Strays, but that's what he saw from scrims. Production is always fucking struggling. I don't get it, bro. Like, I don't get... Like, I get making these mistakes if you just started, like, doing this. But I like... Your ass is not first time in production for Ignite. Like, how do you keep doing these mistakes? It's beyond me. Like, I'm actually just so infuriated with this shit. Yes, they audio issues. They announced the wrong team for winning. Wrong scores, wrong bans, hot miking. Like, fuck. Come on, man. It's not like, come on, bro. It's so easy. Like, it's so easy to not fuck it up. If you have experience. Yeah, put me in charge, bro. Put me in charge. You like the smoothness of Rivals better than Overwatch? Oh, Overwatch is 10 times smoother than Rivals, bro. What do you mean the smoothness of Rivals? Overwatch is so much smoother than Rivals. There's way less shit happening on your screen, which is a crazy thing to say. The abilities are way more timid as well.
Adventure skins that have just come out for Luna, Snow, Hela, and Ultron. At least,
And the performance is better.
Of Luna and Ultron, but more specifically, Rocket Raccoon, Invis, and Loki. At least in this matchup in particular, we zoom back in now to Fire Strays versus Reason, where. Ryan, I mean, the more things change, the more the things stay the same. As you guys said, Reason take game 1, just like the last time.
Oh, guys, what you know what I want? I want a matcha latte. But I'm not gonna order one. But I'm gonna want it.
Sort of seen from preseason already, but it's like the Reason did it like we've seen so much of teams try to go for strategies and go, it's not working, we're gonna pivot. But like Reason,
nope, I'm not getting a matcha latte. Nope.
They were in full control of that. It was only towards the end of Fire Stray started to really bite back, but at that point, Reason Gaming had all of the resources.
I like matcha.
They needed. They could just sit the rest of this domination map up pretty and look the better team like they
You
did.
can't see your own hero skin? I don't really care about skins, so I don't care if I can see them or not.
Looking forward to Reason settling in with a roster and a core that's going to last throughout the group stage and try to make that big push for the playoffs. Like, surely this is the stage for them.
I had faith in the preseason and I was let down, but hey, we'll see if they can not let.
What's the appeal of matcha? I don't get it. That I like it. That's the appeal. You don't like it. Good for you. The appeal is I enjoy it.
Simba did such a good job during that last match.
It's yummy.
We didn't get to see them too much in the preseason. But the Phoenix.
I care about seeing my $20 skin. Just don't pay $20 for your skin.
I think as well of like she can't keep getting away with this, and you get glimpses of watching the Phoenix's POV, and it's just so much room to breathe. Here for Reason, they had people just in and around him, like just as protection to go in from those points, and whilst again it's leaping over onto the Doctor Strange at this point right at the end of the map, it was mostly that Phoenix. And it's nice to see, like, with all of the chaos not happening in the server, whether he's playing a map or not, whether he's playing against Virtus Pro or not, he's still able to do quite a lot, and this is why he was picked up in the first place.
Is there health benefits to matcha?
When we looked at Simba last in the preseason, he didn't come with like this huge resume of competitive esports experience. It was like a lot of this ranked stuff, and we weren't sure what to expect out of Reason. They had a strong start, but then teams like
It's
Fire
grass.
really start to flourish.
I'm at a very cow point in my
think
life.
This is the roster for Reason Gaming to really pull off a strong group stage consistently?
I think it is. I think this is the roster for them, and specifically, you know, talking to Minty, their manager, they're saying that their backline feels a lot stronger than it did before.
Is here a moo?
More cohesion, at least, between this roster than we saw last time, as I mentioned, because they've had more time together. But Museum of Contemplation, I'm really interested to see this be a change-up. Last time they went to Yggdrasil Path, and it was a 3-0 for the victory for Reason Games. So I like this change-up for.
That's like
I'm looking forward to seeing if Fire
charismatic cow.
Up their sleeve. Of course, they have one of the best Star Lords out there. The talent is there, but it's how it comes together that really
fine
matters.
shit.
Series point for Reason Gaming. Let's get into the map.
I'm wondering, like, how much, like, Fire Strays just seem to be the kind of team that just starts off slow. I'm not panicked about them in this group. I would consider, like, even with the Chosen Ones definitely impressing, I would still put these two teams that we're watching over the other two to qualify for playoffs alongside Heretics and Shikigami. That's expected, but already predictions might be broken because of the Chosen Ones. It might be broken here because I would have assumed that Fire Strays would be able to continue that form on, but maybe a new meta means that they're just a bit slow to adapt.
Okay, see, this is what I'm talking about. You know, some teams aren't feeling as confident on, like, the Devil Dinosaur composition, so they're going for different prioritizations, and it's not necessarily, like, you know, the Gambit-sided in terms of what you could play outside of Devil Dinosaur. I love the Mantis save, especially because of the damage boost. You can focus more around your duelists, keeping them, you know, as damage boosted as possible to see if that'll be enough to outduel the other team, and it felt like because of the explosive power of the hit scan that we saw from Reason Gaming was just too much to overcome. So Rosa, of course, is going to continue to play that Devil Dinosaur, but I'm curious if we see more bans targeting that duelist lineup from Fire Strays after that last map.
I'm going to ban out the Luna here. I imagine that there would be a Mantis ban at this point because it's just consistent. Like Fedban Mantis seems to be the way that this has been played out in the end, but just making sure that you get rid of Luna before another Protect can come in from Breezer Gaming is probably the direction that Fire Strays were thinking with that. But yeah, I think you're right. Like, it's going to be the Loki ban out. Like, okay, so you've got, like, Mantis protected. You want to make sure that Loki's not taken out. But it's also, like...
Wait, which DBZ character will I be?
The likes of Rocket found a lot of success from Reason Gaming.
Can I be Piccolo?
And certainly going onto a convoy map, they don't want to set up any more potency from a Rocket composition.
It also shuts down the Loki Cloak and Dagger that we saw in the previous series between Chosen Ones and Crownfall, right? So both of them are going to be leaning towards the Mantis, which means that I think these last bans are going to be prioritized
TN.
Actually towards the back
What the
lane
fuck is
entirely.
TN?
Interesting there for Fire Strays. So they're probably going to focus on locking down. Okay.
Why am I bold?
They can just ban the Phoenix and make it so that you can't enable your Phoenix here. I guess we'll see what they take down here.
Why am I bold?
Like, dive, if they're going to be playing dive, they don't want to have to worry about the boops specifically, or if the Doctor Strange as well, and having, you know, some of the effectiveness
Yamcha.
too.
I want to be a side character.
And here, yeah, Groot does get enabled from the Vibrance Vitality.
I want to be the main guy.
Groot does do really well, especially on
I want to be Mr. Dragon Ball.
I just don't know if I agree with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's also like if you can't go for the Emma, she would have been probably like...
I want to die.
Vanguard option to ban out right at the end here.
What the hell?
Certainly when it's like you've got one-sided Devil Dinosaur, Emma is like decent into it. So maybe it's like Fire Strays wanting to play it around like a...
I want to be John Dragon Ball.
Approach and go for triple strategist, in which case it sort of sets up...
I'm Goten. I have not watched Dragon Ball. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna front with you. I should, actually.
You don't have Gambit. You're gonna have Rocket.
Maybe I should. Goten? Who the fuck is Goten? Goten is the younger son of Goku and his wife Chi-Chi.
A good insight too.
Is he useful?
Actually a really good group player. We saw a ton of that during the group stage, especially when they were playing the Doctor Strange.
Pilaf
wasn't available too with the team up, but it's kind of fallen out of favor based on the compositions we've seen so far. So right now, I think that is a good banning. I think Groot's a decent counter.
That's food, bro.
Especially because you can section them off from the heals that they desperately need to stay alive.
Why am I this? Why am I this goblin, bro? Why am I a blue goblin? Hello?
Yeah, it is Fire Strays.
What the fuck is this?
Claw back on their map choice to see if they can quite survive it, but Black's out protecting that Ember Frost was probably the thing that they wanted to leap forward and go on to anyway. Triple strategists on both sides, but a Phoenix versus a Moon Knight, which we haven't seen that much of so far in EMEA.
Do they have Dragon Ball in English or only in Spanish?
Against the Devil Dinosaur.
I misspoke on that one. The bans are correct. I'm just blind. But it's
wait, are DBZ characters named after food?
Knocked it going down initially. We didn't even see the Adam Warlock work so well in the last time we saw it showcased on this map. I mean, you were mentioning, you know, it's been played a decent amount on inflation, but
so what is Goku?
Full hold comp strategy hasn't been as effective as it was recently because
what kind of food is Goku?
Be unleashed by this Moon Knight.
And Pasuo has actually moved over towards the Venom because he feels that this could be
carrot,
a
potato.
So wants to try to like dive in and sustain this fight a little bit more. Rosa going over towards Magneto. I mean, you aren't.
Kakarot is carrot.
So I guess it's just like an attempt
That's funny.
mitigate some of the damage coming through. Certainly when you got like Moon Knight on a obvious.
That's funny. You like my banks today? Thanks, man.
The giant lizard, but you're not able to touch the point either. Reason Gaming looking a little bit.
Vegeta is fruit, right?
Buckle them under the pressure, and the Moon Knight, especially, even without ultimate, farmed up this defense.
Yeah, this just goes to show, you know, the bunker like break composition that you see, the spawn hold break from Fire Strays is just so lethal, especially being able to get that ultimate so fast, but just the burst damage that you have available after you
what is Freezer supposed to be?
Use your crescent moons to bounce off
a refrigerator?
And nobody can really escape it, especially based on the comp we see from Reason. So rough spot to be in, some swaps coming in. Nocta actually moving off of the Adam Warlock onto the Ultron. Might be a better bet for just the double damage boost on the Simba.
Piccolo? Is he a Pico?
On the first map of Krakoa, changed it up 7-8 times now, as it's going to be the Ultron now in play. Rosa's still dedicating to the Magneto.
What the hell? What is Yamcha?
Keep this attacking side fleeting forward, a record pace on this bus as the payload is started to grind to a halt now. Noctis actually found the pickle to the other side with a little bit of help from the Yarn Amplifier.
Saiyans are named after vegetables. Vegeta, is he like the king vegetable and that's why he's Vegeta? And then we have
but there's a lot of time in the bank for them as the big
Carrot.
thing here. I mean, this is the fastest.
And then who else?
In today on Museum of Contemplation, we've seen a team.
Wait, this show is stupid as fuck, bro. Who named this? Toriyama? This motherfucker has zero creativeness.
There's a lot of ultimates available, and this is a good counter for Fire Strays, using the Soul Resurgence to ban away, I guess, this Rage of Ultron from Nocta.
So Resurgence now, Reason.
Yo, this shit's stupid as fuck.
This defense, at least everything down for the time being. Silent Seduction, no counterattack is in play. Demon is trying to farm up this final judgment.
It's like making an anime and then one of your parts being just named after Italian cuisine. Like all of your characters being named after Italian cuisine. Like how stupid do you have to be?
Consistently on these flanks, try to go for picks. Might have overextended and overstayed as Rosa finds pick. Meteor M would be the first one that we've seen for EMEA from Magneto, because we've seen very little of one of the more common.
Come on, bro. You know that's slick.
But it makes sense when you've got some of the other changes being made.
What are Vegeta's wife and daughter named after?
Having a good hold on here. The pivot and composition seems to be working out wonders for them. Binary now leaping in as Venom tries to take in some of the damage and is able to disengage. Demon set up. It's a great diamond wall actually to try to isolate where this
Woman's underwear.
But there's enough of a gap. It's just now a case of whether Demon is going to use this final judgment now or seeing if he could bait out.
Wait, there. Okay, rage bait aside. There's no way his child is called Bra.
Meteor M coming out so quickly, getting a double onto Demon and Closar is massive.
It was just in an instant, right? Yarn Amplifier gets used, Meteor M, it can generate that damage faster, and it travels a lot faster after, like, buffs earlier this year.
True.
Ground, instant delete from some of these characters, and even with the triple charges in play from Fire, there's just not enough sustain to survive. It's certainly not when there's not.
Oh my god.
In the server to actually
I'm gonna name this character Trunks. He will be my child from the future. He's gonna defeat Perfect Cell. He's gonna defeat the androids.
Do the same thing on SSG before, but Simba going out with the End Song Inferno. They try to get something, but they're not gonna bait any ultimates out from Fire Strays. Is the big thing.
It's Jeff now used, placed down some healing in area for Fire Strays and seeing what it can grab.
Bro, Toriyama don't give a fuck, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Going too far, but there's the final judgment. Better late than never from Demon, but better the devil that you know. He's able to try and get a few.
Boma's mom is named Bikini Fire.
If they want to try and reset, maybe go for one final fight on this checkpoint.
Yeah, tough spot to be for Fire Strays specifically because they wanted to hold on to that ultimate as long as they could. But hey, I think it was a perfect time to use it against Reason to at least force the issue towards that third checkpoint.
Bro, I've not been paying attention to this game at all.
From relaxing, I guess, to push them a little bit further away from this objective.
Ooh, the grab onto Nocta. He was pulled in, lulled in by the sweet tones of Emma Frost, and then grabbed on the throat, and his chip was ripped straight off of the CPU. Fire Strays still
entertaining.
Eking themselves forward. It's not quite going at the same pace as this first objective did, but they're managing to buy a lot of time on the side of Reason. It's not as clean as it was on Krakoa, but you're still gonna take it. There's now 45 seconds left, and a fate of both worlds is
that
the
was
attempt
fast.
to try to get
Oh, where they're actually gonna hold this.
As this defense from Reason has found its absolute footing, and these
nice aim,
combinations,
nice aim.
Even without a low key to get these Yarn Amplifiers working, they're finding so much.
Uh-oh, but the problem is the re-engage from Fire Strays. Yes, they sectioned off, Xenos, but they were just the bait and switch that was here as well, and the rest of them can get a portal through.
Now, there's the portal for Fire Strays. Cutting off these, actual entryways for Reason Gaming, but this is more of like a brawling
Big.
attempt as Ensong is going to allow Simba to jump onto multiple targets and find the picks on afterwards. He's consistently finding them with just a neutral damage from the left click now. The buffs have done him a great service as he's looking like the king in this server. Pasuo over on Venom, though, has managed to stall out these fights for such a good amount
Berserker
of time.
Right!
To bring out the namesake, he's built up a last stand at a very quick pace and leaping Rosa out of the line of sight from the strategists. It means that Soul Resurgence has to be used up and expended, and it's a great time as overtime is in play. The wick is still pretty chunky with how much fire has to work with, but it's now Reason having to like make sure that they don't jump off the point too much. There's so much flowing movement. Everybody's hopping in and out of these separate fights and points, and the Eye of Agamotto's trying to cut off the supports of the team as they're trying to get onto this objective. They're off of it long enough. A great play from Reason with the Eye of Agamotto right.
Do you think they're ever gonna mess with the portal mechanic? I hope they do.
The second checkpoint.
Imagine if they don't.
I mean, playing the Doctor Strange is better, as best as anyone could hope for in that moment. So, not their strong suit, you could say, but they pulled it out when it mattered most. And Rosa hovering their namesake, the Groot we've seen time and time again. Would love to see that potential play. Shout out to Lemon again too, saying, you know, another reason why we saw the group ban specifically onto Fire Strays is because they don't want to play up against the group Moon Knight composition.
I
We
would
could see
like
that from Reason if they want for it, but it doesn't look like they're going for it.
If you swap to Strange last minute, or like you swap
it was very
to
panicky
TP,
for,
you
like,
can't
Reason
TP
with how
immediately.
that first point went.
That's
and
what
then
I.
you see
That's what I would
immediate,
like.
changes to
So you don't
various, like,
fucking just instantly
players
TP to
not only
one.
just changing
Shit's
the
so
hero once,
annoying,
but
man.
twice in some cases, but then sort of landing
So
on,
annoying.
like Rosa being able to play the Magneto.
Like,
you think
I hate overtime
really tough in
TPs.
this
I
meta,
just
and then
hate
you
that
realize,
mechanic.
they don't
I'm
actually
bored
have
of
to
it.
worry
I'm
about the
tired of it.
Lancer on the other side.
I
It's
don't
just
want it in
gonna
the game.
bulldoze right through you.
I want
So you have
to
got
get
that, like, bit of
rewarded
freedom, but then
for
also the
playing
meter in
Strange
combination with, like, Yana
by
and
being
Fire.
allowed to
It's like,
TP
it
if I
really
die
is
first.
How much they can play it around these
Because I didn't swap to Strange. I don't want to watch everybody swap to Strange last second to place a fucking TP. Like it makes this game a baby game. It makes this game a baby game. It is inherently so stupid
heroes are stronger here, specifically
that you can outplay the enemy, play perfectly, manage your ults, manage the economy, win the fight, and still lose the game because the enemy team, because the enemy team TPs back. You killing somebody early on and getting that initial pick loses you the game. That's so stupid. It's cheesy and it's stupid. I hate it. Somebody overextends and you kill them, you win the fight and you lose the game because that first guy respawned in time to TP back to point. Stupid mechanic. It's genuinely stupid. I hate it. I hate it so much.
In the neutral, like Black Soul's been taking so much damage in a lot of these early fights.
Like being able to recontest touch and win this last scrap should feel rewarding. It doesn't feel rewarding because everybody just TPs all the time. Canceling TPs is cool, I'm not gonna lie. But sometimes you just can't do that.
The portal might be a last-ditch effort as well for Fire Strays, right? There was a decent amount of time wasted, but not as much as they would have liked. And the Cosmere Amplifier is just going to shut them down completely. A rough spot to be in, but they need to build up that ult quickly for the Unsung Inferno.
The Amplifier might be enough to sort of push this and eke this over the edge. Nothing else really needed. You've got a Strangling Prison and an Ensong combination to work with. And then that Meteor M. So, like, this one-sided Groot, you can sort of focus it on Blacks out. You can
Also, yeah, people would do more goofy stuff with TP if they didn't have the overtime TP mechanic.
Straightforward, very
like if you couldn't swap in TP.
To try to go forward with this one. And Fire Strays having to hold on this point for almost 5 minutes.
Closing people in spawn is also a dog shit mechanic. Yeah, I agree, I'll be honest. Like, if you don't have a way to count... Oh. Any mechanic that has zero counterplay, like closing people in spawn after you win the fight, is just dog shit. Just bad game design, I'm sorry to say. It just makes the game more baby-like. Like, it's cool to have silly mechanics in the game, but like, add some counterplay to it. There's no counterplay to getting spawned. Damn. Like, reduce the cooldown, but reduce the duration of the TP. That's also a good change, bro.
Sort of like
Like reducing the cooldown but reducing the duration is also a good change. We don't need a 20-second TP. A lot of these things, the reason why they work is because the TP lasts for 20 seconds. Even overtime TP would be bad if it only lasted for 10 seconds. Because you respawn, you start your TP, you place your TP, and by the time the last people that died respawn, they can no longer rejoin the fight. So that's another solution as well. It's just reducing the duration of the TP, but reducing the cooldown as well. So you can use it for more creative plays. Instead of just using it like whatever the fuck they use it for. This will also make spawn trapping much worse.
This is huge for Rosa.
Every game has their gimmick character. It's not a gimmick character, bro. It's just annoying.
Whilst all of this chaos is happening to
There's no gimmick there.
For Reason Gaming, you don't have too far to push, just 20 more meters, and you have some easy ultimates to build off of. But these strikes that are coming in from the Sparks CC'd a moment that could have made Reason regroup a little bit more time consuming and a lot more costly. Firestray's biting up 2 minutes of the time, but still have 3 minutes to go to hold on. End song now, seeing if it can put a full stop at the end of Museum of Contemplation with a loud racket. Rosa, however, using the Strangler Prison almost goes down. No eliminations forced out and no ultimates handy for Firestrays, which means that they survive off of their own accord. Demon has built up another Rage of Ultron, so you might want to use it as the Psionic Seduction is going to come out from Binary. Another Eternal Bond from Relaxing Sky is going to be used before Ultron puts his reign over on the end of this map. More time is being wasted. Nocta trying to see if he can find other opportunities with these flanks as the Yan Amplifier is
No, Strange doesn't need a rework. You just need to change his TP a bit.
But these ultimates stacked on from the Strategists force it all the way back. Reason have used a lot, but they got two strikes.
I hate how strong Phoenix is, but it makes sense because of her lore. What about Scarlet Witch, bro?
I mean, they're having a full reset and time is ticking down. Yes,
Guy with gun is stronger than Scarlet Witch.
I really like the usages of those strategist ultimates, right? They were
Punisher or Scarlet? Who's stronger?
Have more of a forward positioning with their defensive style now, and yes, they don't have as strong of a front lane as they could have hoped for in terms
Phoenix
of
just needs some nerf, no
shield
rework.
vanguards that we're used to seeing from like a Doctor Strange, or even having the walls for group because that was banned outright. I think there's still potential if Black South
Blind Christian Guy or
for this next push,
Scarlet
that could be all that they need
Witch.
to even things out, but it's gonna come down to how Passimo uses his as well.
Apex Predator, we haven't seen as many Glortrox moments, naturally, because we haven't seen as much Glortrox full stop. Meteor M off the back of this Terra Cable, doesn't find an elimination for Reason, but it's going to be used on the other side, broken just in time, so Black House...
My good thing when they have Cloak.
And that's really been the difference maker. Reason Gaming outside of the Ultimates have found key eliminations, and they found 3 in quick succession. Nocta showing...
I like Elsa. I like where Elsa is right now in the game. Ah, let's go! Overtime DP!
And Demon forced to jump through and contest this with the Rage of Ultron. Finds the pick on Rosa and finds some space for the rest of his team to work with, but the end song Inferno from Simba might be enough to try to clear this out. Members from Firestrays are fighting this on, and 5 minutes is brought down to 30 seconds. It might not matter in the end, though. It's eked on to the end. Firestrays having a great hold on this second point, but it's just not enough. Reason Gaming, it's that lightning in a bottle again from preseason, a 2-0 win over Firestrays.
A lot closer map too than we saw in the previous battle between these two rosters.
Mind you lost even though
then,
in
I like the changes that we've
overtime
seen from
TP.
Gaming,
Brother, the fact that you can even win a fight like that is so stupid.
It's not going to take them the entire week, I would say, to adjust and eventually in week 2 turn around their run in the group stages, but they have some things to go home for and work on. I think the big thing is like not panicking in a lot of those moments in the team fights, right? We saw a lot of that before. And Lemon, I mean, coming back into this, I kind of was predicting a win for Reason, but not in the 2-0 fashion like this.
Yeah, Dino should get a nerf.
That was competitive, but also Reason Gaming to come out swinging like that in the very first match. It really shows the level of preparation and just the synergy. You guys kept talking about that coordination, Ryan, and it was very apparent. I'd love to see these Reason Gaming players, this talent, stick as a core and actually still kind of bring that same firepower from the preseason.
I mean, that's what you would want to see, right? I think Rose has come into this team phenomenally as well. Like, he had a good showing of, like, Crownfall. He was, like, all 3 spots as well. Like, it's had to basically hop between teams from every single tournament we had in EMEA. Here, he feels like he's the pinnacle, and I think him switching it over towards the Magneto to find some of those key moments, certainly with the combination with Rocket, you could sort of see that, like, that's where this team really wants their red button.
Oh, does anyone dare complain about Dino when the casting won't change? You can complain about 2 characters, bro. Jesus. I don't get tank players sitting there being like, why are you guys complaining about the dinosaur when the cat exists? I can complain about 2 characters. Please. I beg of you.
Banning what's strong in the meta.
We're not fighting each other.
For Fire Strays and Simba, back-to-back MVP, of course, on the Phoenix. He was roaring all over on Museum. But going back to what I was saying,
is this game finally OTP friendly, or you have to flex like a bitch? Holy shit, that's such a stupid comment. I might just ban you, bro.
I'm just so curious on like the prioritization of like the backline focus for Fire Strays.
I'll be honest, that's such a stupid fucking thing to type. I might just Borba ban you.
Unleashed on the Phoenix yet again, and that seemed to be a big difference maker with, you know, how they're comboing that with the strangling prisons that we saw from Rosa there as well, and then, you know, the meter M's that also came out that you were seeing towards the end there too. Also, like Passivo also swapping to the Magneto. It just seems like going to what you're comfortable with is the difference for a lot of these matchups, and, you know, playing what's meta isn't necessarily always the right answer, I think, is the thing both these teams can take from this matchup, and probably some viewers at home as well.
Yeah, and going to a map like this was chosen by Fire Strays, but Ryan, it felt like it was so open, and it really lends to playing a more front-to-back style.
Hey, for sure, yeah. I think it's also for, like, Reason. They're going to be feeling really good about this one, too, because it's like, yeah, if you don't want to deal with a dino, you could just ban it out. They protected it. They didn't really need to use it, frankly. Like, they could just go into a draft and ban out Devil Dinosaur.
66.7 accuracy on Phoenix is insane. I just want to say that.
Work when a character like that is taken out.
Like, Simba has
Even with the likes of,
50%.
like, Black Cat and Daredevil being available, we only saw, like, bits and pieces of it from Demon with the Daredevil over on Krakoa. On a map like Museum of Contemplation, really was just this like front to back style, the triple strategist. You've got like the Ultron focus that came in from Demon, and like the Mantis protects for Reason Gaming to sort of play around with it. They've just had so many options.
You
to
might
work
be
with
cooked.
that, like, it's going to be hard to deal with drafts going forward without just relying on like Dino.
Yeah, and just the strategy. We were wondering if we were ever going to see Elsa again, and Vaudable Nocta came out, and especially with how chunky the Vanguards are these days, Elsa has to be on the menu more.
Are any of the launch characters even good now besides Star-Lord and
the main
Luna?
reason why they were able to win at the end there too. But it sounds
Groot,
like we have an
Hulk,
interview here, Lemon,
Strange.
a good old friend of mine, Minty, so I'm excited for this one.
I'm excited
DPS,
too.
Star-Lord,
Every day we get
Psylocke,
hello to the back room, so
Namor is fine.
congratulations, Minty. What a banger for your first match, and you know that revenge match still goes your way against
Like
Fire
half the
Strays.
roster.
You know, how proud are you as a manager for this team?
Extremely. We've been working so hard. We had it's no secret, we had a really disappointing preseason. But it didn't go the way we wanted to. We've made a few roster changes and we've swapped some things around, and well, here we are. We're really pleased, and I'm super proud of my team. We've got players making their Ignite debuts today. Rashid especially this is his first ever Ignite game, and you know, if you look at the predictions, I mean, if I was watching the stream, 80% of the viewers at home voted for Fire Strays to win this. Just because these players aren't necessarily the most known people of all time, that definitely doesn't mean that they're bad and can't compete. And I'm super pleased my players got to show that today.
Wow, this guy is a wordsmith.
I mean, talking about that specifically, you know, a lot of people not expecting too much from Reason Gaming after seeing the performance in the preseason. What is the goal, the kind of bar that you guys are trying to reach?
Cyclops Squid team up would go crazy.
We want to win. I'm not turning up to get...
Who would Cyclops have a team up with, by the way?
We want to win. What's the point of turning up if you don't intend to win?
Wolverine?
What is the
Are they
anyway?
besties?
We're gonna win everything. Like, it's gonna be, we're gonna be sitting at the top.
Emma?
It's gonna be so good.
Or Phoenix?
What does that even mean, right? It's like, no, I love those guys. I'm only kidding. But we're here to win. Like, we're not here. You know, we've tried our best today. We're playing some stuff that maybe other teams they don't expect.
His wife?
A lot of the players on our team we've come from all over the place. And you know, we've all turned up with that one.
Wait, is he a mutant?
To win.
Are you telling me
it's going to be really good? You know, we're doing our absolute best to do
he's,
that.
he's
Everyone's giving it
mutated?
100%. We're trying super, super hard.
Are you telling me it's not
we're
normal
doing
for
and
people to
putting
shoot
time into
lasers
it
through
every
their
day.
eyes?
I've never been with. This is the most locked in a team I've been with has ever been to win, and I'm really glad we got to show that today.
Can you talk a little bit, like, you've got the sort of proper debuts, I think, of like Simba and Rashid, but like also relaxing Sky.
Not
and
lasers,
Rose
punch
coming into the
energy.
team. Like,
I'll be honest, I read up on
brought in
punch
from,
dimension and punch
Crown
energy,
Ball
and that's
and, like,
complete
Sixteen
LARP. I'll be honest, the most boring explanation I've ever read in my life. There's this alternative dimension where everything is energy that like is like punchy and kinetic and like and he shoots them and like just make him shoot lasers, bro. Fuck. Fuck you mean punch dimension?
They both come from Crownfall. Relaxing Sky was actually set to join Crownfall as well before he tried for recent gaming and decided this is where he wanted to go. So you know, these players, have joined our team, and they brought just a wealth of knowledge and experience. And one of the reasons we really wanted to play with Rosa is because he's never been on a team with any of our players before, and it sounds like such a small thing to look at, but Rivals is a game with all these different experiences that kind of bleed into each other and lend together. And having a player that has all these different opinions because of that helped to expose us to all sorts of different ways to play the game. And when we're taking advantage of opportunities to review fixtures as regularly as we are, having these different experiences is so helpful in the learning process. And I think we've shown that, you know, some of these players that you've just seen win today were some of the lower rated players individually at the end of the preseason. They've all had the opportunity to compete, having the knowledge that they've gained from this. And we've been together for like 2 weeks with this roster. We've got at least another 2 of stage 1, right? And, you know, it's only going to keep getting better and better and better for us.
And I mean, it starts off pretty damn well. What a result. And it's so incredible what you were able to do with this team with all the different levels of experience. And thank you so much for your time, Minty. Congratulations again. We cannot wait to see Reason Gaming very soon.
Yeah, thank you so much. And you'll see us a lot more. Oh, okay.
It's like the Oscar music. We like need to play Minty off sometimes, I swear.
Our bad with a bit of a delay there, but we're not going to delay anymore because we have more matches around the corner. But I just got to say, Vod, I now I understand why you love Minty so much.
He's great.
He has done so much with that team.
Yeah, I mean, shout out Rosa the Doza. I forgot to call him that during the series, but I mean, a great job and so much insight too from Minty on the roster. But I mean, Levin, it's been great. Ryan, it's been great to have you here and cast of you as well. And I'll be taking over the host role in just a sec as well.
Yeah,
I'm gonna show you a punch dimension.
On the mic. We have 2 more matches to go. Up next, Virtus Pro versus Pulsar, their first match of their group, and we'll see how things shake up after this.
Oh, this is gonna be a slaughter, bro. This is gonna be a slaughter. But I'm excited to see what Virtus Pro plays. Oh, is Crisis playing on Pulsar? What's the chance Pulsar wins this, bro? Hit the gym, please. Me? She said hit the gym to me. To me. To me. What? Look at this, bro. Look at these calves. This is state. It's water, bro. It's water.
Welcome back, everyone. We have the Lemon Leg Day duo to close out the show, and we had some very entertaining first 2 rounds to start off the day strong. But we have 4 matches that we'll be playing, 2 more remaining, and we have a pretty good one coming up here too. Virtus Pro facing off against Pulsar. I mean, Leg Day. There's a lot to overcome, I would say, for this Virtus Pro roster for the first time in a while.
Yeah, like, the main thing we're going to have to overcome here is definitely going to be the Pulsar rebuild, which is very different coming through from what we saw in the preseason. It seems like in preseason, Pulsar couldn't quite find their footing. They're a little bit more of a newer introduction into the scene, and putting together their roster was a little bit difficult.
Nope.
But speaking about Virtus Pro, Lemon, you see a lot
You
of
don't get
here,
to
right?
watch Lemon Kiwi because you guys are mean
you know,
to me.
I think we recognize a few of these names, guys. What do we think? I think, well, Virtus Pro looked almost perfect, pretty much flawless in the group stage, in the preseason. What was most important is they are meta-proof. They were unbeatable. You just couldn't ban against them. And then we heard from Nevix during the playoffs, once kind of Virtus Pro fell off a little bit, that they felt like they lost touch with the meta and really perfecting their ban phase. That is what's most important to these players. And they're usually able to secure the comfort picks for their duelists, and that's going to be the highlight for Virtus Pro.
And when it comes to comfort picks on the other side, like, Crisis might be out of their comfort zone here on Pulsar, because Crisis has made a role swap here of Audible, which has been very interesting. He was one of our premier hit scans in probably the entire world, as we saw at World Finals when he was playing for Na'Vi in that Punisher/Winter Soldier role. A little bit of a Phoenix play as well, but coming up as a strategist on Pulsar wasn't on my bingo card, but is incredibly interesting as a potential ace in the hole.
Yeah, I mean, they have experience against this Virtus Pro roster. They're the main reason they were able to actually get a map against them in those grand finals. So I'm excited to see how they do. Blur also coming over across from Space Station, DRP, and Ballas.
Oh, they got Blur,
from the Reason
DRP?
Gaming roster, but they were on Lunex together with Crisis before. And Twisty
was
a sub,
they changed up the roster completely. That's
from
crazy.
Shinigami, and I've heard some great things about them. And Sapatic and Lapis Stolas also coming back too. So, you know, this is going to be a really grudge match, I would say, between these two squads. And this first map is going to go down to the wire, because I feel like Domination Leg Day has been the map that Virtus Pro have struggled the most recently on.
Like, not just recently, but historically as well. Virtus Pro, their weakest map type was always Domination. Like, all the maps they lost in, like, the first half of 2025 were Domination maps, it felt like, apart from one Spider Islands, which we will not talk about again. T'Challa is going to be randomly chosen as our first Domination map here, so all's fair in love and war. There's a lot of different geographies here to try and allow for both dive compositions and some heavy poke.
Well, we are getting into our first debut matchup of Stage 1 for Virtus Pro, the current world champions, but not the winners for the preseason, looking for a rebound themselves. And so are Pulsar, last in their group, but needed to turn things around. And what a win it would be against the world champs themselves. We'll see if Crisis in his new role and the rest of the roster can turn things around.
What's the chance
Pulsar
takes one map here?
Fan phase should be coming up soon between VP and Pulsar. The question is, Lemon, as we look in towards the debut for both of these rosters in like a newly minted season, where the preferences are going to be. Because, like, for me, when it comes to Virtus Pro, they do like taking their Vanguard versus Vanguard matchups, and it feels like that's what Devil Dinosaur was born and bred for. So maybe
Dino ban Luna protected for Crisis, because Crisis a one-trick. Wait, Gambit? Oh, they wait, they could have protected the Dinosaur.
And it's very
they choose to protect Luna instead, so no Gambit, no Dino.
Emma, the Captain America, there's some Mag, there's so many different team identities that are beginning now that are going to develop even more as the Stage 1 goes on. So I think this is going to be such a great time for someone like Finzi, but does it warrant the ban? That's why I said Virtus Pro are meta-proof. When you ban the Vanguards, then you can't just let Sparker run Star-Lord, Elsa, whatever he wants, and Fi is ever so flexible. He'll learn anything you ask him to. So Pulsar have a lot on their plate in terms of the homework, and right now it's a one-sided Dino affair.
Yeah, the one-sided Dino, the Black Cat being taken away here. That's probably a respect ban towards Fi. who we would assume to be the flex who goes over the different melee duelists on Virtus Pro, often plays the Wolverine and the Daredevil as well. White Fox being taken out as well is probably good. They got the simultaneous ban here on the Black Cat, and that means that Daredevil now has to be the pivot, knowing that, hey, Black Cat's out, we can't let them take away both of our premier melee duelists. We've got to make sure that this is protected for Phi. And this means that Virtus Pro might be turning up the tempo a little bit here. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Jeff or a Venom or even a Cat ban. Oh, Ultron, interesting.
Yeah. I've just seen a lot more success from teams that target the Virtus Pro duelists. And I very much agree with the Black Cat, because what was unique about Virtus Pro is how good they were at Psylocke. Well, a lot of things, but especially the Psylocke, and I feel like that's very transferable to the Black Cat playstyle of dashing around, being elusive, being invisible, being annoying. And Sparker was so amazing at being annoying and winning at that. So I think that could have been a really strong hero for Sparker at that time. And we still don't know what is going to be the Virtus Pro strengths going into this, because Elsa's very much fallen out of the meta, and that was Sparker was #1 in the world at that.
Okay, Captain America going to be the last ban taken away here from Pulsar. So we might see a Venom come out. Equally likely to see the Emma Frost. Emma Frost definitely has been resurgent after her buffs in Season 8, after, you know, taking a long cat nap for a couple of seasons, after being essentially Thanos for a while and receiving nerf after nerf after nerf until eventually she was buried under the ground. But now it does seem that, especially with the prevalence of Devil Dinosaur, who can struggle into
does Pulsar have a cat player?
Damage a fully charged Emma can push out, that things do get a little bit more difficult.
Kick off on Burning T'Challa here on the Imperial Institute of Science, where it has that giant pillar in the middle, but it's very, very open. So this can be a little bit of suffrage for the Vanguard players, as a Vanguard main myself, but really who could suffer is Pulsar, depending on how much time they put into really practicing with this newly retooled roster. Virtus Pro, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And some people may have said that they looked a little broken and not in a good way in playoffs, but VP went flawless in the group stage of preseason. And I feel like we're all forgetting that. So let's see Virtus Pro back on the hype
Triple
train.
support with Venom Emma.
Virtus Pro
and Elsa.
Strong as our reigning champions of the world, although
no
not
Phoenix.
Currently in EMEA. They've got the speed up as well coming through, courtesy of the
No
Jeff
Phoenix.
It's one-sided Dino, and
no
man,
cat.
is he ever. Has his own sustain. It's really going to act
Wrap
as
it
an
up.
anchor. You're going to have a kind of a hybrid style of the Captain America is going to be on off angles and harassing the backline, as you can see that Finzy's already trying to do, but the Venom has already marked him, and VP are looking to cap first. Pulsar have to step up.
Also under a lot of pressure here. That corrosive detonation is going to make sure the Crisis one's on the other
Okay.
side, with the Ice Arch just cleaving through both heal and damage. It's going to be the next to fall, and Pulsar, hello, welcome back.
What the hell?
Yeah, what a big fight win. Pulsar playing very reactively, making sure that they just don't really rush things, especially with an Elsa. You're
Map
gonna
1
do that
Crisis.
percentage health damage, so focus on warding away the Captain America of Finzy, and then see if you can chunk down
I'm not
Nevix,
their
'cause
water
again,
boy
this
anymore.
point is very exposed, not a lot of cover to play around or corners to do, so Pulsar will be front and center at the choke point, looking to make as much space for Ballast as possible. But now Sparker
Bro, I'm gonna
has
shit
made
so
his
much
way
tomorrow. I've
around,
eaten
and
so many
also
spicy
is
peppers
getting
today.
harassed himself by a Venom.
It's not gonna end good, bro. Hello, casters? Production? Production? Hello? Oh my fucking god, bro. Oh my god.
And we'll see what happens as Pulsar. I'll get Leg Day back in a second. My bad, guys. But I don't know. We'll see the piece of the abyss here very soon for Blur, who's just been constantly on top of VP, marking Sparker, who has the Galactic Legend, but Fire's already missing. So Pulsar, 6v5. We're giving it to the world champs of VP, having a bit of a slow
Bro, is
start, but
Pulsar
it's
gonna
how you
full
finish
cap
that
first
matters at this
point?
It's looking like it might just be a 0 to 100 comeback. Galactic Legend now in the sky from Sparker, as Pulsar are out in the open. There is no shelter
my
from
Sparker
the
locked
storm,
in.
and Sparker just finishes off
Pulsar didn't get a
everything
single
that is
support though,
served to
bro.
him on a silver ladder. And for the first time here on the Imperial Institute of Science, Pulsar will fall to their knees and VP will claim the point. Still think there's quite a gap in the score to catch up on, but fairly economical if it only takes a Galactic Legend to win that. Now imagine when you throw a Feast of the Abyss into the mix, and Nevix on the Venom was so suffocating to watch in that preseason. So all eyes are on Ballast on how you could be as threatening as possible as basically the main Vanguard shredder, if you will. A lot of straddles though for Pulsar to mitigate some of the issues that could come out of VP, and now here's the Feast of the Abyss, but the Soul Resurgence gives enough of a cushion to Pulsar, who not
they
only
swapped off
live,
the dinosaur, yeah.
but thrive even. Look at these punishes onto Virtus Pro. They drop two as soon as they dive, and the
back.
poke at a distance takes care of Sparker, who's now on the Phoenix.
Wait,
and now
Pulsar is actually playing so well.
VP will have to give this up. Nevix is trying to squeeze out everything he can, and now you have the invisible boundary.
That's crazy. Invisible boundary there just to try and save Nevix. Saipe inside might be control, but the healing inside of the invisible boundary should be enough to keep them content for now. Going under the map, Tridro tries to grab up both allies and enemies. It's Jeff towards the edge. Ballast knows they can't quite finish that one off for now, and DRP is going to be falling towards Terra Firma as punishment for that.
Wait, Ballast is actually crazy.
And Fincy dreams of keeping this one contested. There's so much damage that they have to deal with. Nevix taps in to try and deal with it for now.
That has 30% win rate in Ignite.
The joyful
stream. That's true. Maybe like from EU games, what I saw, like a lot of teams that played the Dino has won.
Need to try and secure the objective.
Now Pulsar exhausted of ults, and now the final portals do come in. Overtime in favor of Pulsar. Sparker exposed, and you see Nevix trying to bail him out.
I think it's also map dependent.
Fi is also on the Strange, but he's finding himself behind the portal. It's just Soul Tactics, but now you got the Apex Predator claiming Finzi.
The Apex Predator is a big pull here from Ballast. Still, Saipe has plenty of space to work with, falling low. Here's the Venom, and that means Sparks are easy to build up. DRP isolated, could be taken out.
You think people are just not good enough on the
Dino
yet, and Dino comps?
Drudro's fallen down in the back. It's all coming down to Saipe now. Fincy's out of LOS. Needs to retreat.
I think Dive is just really good.
Woman, but Twitzy is quick on the trigger when it comes to chasing them down. Nevix
Pulsar takes first, guys.
And VP lose their debut domination round in our season.
That is insane. Talk about a snowball. I mean, first Pulsar just played reactively. They played so far back, they knew that they had
okay, boys, who voted for VP?
And if you deny those off angles, you're gonna see Finzi
My
coming.
fault, I didn't
and
do
if
nothing.
it's not him, then it's Nevix. Pulsar had the Elsa, who's just gonna be a Vanguard shredder, as I said. And not only that, you have a brawler like Fi, and if he's not perfectly synced up with his Vanguards, then he's also gonna be very exposed and paid attention to, and not in the ways that Fi
I think this map is just bad for the dinosaur, I'm not gonna lie.
One that fell early, Pulsar
Never mind, they're going back to the
what they wanted
Dino.
in these early fights, and then reclaimed the space and basically owned it up until 80% plus. So VP, it's time to wake up and smell the coffee. We're on Stellar Spaceport.
Oh, I
We
want
better
more
see them
coffee, bro. I love drinking coffee.
Beans in the
I need a coffee
and the
sponsor.
caffeine do be flowing. Virtus Pro. Once again, looking out with the Devil Dinosaur here. They prioritized it heavily.
You know, I
in
used to
their
not
draft.
drink coffee until I was like 20 or 21.
Sparker found something other than the Star Lord wanting to just play that distance battle and contest.
I think I started drinking coffee when I was like 22 or
Pulsar
something.
switching it up too with the Emma, and the poke phase so strong, especially when you have Fi on the Mantis. But is it enough for them to start stepping
No, I
forward?
drink
You have
black.
the Divers of Pulsar right
I
behind
drink
VP.
espresso.
Already having forced that rejuvenation domains as well from Lapsi Subtilas. Almost has the God of Mischief ready to go. Ballast notes the approach of Fincy, getting onto that catwalk.
Question here, actually stupid question. Does matcha latte consist of only matcha and milk and stuff? Like, do they subsidize? Do they just put matcha? Like, is there coffee in matcha latte? Oh, that's crazy.
It's a fully soft dinner.
That's crazy, by the way.
Two manti, by the way. I don't know if that's a plural of mantises, but Lapsi
Mantises.
and the other bugs will be squished under the foot of VP.
No coffee.
Incredible, and
Interesting.
sort of a different strat line. I guess I'm not used to seeing Fi on the
How
third
strong is
strategist.
matcha
This was a
compared
team
to
that relied
coffee?
so much on the double duelist, and how can you blame them? Now you have the damage boost onto Sparkers.
Hey, I'm not afraid to ask stupid questions.
Going, and Tridro run an ultimate. It didn't even come down to any damage. It just came down to a hungry shark, and VP hungry to force the round 3. Now you gotta be
Interesting.
careful of cover though, because the Psionic Seduction from DRP could lose a lot of value just based on the walls and the structure of this point.
Match and the
All
shoulder
eyes are on
espresso
Blur on how he puts pressure
have
on
identical
Sparker.
caffeine levels.
Blur feeling the pressure himself right
How
now
much match
from
are they?
Sparker. The damage boost constantly applied to this Phoenix really is making him a tricky customer, as of course every direct hit has been buffed in Season 8, and well, Pulse is starting feeling that brave right now when faced with this damage. Never just wars them away. A little bit of prehistoric pounding that was given over, but Pulsar's safe disengagement means that now they have an opportunity to move forward.
A lot more safety.
I hate
for Nevix
energy
on the
drinks, I'm
Dino
not gonna
going
lie,
unprotected.
guys.
The Psionic Seduction from DRP is
Not
trying
a
to drive
fan.
the strategist
Not a
in,
fan.
forcing Sparker to end Song Inferno.
It always make me feel like
Crisis
shit.
with the fate of both worlds just in time to bail out the team.
I just feel
Blur
horrible
needs those
after drinking an energy
resources,
drink. I
and
just don't
Pulsar
like 'em.
Surge to try and flip the point while Nevix isn't there, but he steps
Like, I feel
forward,
like
he
my
needs the healing.
lifespan's
He'll get it,
decreasing.
VP will stall.
Back and forth exchanges, one after the other, but now Ballas has to TP away from point as fast as possible. Nevix
I don't
holding
like-
it down on the corner, out goes the
don't
glass
like
trucks.
him.
Will anyone be
Don't
caught
like-
within? It's more is the question. Seems like maybe
Like, I
two
might
are
drink
dragged
it
elsewhere, but Spark is
occasionally,
still
but
standing on
I
business.
also find them
Nevix
too
been
sweet.
taken down.
And I know you have
Blur
zero
finally gets the
sugar
dark
monsters, but they
desperation's
also make me
exactly
feel
where
like
they
shit.
need to be.
I think
And
Red Bull
Pulsar
is alright,
please.
but again, I don't ever desire to drink energy
So far,
drinks.
so good, but Pulsar feels like Mount Everest
No,
that you have to overcome when it just takes so many ultimates, strategist ultimates at that, and that's the advantage that VP have. We'll see what Saipe will want to
Saying
copy.
VP had
There's
Gambit
a lot of
crutches is
options
crazy
there.
considering the fact that they were so dominant
Quincy
even
also
before
making
Gambit
sure
came
to
out.
just keep as far away as possible. You don't want to be run
What's
down
happening
by
in this
things.
game?
I really have liked Pulsar
What's happening in this
spacing.
game
We'll
is
see if I like it
Pulsar
at
are
this
locked
point.
the
Nevix
fuck
has claimed
in, and
one.
VP is locked the
Ballas
fuck
on the
out.
angle could be in some danger. The shield throws going out for
Never
Sentinel
mind.
strike. Strikes true with Sparker there as
Yeah,
the
they
second
lose this-
Saipe is
Pulsar
made it
loses
onto
this
the
fight
point
because they
now,
have no
taking
supporters.
over the Mantis duties from
I don't like
Fly
that Venom
temporarily
ult.
off the back of that
Not
goal of
gonna lie.
Mischief. But now Blur is just having so much troubles. Caught within the jaws of the dinosaur, and he chews through symbiote and flesh alike. Those teeth tear through everything. VP now one fight away from claiming the spaceport.
And that means Pulsar
Usually
are
he's
going to
gonna
have
hit
to
a
fight
big
on the
ult here.
point soon. And guess
If
who
I
has
have to
an
be
ultimate?
real, I
Guess
feel like
who
Pulsar
could win it
should
all?
farm the
It's
rules forwards
Driedro
from
with
VP
the
and lose this
Inst
point.
Jeff. At least you have Diamond form. You maybe can be CC immune with the Groot. This is a Hail Mary play for Pulsar, hoping that someone is going to have to touch it a few seconds. They tried to rely on picks, but you just have to focus down this Dino, who's going to be the ultimate anchor for VP in this potential final fight.
Just giving Ballas time, building up towards the Ensong Inferno, but Spark is going to be able to match it, and the prehistoric danger of Nevix is approaching. A lot of healing cut off, courtesy of the Ironwood Wall, but now Blur's going to be isolated. There's nothing to stop him from being CC-able.
Ballas
As you
ulting
see
this.
Driedro go for some of these eats, and attempt to try and shut it down straight
Oh,
away. off the
that's
back of the
going
Ensong
good
Inferno.
for
The
them,
LP there as
actually.
well with the Carbon Crush. Blur isolated from the rest of their team. Up comes the Ironwood Wall to
Sparker
try and cut
ulting
off any
this,
follow-up
it's
that might be
over.
coming through on the other side. Down goes the
Oh,
Ensong
they
Inferno, but it's
broke it, they
taken down.
broke
Sparker
it.
can't hit Terra
Wait.
Firma, and Vinci still thinks it's winnable.
Pulsar
Out
is
comes the freedom
locked the
charge.
fuck
Democracy
in.
reigns over this point.
Pulsar
All
is
they get to
locked the
choose
fuck
to survive.
in, bro.
Pulsar seems to be opting into it so far. What a save
They're
from
Dio.
Fly. The follow-up's there as well. It's Spark around the outside, and soon the Groot will be falling down. He's weak to fire damage.
Even if
He's
Pulsar
grasped.
loses it,
they can't
VP
stick
use
around
every
the fire
ult.
jump for long. Vinci disengages, moving back to the remainder of their team for a momentary pickup of HP.
You can
off the
break
back of
Phoenix,
Saipe,
so question
ready to
mark?
go with the God of Mischief.
Quark.
Oh, no touch from Pulsar at the
Yes,
very end. The
bro.
portal not getting there in time. What an absolute bloodbath. From, like you said,
I don't know
shutting
if you play
down,
Rivals or
killing,
not.
or
yeah,
eliminating
you
Sparker in the
can.
middle of that Ensong Inferno, but then you've denied the Apex Predator from Pulsar's side. And Nevix has been so good at absorbing
I'm just surprised they
all the
managed to break
pressure.
it
That
there.
is exactly what Dino is designed to do. Eating the Psionic
No,
Seduction
somebody
from
redeemed
DRP,
timeout for
kind
Quark.
of commanding a lot of the attention. And Nevix is able to just
sorry, Quark.
live forever. I don't even think Nevix had a single casualty on Stellar Spaceport.
I'm sorry,
and that's
Quark, I
gonna be
need
the
time to
beauty
go
of
out for
having
5
a
minutes.
one-sided Dino. All eyes are gonna be on how you can kind of cut off the resources of the Dino. At least in the initial stages, that's how people are figuring out how to counter a Dino, and at least in a situation where it's a one-sided Dino. But only one warrior will stand above here on map 1. We go to Warrior
did
Falls
Quark
to
self-time
decide
out?
who goes to series point. And when VP have cover, when Nevix can
He did it
play
himself,
with spacing a
bro.
bit better, VP look like the better
He
team.
self-timed
We'll see how
out.
Pulsar will pull this off.
Saipe. Over on the Loki, this has definitely been a big swap. We know that Saipe has been a great Loki player and also got some buffs in
I
Season
did.
8, really focusing on
No,
the
I mean,
healing
he
rather
typed
than
the
damage,
command.
but does mean that Nevix, who is greedy for that healing on the Devil Dance, has a great time surviving.
Dinosaur is bad on
the damage
Pulsar.
boost from Twitzy 2 onto Ballas. You can see that Nevix has to be a little bit more careful
Copy
with how
Dinosaur
he
and
plays
go in,
around
Zappa.
safety. He's already been brought down to half health, but I'm never really sensing too much danger from VP, and this is where things ramp up with the Soul Resurgence.
Soul Resurgence ready to go, and the Armored Wall's down as well. Big strike towards the back coming from Spark with the Ensong Inferno. Isolation here onto DRP, surrounded and eviscerated, torn limb from limb, and the remainder of Pulsar are not having any better luck as Sparker just watches Ballas and Lapsi Sotilas think that, you know what, sometimes it's better to run away.
Well, Pulsar will be on the retreat at least for now, and just these early ults have been huge for VP, but now that's off the table. Now the ball is in Pulsar's court, the Strangling Prison. There's not any real shields except maybe the Nevix Dino bubble at this point, as Sparker's already marking where Pulsar are coming from, as Crisis, ever so patient now, stepping up as the strategist instead of the duelist for the team. He has to make the call for when the dance will begin.
Fate of both worlds and fate of both teams to be decided here at the hands of Crisis, as you mentioned. And already Blush is taking so much damage, continuously hit with that bleed, looking for a quick grab, gets their own Devil Dinosaur, and the Ensong Inferno seemingly avoided for now. A nice body block coming through onto the Carbon Crush from Nevix to make sure that DRP cannot stop the Jet in their tracks.
I think you could have seen that, but that was so funny.
VP, even Stevens
The
for
way
now,
the
but
group
enough
flew
high ground
across
control.
the
That's
map.
all in the hands of Ballas, and this is such a power position from which to play, forcing Sparker into this more submitted position. And it's down to Nevix to just try and keep this one contested, momentarily sedated by the Mantis, but surrounded on so many sides.
Just DRP just can't walk up like that, but enough damage goes into Nevix that the solo Vanguard anchor will fall. And Finzi, he's been trying to put pressure on the Pulsar strategist, who still remain up, and now he needs to peel against Pulsar, getting into the VP backline. Still 80%, despite Nevix not being here, VP are still kicking as Sparker kicks Pulsar down with the Ensong Inferno, but here comes Crisis.
Oh, they actually killed Fi and
all.
all.
There from Crisis with the Fate of both worlds, just survive the incoming Ensong Inferno. And now Nevix is back to just keep this one contested on the other side. Still Pulsar managed to flip in the midst of all of this chaos. DRP thinks that it still needs securing power, and so their own Seduction is sent down the lane, but Sparker is unbothered knowing that Rejuvenation Domain is behind them. And VP say, hey, you know what? We got an ult out. We're out.
Pulsar will have to be flawless
Yeah,
from
NetEase
here on
requires
out.
them to say every ability
Maybe
the way it
we'll
is
have
and
enough
also
time to pull
use
off a
the
portal. All
rivals' names for
depend
stuff
on
like
what
Vanguard,
Lapsus can do
Duelist, and
here
Strategist.
with the dupe. Usually it's been a Soul Resurgence to be able to have that speed so he could really run down VP, but the biggest issue has been removing Nevix, who's actually sitting on the high ground. So VP are just not accessible. They're actually wrapping behind Pulsar.
Oh, how do you get rid of a Devil Dinosaur up here? The question is, do you even want to? Out comes the ultimate from a Devil Dinosaur. Can't be kicked back for now. Instead, they just give up a little bit of space. Needs to pop their shield into Regeneration Domains. Saipe coming through with the God of Mischief. Likely has access now to the Soul Resurgence, copied over from 5. That's extra movement speed as well. And this is where the Dinosaur gets real scary. Dredro looking for an eat, manages to grab DRP. Needs to let go of their own Phoenix for now and send DRP off the map. It's well managed. And Pulsar are falling apart at the seams. Twitzy starts to cook with a portal to return as the Pentagram of Ferala opens.
And Dredro saved his team from the Feast of the Abyss, and also himself, if you think about it. VP, though, will have to ward away against the reinforcements. The portal's getting body blocked by a big old dino, and Finzi pinching on the other side. Pulsar need to get in this point.
They don't have time, they need to leave.
Yeah, now they're not going to be able to have it to come back. Out comes the Glass Rocks from Ballas, an attempt to try and break it down with the Ensong Inferno. And this is Lapsi Sotilas, who's broken under the cosmic power of the Phoenix. The approach of Crisis stopped by Finzi. Fist after fist flies furiously from the hands of the Icelandic Titan. Off goes the Hulk. It was a brave attempt from DRP, but unfortunately you need more than bravery to turn this one around. And despite an ignominious start from Virtus Pro, Pulsar pulse their last. And that's going to be domination going the way of the Bears.
And Finzi with the lawful good backhand of the day with a 3K in that last fight. Who also, big congratulations to him winning Esports Player of the Year over in Iceland. You could tell that glory and that that kind of extra buff has definitely helped.
Thank you, Wild Kingdom 09 to Primer. Thank you.
I don't know what it is about Icelandic players and hero shooters, but they breed some mean vanguards over there. It's kind of like the UK in hero shooters as well. We do some mean vanguard. creation here in the UK. And honestly, for Virtus Pro, a little bit of a shaky start. Maybe they lost faith in the Devil Dinosaur early. Maybe they were like, I don't know if this was the right draft for us, but they doubled down. Nevix gets the additional healing from having Saipai on the Loki, which is a lot of sustainability compared to the Invisible Woman, who's still a strong healer as a strategist, but not quite as much as Saipai is on their magical Loki. We will see if Pulsar can clap back after this break.
I haven't seen the new Rad logo. Till the end of night. Crazy.
Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. Wait up in your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up a fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Guys, you have a screw loose. Let me just fix it. Is this our third game of today? Yeah. What is the fourth match of today? Rad versus Alter. Adore you one apple.
Virtus Pro back in the saddle like they never left it, getting the victory here, but went down to the wire. I mean, Pulsar, how are you feeling they look so far like that?
I'm cautiously optimistic about Pulsar. Obviously, this is the first we're seeing of their new roster, and they're going up against VP, which is a tough first draw.
Wow,
I
cooked
feel
you.
like DRP's looking good. I think on the Emma. Ballas is looking strong, and obviously Crisis, the role swap, has been very impressive. But you're going up against the GOAT, Lemon, so...
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Woofy Boy Len 529. Appreciate it.
Star-Lord, I think he was able to win
Thank
a
you,
pretty
Bombo
important fight on
Klatwalahi.
the Imperial Science Center. It's a really long
Yeah,
name.
Imperial
And
Institute
then
of
he-
Science.
That's the one. I have the rap god through my. But then he swapped to the Phoenix, which I think allowed him to play even further back and be less accessible to people
Bombo
like an
Klatwalahi.
Elsa or anything like that. And it gave him more survivability to play off the end song Inferno than a Galactic Legend, where I feel like you have to invest something into it, whether it's a damage boost of some sort, and maybe if you're lucky, or a Raging Royal
KCA
Flush, which wasn't
instead
in
of
this game.
KDA.
But Sparker is still still on top in the stats. Dropping
I have
40K
no idea,
is
bro.
amazing.
Yeah, I mean, seeing, you know, the way that they're able to perform in
I
that
have
one's
no
massive. And looking at the
idea.
overall stats here for Burn and T'Challa, right? I mean,
Bro,
Saipan,
okay,
like,
I
was
am
swapped
tilted. I am
over to
tilted.
the
No, no, no,
Loki.
no,
I
no,
think-
no, no. I'm so tilted. I'm so tilted. Please look at this, please. What is this, bro? Brr. They forgot a fucking letter. What the actual fuck are we doing?
I feel
Hello?
like some teams have been hesitant to play Loki.
You how? Like are we like what are we doing in production? I am so annoyed. Well, hello? How? How is this possible? How do you miss the fucking letter? It's blur, right? Like this is like insane. Insane to me. I get doing a
much.
typo, but you forgot to type out the letter.
Vanguard versus Vanguard matchup we saw an Imperial Institute of Science when we were going up against both the Captain America and the Venom. Only the Devil Dinosaur made it a little bit too difficult to try and take that without your own dinosaur.
And speaking of dinos, we'll see who will get meteored out of this map too, and who will actually get to play. And I think Dino is really the strongest on domination because you just want to be able to stay in one place. It's not the most mobile guy in the world, but Dino is just incredibly sustainable because it's one of the few Vanguards that can actually heal itself and allows you to play that hybrid style, like I said, especially when we highlighted Finzi and his ability to be anywhere but the objective in a great way. There's so much you can do.
Both
off
teams
the point,
protect the
and that's why
dinosaur.
I think VP were very
Fucking
successful.
yes, bro.
Okay, so first it's going to be going the way of Devil Dinosaur for both teams this time, which, well, if you can't beat them, join them, I suppose. For Pulsar, Mantis is going to be taken off the board. The Respect coming the way of Phi this time after it did manage to slip through the entirety of a draft last time because like, oh, we don't need to ban Mantis because they've protected the Daredevil. But now we might see even more squeeze on the Phi hero port. I wouldn't be surprised to see VP once again protect the Daredevil here.
Yeah, I really like continuing to ban the Black Cat because I just know Phi was probably told to learn that, and then or Sparker really, but Phi was probably told go learn Black Cat, and now he's probably rank 1 Black Cat. So continuing to get rid of that because it's so difficult to counter, and like Vod was alluding to, the strategist is the way that you're trying to counter dive right now, which is a lot around the Lokis. You just, well, make it a fun little mini game for any divers coming your way of which one's the real Loki, and then you throw in a Luna or even a White Fox team up to have the double charms. It's a lot of pressure on the strategist to live in this meta.
Yeah, like, you're living through hell in many cases if you're a strategist. I wouldn't mind seeing a White Fox ban here from Virtus Pro, actually, given they do have access to the Daredevil. The White Fox seems to be the most survivable strategist when it comes to dealing with these melee dives, and we know that that's a big part of Phi's pull at the moment, and just dive in general is incredibly strong, as maybe you want to try and skip that front to back, but you're going to get rid of the Loki, which we did see Lapsis Ortilas picking up over on being as the T'Challa, so this is very much a part of the Pulsar.
Unless
game plan,
DRP
which
is a
should now be
crazy
somewhat
dinosaur, I think Virtus Pro probably
And
has
this is
this.
also homework that VP has done, because even in map 1 they have not banned the Black Hat that was available to Pulsar, and they just really didn't play it. So again, if you're able to conserve some of these bans,
I've tuned
focus
into the
on
stream
things
3
like the
times and I've
strategist,
yet
you
to
know
see
that
gameplay.
a
Maybe
very
stick around for
threatening
more than
person
2
on the
minutes,
Pulsar
brother.
side has been Crisis, and making sure his options are
Thoughts and
limited.
opinions?
Just really, Elapsis and Crisis options are limited is going to be key here for VP. Kind of surprised to see a Protect on the Invisible Woman. She's pretty weak again in the Dino meta right now because the bleed gets her out of Invis, but clearly is still very capable despite the nerfs on her push.
Yeah, like the push also not really interacting with the dinosaur as well as another downside to your Invisible Woman. But maybe just looking in towards
Bum,
Crisis'
bum,
hero
bum,
pool
bum,
here. We
bum,
don't know how deep
bum.
Crisis' strategist pool goes. We know that Crisis is a good Gambit. That's never going to show. We know that Crisis is a good Luna. Could show, but has been banned. So now we get to see Crisis with a brand new look on Sue Storm.
I'm not yelling at you, but like, why are you bitching about not seeing gameplay when you click off every time it's about to have gameplay?
Phi has been hovering over kind of being the utility bot, whether it's the Mantis that we saw in Stellar Spaceport to now the Ultron, when you have more verticality to play with, and especially the buffs on the Ultron.
It's Saturday.
I could be just as much of a duelist.
I didn't even realize it's Saturday, bro. Hello?
The Strata bubble composition with the Dino.
Yeah. Hello?
And the Deadpool trying to section off what could be a Dino on the other side, and Blur will be on that.
Yep, Blur just going to be able to match when it comes Devil Dinosaur versus Devil Dinosaur. And we are seeing these rare returns of a Vanguard Deadpool, especially when it comes to a matchup against Devil Dinosaur, just because it's so easy to hit crits onto the Devil Dino. It does mean you can farm your XP incredibly quickly.
So far, so good. The Moon Knight special comes out with the Groove. This is just going to be a guaranteed win condition.
He got double stunned.
If DRP can get a big strangling prison. There is some flank, though, from VP, and even Finzy's back there causing trouble. Pulsar's attention is a little split, but still focused on pushing off this Dino, which right now Nevix is not unhealthy, but he is giving up a lot of space, and you need to see Finzy kind of achieve something back here, pull these strategists away, or VP are just going to get
Do you think GM2 is good with some for someone with 200 hours?
Yeah, Finzy needs to drag.
I'm gonna be honest with you because I don't like to sugarcoat it, and I would say it with all of my respect and love for you as a human being. I think GM is a dog shit rank. It's a joke of a rank. I played GM yesterday with some friends with Fiona and stuff, but keep in mind it doesn't matter if it's a joke of a rank.
That's the thing. It's VP.
Because if you're happy with being GM, that's what matters. Because this game is not that. It's not that deep. For me, I think GM is horrible.
When you utilize a Groot, it's gonna be good for these sections of the map,
but
these doorways.
if you're proud of it, you're proud of it. Like, listen, there's people with thousands of hours of their plat. Who cares? It's about how you react. You know, if you want to improve, you can easily improve. If you don't want to improve, you don't improve. That's it, bro. You know what I mean?
Is not overly worried
That's about it, really. You don't need to look for
the raw hit scan power.
You shouldn't be looking for
from the side of the Phoenix, but you do got to be
my
around
validation.
those corners. Big Groot ultimate coming through. Twister
I think it's a decent rank.
Up here with the hands of Khonshu, but it was up on the wall, and so we're a little bit far away.
I think rank matters too much. Like, I would say a decent rank is one above all, or like eternity and stuff, but I don't care about rank too much. When I was a younger lad and I played Overwatch competitively and I went for top 10 every season, I cared, but I just don't care, bro. I don't care no more. What's going on in this room? I just don't care. Celestial is also like, I think C1 to eternity is decent enough. If you get the Oracle, would I love you? Nope. I would hate you even more.
And they should be grouped up for that kind of same combo. Now VP are stuck at these choke points, so Nevix needs to step up, and Saipe.
Yeah, guys, just play in a rank and have fun whatever rank you are. Pulsar is actually dominating so far, by the way. They're going crazy this game. When somebody says they don't care that much, they usually care a bit. I say that because I'm a streamer, man. People listen to me yap. I'm not tweeting it online saying I don't care about my rank. You ask, I answer. Thank you so much, the primer.
Up comes the dinosaur. Crisis has fallen down now, and Twitsy's going to be joining them in a similar fate as Sparker just does their best to brawl on out when faced with these Pulsar aggressors, who are now down to 3 minutes worth of attacking time.
The Moon of Khonshu comes out without a strangling.
Nobody cares if you're OAA either.
So that'll be the big win condition for DRP and Finzy. I need VP.
I just don't want to like grind this game 10 hours a day.
And also how they break back.
When is YWO playing? Are they playing today?
This is going to be not only a Groot shredder, but a wall shredder, and they need to have quicker ways to get around.
Bunny, Moon Knight, Groot, Dinosaur. Oh, Pulsar swaps off the Dino.
Without an invisible woman, maybe Dreidro can help, but you don't have a straddled against the strangling prison. We'll see if DRP can get more value out of it this time.
Oh, Bless has used all of their defensive engagement tools here, which means that they won't be able to frontline for a while. Out comes the massive strangling prison. Down go the walls behind it as Fire just focuses in their damage on survivability, but it's not enough to try and save Sparker. Finzy wants to turn around in their own right. A pair of Vanguards inside of a strangling prison, but follow-up's not really going to be there. It's just going to be Saipe with the raw mechanic to take down Ballast. The battle recall beacon does its job. Nevix tries to isolate DRP and keep them away from the health pack. Looks towards the back. Where can
Oh,
Crisis
DRP
go?
is so
But into
low.
the jaws of fate
Oh
itself.
my god, how
In
did
comes
they not
the
kill
Ensong
DRP?
Inferno. Nevix falls down. Yeah, the push doesn't do much to the dinosaur, but the raw damage can still get something done.
Crazy
on the
Kite.
other side.
Oh, you were dead,
VP have
bro.
cashed in all of their resources right now to try and turn this one
DRP
around
is
with
still
Pulsar.
alive.
Saw a little momentum. Still Blur believes
What?
it's visible. Out comes the Fox form, tries to turn it around.
Is he
Dream
eating
goes
radioactive
into the melee,
honey?
and Saipe behind them with the
How
Raider
is he
as well.
alive?
Yeah, Twitzy with the star.
What?
Has been really mobile
That's
and hard to lock down. As
crazy.
soon as VP step out in the open, their Vanguards have really been punished. Nevix has to be more conservative with how he goes.
I
for these
can't
kidnaps, and
believe
Twitzy is,
this.
well, very aggressive.
Groot survived so long?
Sanctuary erected there by the White Fox after a TP.
What?
This was a momentary little bit of safety for VP to try and work with.
That makes
Spark's
no
gonna be able to come
sense.
back
Is
with
he
their own ultimate
cheating?
here. It's going to take a moment to try and commute, and so Nevix has to step onto the car and put their body on the line to keep this one from moving forward. Blur isolates the strategist for
Oh,
about a second
crazy
to try
heals,
and
by the way.
all of that
Shout
away
out
for
to
a remainder
Crisis.
of
He's
VP.
been doing
Spark
some
takes to the skies.
crazy
DRP
heals.
is one of the primary targets here. But
Look at
the
the kiting. They're kiting so well, bro. Pulsar is playing so well.
Their doppelganger from the time stream, and Sparker now looks once again towards Crisis. Soul grabbed by Emma. Quick flip comes through. Invisible boundary drawn up now by Crisis for slow and the survivability. Could be all that Pulsar needs to try and turn this one around once again. Bylus comes in close. Vincey's fallen down. The element guns are getting it done as Twitzy moves away. Needs to try and get away from Nevix. The dinosaur's scary, but you know what's scary? It's all element guns for the
Wow.
Cosmic Yard itself. Virtus Pro are
They're
taking
playing
off
so
on second,
well.
and Pulsar earn themselves a bit more time.
This is where the Vanguard swaps may need to happen. Finzi didn't, I don't think, locked anyone down with the Strangling Prison, or just fell like pretty much immediately.
That's
VP
too
were
early
so
with
good
TP,
at
bro. The
retakes
Halo
and
is still
taking
transforming.
So much time off this clock, but now they want to rob this. Emma Frost, DRP will activate the Diamond Form to have that damage reduction to get towards the Strategist. So kind of a nice approach for VP, but they won't have that portal for later on. Here is now the Psionic Seduction.
So Doctor Strange will kneel there on the lights of Emma Frost. Saipo's there with the rescue, and Fires come out on the Daredevil. VP want to get up close and personal, and they are going to have the double charms off the back of both the White Fox and the Lunar Snow to try and make that one happen. Nevix has access to their own ultimate, but Twitzy hasn't.
How do you get so handsome money?
Work with the Galactic Legend. First is to try and burrow through all of his shields, and now has eyes towards the back line. Once Saipe out comes the White Fox. The Kumiho form is unleashed, and that's a lot of HP that needs to be chewed through.
And I think Dreager is happy popping that. They really wanted to take the fight anyway, so you will trade that with the Galactic Legend as Finzi tries to jump out and block the Ensong Inferno. And now both Vanguards of VP are victims. Pulsar need every ounce of momentum they can get, but VP absolutely shredded Pulsar's time bank. But it's about how far you can get and where this finish will be, which Pulsar are already halfway to the end of the map. But it will be an overtime, which means you need to take the fight basically on top of the float, which will be very tricky. But this is where vertical heroes like a Star-Lord can really thrive, along with the Rocket Raccoon. VP are going to have fine now with the Daredevil ultimate, trying to really access someone like Crisis or Lapses. If you deny those straddles, VP could just win out right here.
Dreams of letting the devil out, but it's got to be the Galactic Legend that's woven first towards the back. Lipsy Sotilas lets loose of a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Now Spark is taking risks, continuing to peek into this one, going up against their counterpart. Where can Twitzy go? A quick stellar shift here and there as Fire begins to unleash the devil onto the back line of Pulsar, but it's been a little turnaround. It's the invisible boundary from Crisis that turns it again. Fincy's gone too far. It needs to be now or never. They've put it all on the line to make a backline dive work, and it seems like they've come up a natural 20 on their strike. A critical hit onto the back of Pulsar.
That's a good push, man.
The advancement on third.
That's a good push.
Man, Pulsar had the plot armor for a while. Still a very valiant push to go almost to the end of this map. A lot of teams sometimes even just straight up get caught on the first point. So Pulsar almost made it to the end with the different swaps, and having both strategists a tug of war. But if there's anything about VP is that the P stands for patience. And yeah, the Galactic Legend and the Let the Devil out forced out the straddles. But once
the
those
rest?
had expired,
Bingo
so
Bongo,
did Crisis,
Booger,
and so did Lapses.
Chungus.
VP will set up camp on top of your backline, and if you don't trade backlines or do something about it, the fight will eventually go VP's way. But that's still, like I said, a very good pace for Pulsar to set, and VP have to match that, or we're going to map 3.
Hard agree here. Lemon.
Thank you, Babylon. Thank you so much for the primer. Thank you. 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 Appreciate it.
I'd say
Thank
we
you.
see a lot of
Thank you.
holds on third, but we rarely get to
Thank you.
third. So I think Pulsar are pretty happy with how things are. Have a look at the stats screen here. Like, does this look like a defensive victory for VP? I dare say no.
Yeah, I mean, jeez. The 22,000 from Sparker. I love the different choices that he's brought out, including from, what, the Moon Knight? I mean, there was Moon Knight originally from both sides, but the Sparker Punisher has been huge to deal with the Groot, which is forcing Pulsar to now other levels of strategy off the Groot to the Emma and the Dino, which has really been what's defining the meta right now, especially against other Dinos. Putting that Emma shield on the other side of the Dino, those seconds where the Dino goes unwatched is critical. What could define this first fight. But now Fi is not going to be on any kind of Moon Knight, but rather on the Phoenix, and you need a really good line of sight to go for picks.
Ballas is crazy on the Elsa.
The shotgun will do exactly
crazy on that character.
Sparker, and so VP, they're going to just disengage back to the drawing board. Remember, there's going to be additional damage boost coming through here from Twitzy off the back of those drones placed on Ballas.
And that's the tricky part, right? Moon Knight doesn't necessarily need line of sight to do damage. You kind of just throw the frisbee of death and hope for the best. But as soon as Fi turns the corner, Pulsar paid attention. It is going to be Fi versus Ballas. Again, Pulsar rely on the Elsa. That has been around their identity to try and chunk through these Vanguards of VP.
Raw hit scan talent. That's what
honestly crossplay would be cool to have. No, the fuck it wouldn't. Keep those console freaks out of my games, bro. Have you seen those guys? Those guys are weird. I don't fucking want them in my lobbies, bro. I get a console DPS on my team playing against Sparker and Zype on the enemy team. Like, he's gonna go 0-20. I'm sorry. He's gonna get his shit rocked.
Still manages to impact. Twitzy tries to turn it around for Age of Ultron now to be unleashed. He's angry and it's going to make it your
I want to have a
problem.
console
Indeed,
player on my
Vinci
team.
Seeing many a problem here as VP are too split up to deliver the heals.
Some of you console players are fine. That's not my point. You won't be able to compete against like the best of the best. That's not what I mean. Like, I'm just gonna like, it will be genuinely crazy.
It's now time for Cosmic Yard Amplifier. Ballas begins to feel the pressure and begins to crush VP under it. And they're not becoming diamonds, they're becoming coal.
And the spacing from Pulsar has been fantastic. I know Emma Frost is distracting, guys, but we really Punisher ulted at Emma, who was kind of in cover. I mean, huge play for someone like DRP to sacrifice themselves.
Are they gonna first point hold?
Safety after initially maybe not having the best invisible boundary just to stabilize, but that was enough to draw VP to their last 90 seconds. We may not even get to see the rest of this map if VP don't lock in.
A Jurassic Rampage here from Nevix, trying to get all of his damage over onto Blur. The question is, will the Battle Recall Beacon be up in time? Seems like it still hasn't come off of cooldown, so it's going to be a long return here for Blur. May decide to go over onto the Doctor Strange instead to try and teleport back as Fire tries to get stuck in here on Matthew Murdoch. Justice is certainly blind as it gives out a huge amount of damage. Ballas taken down before the Glass Rocks can really get anything done, but is resurrected just in time. Blur returns into the invisible boundary. We did not see the Emma Frost lying in wait, and it's a surprising Emma Frost that does all the much more damage. Devil's Chains and Devil's Flicks. Fi just finishes them off in style.
Yeah, I'm pretty down to be greeted by an Emma Frost like that.
You know what, me too, bestie.
You know what? You know what? Dap me up. But
True.
Anyway, VP are really
Controller for life. This guy just sucks at using on. Guarantees handles from controller. Why the fuck would I play on the controller, bro? You guys are the people complaining about mouse and keyboard in your fucking console lobbies. Shut your bitch ass up before I ban you. What are you typing in my YouTube chat, bro? I'm not arguing I'm good on controller. Are you not talking about me? Oh, my bad, bro.
Sonic seduction, but will any
my
lines
bad.
be grabbed
Friendly
inside
fire.
of the invisible boundary of relative safety here for
Friendly
Pulsar
fire.
to try and work with. So Crisis rebuffs the incoming damage, but now what do you have to try and deal
My bad,
with the
bro.
final judgment of Sparker? The Rage of Ultron can't dare to peek into this, but it can just hide around the corner, give out all the healing that it needs to. Got to be conscientious of Ballas on the off angle. Yeah, there's no Glass Rocks available, but Elsa's that dangerous in her
My
own
bad, bro.
right. DRP on the other side. looking for any victims, but the walls of a Museum of Contemplation for now seem to be doing more than enough to try and get rid of the cunning wiles of the Emma. Frost stuck in place momentarily by a smoke demon, a lot of damage taken
You
here
think
by
in the
DRP,
UK they ask
well
to accept
managed to
old
just give over
biscuits
extra,
instead of cookies? Yeah,
charge for the
I've seen it.
strategists.
I just love a flanking Emma playstyle. DRP, I could watch
I'm fine
this
on the
all day,
roller.
and this Apex Predator falls again. VP will not be prey this time, but Sparker will be the first victim. And
Yeah, because controller has like crazy
and
auto
of course, Pulsar very
aim assist in
but now they look
Apex.
at Raccoon Ultimate.
I mean, to be honest, there's the discussion that there's auto aim here in Rivals as well, and a lot of tank players are playing controller like DRP. Some of them get accused that they have aim assist, so characters like Emma and shit are a lot more broken. Because that aim assist on a tracking character is quite strong. But I don't think they get that big of an
minute
advantage.
to go for VP, and losing a fight after using both strategists ult, it may just be the nail in the coffin for this map. I mean, Crisis is going to be able to maybe win this with a good
Only tank
invisible
players play on
boundary,
roller.
and you've got to mark where DRP is. This flanking style of Emma is very uncommon, and last time he used his ultimate, DRP was behind VP, but right now they will focus on what is ahead of them, and this is this Dino.
Get another swap as VP scramble for answers. The Ultron now unveiled. Camera players disengage after a space has been claimed. Seems like for now it's going to be a re-aggression coming through instantly. Nice bubble off the back of the dinosaur.
has a support one. Yeah, okay, there are some support DPS roller players in pro play maybe, but like most of them are tank.
Sticking strong to the end of second. One fight worth of room.
Oh, VP's gonna get held, bro. VP's gonna get held.
But that's a lot of damage for DRP to take back there.
And
My aim is a lot better than it used to be because I used to play a gorilla that zaps people. Believe me, my aim is amazing nowadays. My mag aim is pretty decent.
Damage is good. Instantly,
you should have seen me on the Winston character, bro.
Is erected behind the Devil Dinosaur, but the healing can still be given over by the more vertical members
That was
of
good.
that support core. Down to the
Oh, Bullseye's gonna win this. Wait, hold on. They're gonna win? Yo, Crisis!
They've run out of answers. Pulsar once again flash out their signal across the stars, and it's one of vengeance and ambition as they're 1-1.
From a flawless group stage in the preseason to dropping their first map in the very first match, Virtus Pro, you could tell this new meta is really shaking them, and I think especially that ban onto the Captain America. We've seen a lot of Vanguard changes from the VP side, and ultimately not able to match ban for ban no matter how
playing
much
so
they tried
well.
to mirror Pulsar. What a performance from this retooled and revitalized roster. We go to map 3, and it's Virtus Pro's choice. We'll see what happens after this.
And when you wake up, avenge your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, avenge your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The spark in you. Ready to unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Are you willing to pay for this work of art? Cyclops. We got Cyclops in the game. AI could not replicate this, I'm just saying. I tried fixing chat, but it's kind of cooked.
The journey to Virtus Pro getting back to their championship performance is going to be a long one, especially after dropping
How much are you
Museum of
rating this?
Contemplation to Pulsar Esports in their first series of Stage 1. I mean, seeing the
Tiny neck.
difference between these two teams, Jen, I mean, I feel like it was a bit of an Emma diff.
Yeah, and as an Emma enjoyer myself, it's been really cool to see her back into the meta. She's kind of been sprinkled in, but this really is such a different meta than the preseason when it comes to the Vanguards, mostly, obviously, and kind of the strategies just here and there. But really the incorporation
What's
of
this?
Emma and
A
how
line.
you're utilizing
I
the
need to pay
Emma,
money for
how
the
you're
line.
scaling off the energy,
Fuck.
and where you're positioning. And it's how you
Goodbye.
set up these duelists for success, and our MVP being Ballast, because to be able to sit back and crank 46,000
Awooga.
is insane.
46,000 damage is crazy.
I'm gobsmacked.
Yeah.
Like, 46.
Such a good word,
Like, that wasn't
gobsmacked.
even a full game, bro. That was like 5 points.
That's insanity, honestly, from Ballast on that end. But I think it just goes to show like how good Elsa still is here leg day. We were talking about it with Ryan in the previous, half of the show, and I feel like a lot of teams still hesitant to play that duelist, even though they still have so much lethality.
Yeah, like, it definitely feels like, especially when you're looking at such a big health bar like Devil Dinosaur, you are able to interact with
Thank you so much for the tier 1.
Because not only are you getting headshots with your primary fire, but also obviously your monster piercer.
Thank you, clearly,
can
Kaylee.
really take
Can I get
advantage
some
of a
more
tight game
primers,
that
guys?
really connects
Manifesting
the back
prime
team
subs
by doing a
currently.
percentage HP damage and piercing through the Devil Dino, who's often going to be inadvertently body blocking for the remainder of their team as well.
So being greedy.
Jen, I think you have some thoughts about Virtus Pro going to Central Park.
Are you not supporting my art
Yeah,
career?
and it's,
Guys, you
Central
all know
Park
what
has that
happened
choke
last
point
time
so
you didn't
much
support
Canadian
somebody
point,
during
whether
their
we'll
art
see the
career.
rest
You
of
know what I
Central
mean?
Park, but for me, it's going to be about the Vanguard
I'm just
ban. We saw
saying,
how much that Captain America ban
always
affected
support
Virtus
people
Pro.
that are
That was their bread
pursuing
and butter.
art.
Well, going into Convergence Central Park, a last-ditch effort for the world champions in Virtus Pro. Can they turn it around? and
Okay,
get
buddy,
their
your
first
art is shit.
series win? Or will Pulsar Esports get our biggest upset to date of Stage 1? We'll find out on Central Park.
Maybe we will, Audible. This is going to be a very telling ban phase. Will Virtus Pro once again bend the knee and try and get that first ban on Devil Dino? Of course, both of our teams are prioritizing the Gambit to start off with, as he's still Thanos. Like, there's no other way to put it. Like, he's still the best strategist in the game, probably the best character in the game.
I'll make
By a
Bulgaria
wide
great again.
margin. But we're often seeing this move towards... Oh, is that it? Okay, yeah, it's going to be Devil Dinosaur Protect coming through from Virtus Pro, and so Pulsar Esports to save front.
That's it. I'm invading Poland.
Yeah, and
That's it.
play front to
Poland.
back against the
I'm
Dino
coming,
unless
bro.
you have something that can do kind of health percentage.
I've
damage,
had
like
enough.
An Emma, like an Elsa, but I think VP's name.
No, I would not invade the Polish.
Of the flanks.
Pretty sure
Whether
my
it's the
great
Daredevil
ancestors were
from
Polish.
Phi and the Captain America
What's up?
From Finzi, that was generated a lot of
Bober,
success with that
kurva.
move on Burn and T'Challa.
Both
But
words
Black Cat
used in
still is the
Bulgarian
name
as
of the game
well.
for Pulsar to just get that out of the way. Virtus Pro don't have to waste it on that. Like,
Bober. Same
They
words.
just are focusing
We
on
can say the same
strategists.
thing. Bober,
And
kurva.
right now I'm wondering, is there going to be a ban on that Captain America? Because Pulsar have to protect first, but that's going to be a consideration.
Okay, Invisible Woman once again grabbed from the ETH. The question is, Virtus Pro here, would they get rid of a Rocket Raccoon, or would they get rid of the Ultron? I'd say Ultron's probably the more powerful of the two, but we know that Twitzy is more than capable of swapping over to a secondary duelist.
Devil Dino's
like
pick ban.
Like Star-Lord. We don't know if Twitzy's got like that.
I haven't played or
them,
seen
like
much
maybe
about
they've got,
Falcon.
like, a Black Cat or a
I
Daredevil,
would be
which
so down to
hasn't
play
received
though.
Any ban attention. Loki going to be taken off the field here as Virtus Pro once again. They are just all in on getting rid of these strategists and trying to constrain the options of Pulsar. But Pulsar still have all of the strategists that they won with on Museum of Contemplation.
Yeah, Loki was used on Burn into T'Challa, and it just makes it a
More
giant
Polish
time
profanities?
waster
I
for
would
Virtus
assume
Pro.
they're
We're
like
gonna protect that
Bulgarian or
Captain
like
America, and I'm very glad to
Slavic.
see that. That is a huge strength of theirs, and people have been trying to figure out what can you ban against Virtus Pro, and now I think Pulsar have their finger on the pulse on what that is. So yeah,
No chat
the
commentated
Loki
exists for
means that
rivals.
Fizzy doesn't have
Cozy.
to waste time playing
Leg
this
day.
game of like where's
Liger.
Waldo and where is Loki, and now can just focus
Does
on
Ryan
if he can
Central
dodge the Luna
cast?
freeze, if he can live through the multiple
Shib?
charms, if the White Fox comes out again, then Finzi can have more staying power.
Ryan
in this
Central,
backline.
right?
Yeah, like also
I think we
maybe
just saw him
force
now.
out the White
I forgot.
Fox
I
as
forgot
well,
who
like,
Ryan
the
Central
White
is. I
Fox
just
trying
remember
to
the name.
answer your dives could mean that maybe there's a little bit more room for Devil Dinosaur to try and make something happen. or
Daredevil
your
needs
Poke
some
Hero
nerfs,
to
yeah.
Try and make something happen because like White Fox does have a little bit weaker neutral healing off the back of those beads where you
Either need to nerf DD and like the dive characters or give people more anti-dive options, I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, and
The
with that
thing doesn't
Luna
cut it
being
anymore.
banned from,
The thing
VP
doesn't cut it
side,
anymore.
so
They've
now you
made
don't have
dive
that double
characters
charm team up,
way
but
too
that
good.
means that Pulsar have been protecting this
Like the
Invisible
Fink is
Woman,
just
and
not a good
it
character to
kinda
deal with him,
was
unfortunately.
getting dove on a little bit. Obviously, they
DD,
win Museum of
because of his
Contemplation, but
deflect,
Crisis looked like he was having a
you
hard
can't do
time getting
much, and the
chased
cat
by
doesn't give a
Daredevil
fuck,
on
bro.
Museum, or kind of suffering through the bleeds of the Dino from
You're too
Nevis,
fast.
But Crisis has still been able to generate such a good invisible boundary field that kind of owns the real estate.
Cap
through
also
a lot
doesn't
of
care
that.
about
And
the
if you're not
thing.
running a Doctor Strange or something that can easily burst through the Invisible Woman, it's still a very powerful strategist ultimate, but the neutral is much weaker for Invisible Woman.
Yeah, that
Are drops bugged?
a little bit here. VP's comp is interesting. They do not have a lot of anti-Vanguard damage. So Nevix is going to be in a
Triple
weird
Sport,
position
Ultron on
where
both
they
teams.
want
One
to
team has
try
Elsa,
and
the other
get
has
into the back. This
DD.
might be like a catch a bunch of poke with
And
Devil
it's
Dinosaur
Emma
until
versus
we get
Cap.
Loki ultimate kind of vibe. But really, they want to be attacking the backline with this.
And it's cool how Sparker and Fire are trading out who is going to be on these third strategists. As soon as the bleed is applied, though, you are submissive and kidnappable, so watch out for how Nevix and Blur are going to take each other away.
All right, Sepo's managed to claim quite a bit of space here, brings out the regeneration domain, and that's a great grab onto Blur. The question is the follow-up going to be there? No, counter kidnap coming on through, and you can see that Fincy needs attention, isn't able to get it in
I'm
time,
sorry
but
to
Bleed
say,
gets it done.
I'm
Get
sorry to say
exasperated,
this,
idiot.
but
As
VP is gonna fucking lose.
Back VP. Where did
Nah,
that one come from?
your ranked comms are coming out.
I don't
Usually
like
on the
where
other
this
side
is
of that,
going.
but, hey, Pulsar win the first wave, and they are playing a more front-to-back composition and running the Emma, obviously, instead of a Captain America, as Phi will linger as soon as the approach happens. He's looking to jump right on top of Crisis, while Twitzy in the air will be more difficult to actually access, as you can tell.
Phi's approach is noticed. Twitch has already used the Imperative Firewall here to give over that additional HP and damage boost as well. And now Phi's finding themselves alone. Sparky going to try and make something happen though. The Rage of Ultron is drawn on up and Crisis answers readily. All of those clones of the Loki quickly taken down. The doppelgangers are broken through, but Twitzy and Lapsy
Oh, never mind.
All
VP wins this, bro.
of
GG's.
the strategists have just been dismantled at once. Finally, VP
They get to
found
be
their
back.
calling. There could be time for a recontest here, and yes, Crisis is going to start opening the pentagram.
Yeah, that's an easy
of
TP
Barada.
back.
Yeah, I'm worried about the Dredra invisible boundary there. It was a nice slow to make sure Pulsar could not escape, but no
Come on.
portal. That's been canceled.
They
Crisis
canceled
is going
it.
to abandon that.
Who canceled
and
it?
the rest of Pulsar will just play for the
Who canceled
long game.
TP?
So fantastic job by VP. I don't
Who
know if
canceled
there was
TP?
actually canceled. They just felt like they didn't have time.
What?
But now VP have banked so many ultimates.
What?
And namely, you have a Saipe dupe. That will be the big one to watch against. Well,
What
you got
happened?
the Amplifier from Lapsus. You have a Psionic Seduction from DRP, but it's the Apex Predator first.
Oh, Glassrox does grab the Devil Dinosaur, and there's so much damage coming through from Twitzy's Rage of Ultron try and make that one happen. For VP, though, they haven't actually gained that much space, so they're happy to just back off in the aftermath of that fight.
just as good stalling, and this is going to be the job of the Dino to really own this corner. But how much attention do you want to commit to someone like Finzi, who is now behind the Elsa? Ballas gets pulled off by the invisible woman, so we'll lose that power position, and now the trigger's pulled.
The Devil being led out, but Fi a little bit nervous about going much deeper when faced with 2 counter ultimate. Oh, well,
leg
sorry,
day.
Matt Murdock. Didn't see that one coming.
Okay, leg day.
Boy. Kind of good economy here from Pulsar, and now it'll be all eyes on Blur, while VP,
Evil laugh.
they still have their own strategist ultimate. This could be the fight that never ends, and I think Pulsar need to take a lot of minutes off this VP clock, because it's looking quite healthy.
All right, in comes the Freedom Charge. Finzi drags everyone forward here, and Fi certainly needs the overhelp. So much damage coming through. The Rampage of Nevix is now going to be well known. An attempt to try and kidnap DRP. The Tenacity is proc, yes, but I don't think it does too much here. Finzi gets momentarily stunned, and we need to try and put in even more damage. So Sparker lets loose with the Rage of Ultron.
That's fine.
Management didn't work.
That's fine,
for
because
young
Pulsar didn't
Troy.
really have
Seems
anything
like
there.
maybe Carnage is going to do the job. Twitzy falls down, and VP gets some space.
Yeah, just a really good run it down from VP off of the Rage of Ultron, of course, the Dino Rampage, and Pulsar didn't
I
disengage.
think the ban system they have on Ignite is a little bit detrimental in the sense that we have more bans in rank that they have in pro play simply because you only ban for one team.
Yeah, the slow being applied to so many members of
And I like their ban system, but
the
the issue here is that you probably need to add more bans for this Ignite. Like if you want to have this system. Because I think 6 bans are pretty good. In rank, I think they're no longer like 4 bans per team is not enough.
On the side of VP as they find themselves temporarily cornered by Blur. Nevix looking for her own kidnap.
I mean, 6 bans, 3 protects is not the worst idea ever. With the pace we're releasing characters.
Yeah, Pulsar living through that wave. I don't know if I agree with the invisible boundary. Now it's like the strategist is now the shot caller at that moment, but Finzi gets checked at the door. Good punish from the Elsa. Now VP really in trouble with only 1 Vanguard. Now no Vanguards.
Bye. A lot of trouble to try and deal with here. Gets stepped on by the White Fox. Tilas easily stops the aggression.
Good enough for VP, but you still have to get to that second point, and we had 2 strategist ultimates.
You haven't made any drops in 2 days.
It's just not coming together as the way that VP envisioned it. Now Apex Predator, Rage of Ultron, these are all things on the menu, and Blur
I feel
is
sad when somebody
exploring that
types
menu.
something like that.
Blur just took Fi's lunch money. Whatever is on the menu, bro cannot afford it. Spark of an extra fall on down, a telekinetic beam. He doesn't even have a brain, and yet Emma
Maybe you
Frost
didn't
still
connect your
gets
stuff
it
in the
done.
settings.
Yeah, Pulsar able to win these early fights is big, and now only 30 seconds, and VP will have to find a way to touch the cart very soon.
VP should win this fight. They have so many ults.
And Ballas is staring him down. VP need any kind of space, and their Vanguards are just struggling to do just that. Now the strategists are accessible. Saipe can't die here.
Devil unleashed here by Fi. Healing should be good coming through from Twitzy.
Oh my god, VP are gonna lose their first match. Is this the end? Oh no. Thank you, Rigby. Okay, Ballas.
Aggressive usage here of the invisible boundary. Ballas is going to try and drag them forth from it, and the healing can't be delivered onto Nevix. And now VP start to see their lives flash before their eyes.
VP is gonna lose their first match, Rigby.
Undertaker inside of the overtime. Someone needs to be on the point at all times. Grab from the sky. It's the ambitious attempt to try and turn around the titular meteor that came through from Blur. An unleashing of the pentagram of Farala. Nevix going to try and grab back multiple players via the teleporter, but you're going to be debuffing yourself straight into an invisible boundary. Put off both by Crisis and by Saipe. A momentary stalemate, and this means that there's no more dinosaur to play with after Nevix has had to swap on over. It's too difficult to try and stay on this point. Fi tries to make something work around the outside, but Finzy's already been charmed up by the White Fox. They're running low on time. Healing and options. VP
my
stops
god.
midway through second.
Man, Blur is looking crispy on the Dino. I can't
Pulsar is about to
lie.
win,
Falling
bro.
off Saipe and the rest of VP's strategists from the double Vanguard anchor of Virtus Pro, who are still trying to contest. I mean, it was an uphill battle, but Blur's ability to walk on this backline has to be studied. Like, I mean, Saipe, there's like 4 of him, and he still like needs an army to try and take down this Dino. And then the heals are not being able to get to people like Nevix and Finzi, who have sustained options of their own, but Pulsar are breaking up the very ironclad structure that VP is known for. I still think, though, that this is a good push out of VP.
Story behind the emote? I got really high, and I took
We've
pictures.
talked about so many people barely even capped the point, and despite Saipe getting walked like a dog, he hasn't actually suffered any casualties. He's really just wasting this Dino's time, and they could have their own dance, but Saipe's not able to heal the rest of the team, and you could tell by the numbers.
Homie hit the joke flashbang so hard you woke up vulnerable. I'm not gonna lie, Lemon. I kind of hated that comp from VP. Like, I think for solo DPS Daredevil, when you're trying to play this kind of front-to-back approach, unideal. I much prefer the Elsa here, which lets you play your front-to-back.
Spark are actually whipping out the Elsa.
So hard for the remainder of VP to get in onto that backline. Finzi and Fi kind of just couldn't get a dive together, going up against 3 strategists.
Oh, this front to back, I think, could really favor Pulsar. So Nevix has to really communicate with his team if he gets shielded off by the Emma. And Nevix is not someone who goes too crazy. He's not insanely aggressive on the Dino anyway, and he has to be measured, as now the Diamond form from DRP. He's got the mitts out, but no one wants to tango with the Emma.
All right, DRP now having that on cooldown does mean they're a potential prime kidnap target here. Question is, has Blur made it happen already? Nevix gets grabbed on in, up come the shields to try and block off some of that healing, and Twitzy just forced to watch from afar for now. Can't really do the burst damage just needed to get rid of any of their opponents, but it's all about palace building. Already 69% of the way towards a nice ult.
Oh, the rocket jump back is so smart.
On a museum, but it's going to be a lot simpler to do it on a map like
Plus,
this.
almost
but
has ult.
Pulsar have really crept their way in, but Blur is looking less and less healthy, and Nevix tackles him to the ground.
Oh, what is DRP doing back there? Homie is in.
Oh, he's rest.
Off the back of the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and this is where you get the
Oh, no,
That's
he got the Dino. Dino didn't take any damage.
Spark is not going to be around. Has their sentient C's laying down on the ground temporarily.
You have
The
support
Emma
ult?
Frost
No.
has to be rescued here. Rashrujo brings up the invisible boundary. DRP too far out. The damage is good. Twitzy lays down their own with the Rage of Ultron, and it's an exchange
Isn't this
of
fun to
fire
watch?
between the Ernstwhile
The dinosaurs?
robotic overlords, but it feels like Pulsar
Jurassic
ran
Park
out of
over here.
momentum.
And Pulsar not winning that Apex Predator fight is pretty massive, because now Sparker has his, and in a tight choke point like this, in a very long lane, Sparker dragging attackers into the defender's base is going to be really hard for Pulsar to get the resources to those claimed members, especially against an Emma Frost Shield.
Oh, Blur, yeah, it's... It's not looking good for Blur. Gets kidnapped, gets seduced by the pretty lady. What more can a dinosaur get before it gets turned into oil?
VP have brought this time bank down to half, and now it's time for VP to put on a show against the Psionic Seduction, and DRP is dragging the strategist out, but now he's becoming lunch!
The Rampage is strong here from Nevix, gets a shorter cooldown on their F for even more burst damage, and Pulsar, they've lost half their time bank here, but they do have a couple of ultimates to work with to try and turn it around.
And again, the exchanges of Apex
I kind of hope Pulsar wins this, I'm not gonna lie.
To play the perimeter of this base would be hard to claim, while Pulsar are gonna have to look directly into the sun, directly into this Apex Predator. And VP have been good at, you know, taking care of that ultimate and eliminating it in the past, but Sparker is getting checked. You gotta
It's just a better storyline.
All right, Ballas can jump inside of Invisible Boundary now, but still wants to try and challenge Saipe. Uses both of their dashes to try and make
Oh,
this
they're
one
so
work.
split.
And so it's going to be
Oh, they're so split.
Position.
That
Still,
Invisible was
Finzi
not
and
good.
Nevix both fall on down. The Moon Knight has changed everything here. Twitzy with a quick identification
What?
of
Why?
opening.
Ballas!
Now it's going to be
Why?
forced to TP back. Means no
Why?
access to the dinosaur.
What were you ulting, bro?
And damage boost
What
from
were you
Pulsar, but
ulting?
VP way more tools in the bank, including an invisible boundary, which could just stabilize them and the field, make it so
I'm a
Pulsar
one.
can't move, but Pulsar have the damage.
Lapsus the Fearless and Blur about to do so much damage. The Glass Rock's going to drag players inside of Invisible Boundary. Spark has got both of them, but thank God! Oh no! They've been absolutely decimated. There's no way for the heals to reach them inside the
Bismillah,
invisible boundary.
bro.
What a recontest from
He said
VP.
Bismillah and ulted the wall.
Way that Pulsar has 20 seconds and they're not
please,
pulling this off.
bro.
VP as ironclad as ever. Ultimates expended. The Hail Mary Moon Knight. Pulsar have to touch and there's no one portaling. Emergency crew close to the strangling prison.
Good swap from
That
Blur.
combo with the Moon Knight's the only thing they have.
When you come for the king, you best not miss, and it's got to be DRP who's going to try and take the shot right now, but it's taking so much damage, almost has the strangling prison. Is ready to let it rip at a moment's notice. Out comes the Moon Knight combo. Sees a 1.5, seems to have done nothing. There's no one inside it. VP spread out. They knew the threats and they identified them. DRP is taken down, and now Sparker is free to just let loose with shot after shot. Watch the dinosaur go around and watch Pulsar scatter from the point.
Bro.
VP saying that it was nice of you to come here to the throne room, but I'm afraid we got no room for challenges.
On the edge of defeat and on the edge of the point. That is a heartbreaking way to end the series for Pulsar, but also a rude awakening for Virtus Pro into the upcoming competition that awaits them in Group A. I mean, what a showing from Pulsar, but Virtus Pro, even off their main picks, still ended up winning the series. It was just a best of 3, but man, Vaudable,
I'm not salty they won. I'm salty that
I'm excited.
I'm salty that the Pulsar
as,
threw their
much
victory.
Of a thriller of a series as we could have asked for, right, between VP and Pulsar, and I think this put a lot of teams on notice against Pulsar in their group specifically with how close they played the world champions themselves. But I think the big thing also just goes to show that it's Virtus Pro. At the end of the day, you can take a shot at the crown, but you better not miss, and that's exactly what we saw happen here. You know, yet again, shout out Flats on that one. But even then, I mean, talking specifically about the stars of Virtus Pro, right? I think Saipe really locked in specifically on this last map. I mean, you know, going into that second half, didn't have a single casualty against them specifically, and really just being exactly where they need to be for their team, knowing how to kite perfectly, how to stay alive and keep them sustained is so massive in this meta where, you know, these strategists are just getting deleted left and right. And I think that's the issue that we saw specifically for Pulsars. They just struggled to keep their team alive towards the end there, Jen.
Absolutely. And I mean, just getting through Central Park choke point, I thought the front to back would have been enough, but once Finzi went to the Emma, you really are matching that mirror and that shield. As soon as you walk in on the attackers, if the strategists don't follow along, that Emma shield is going to deny so many sight lines, whether it's the duelist and also the strategist. And despite, you know, speaking of staying alive, Saipe had 0 casualties in that first half, so it was really impressive.
Yeah, great look from them, specifically looking at Sparker. Again, another MVP performance. Not as much damage as last time, but some great accuracy, as we could see their leg day.
Yeah, maybe not as much damage, but that's because they were spending half their time on Ultron. And honestly, if I'm VP, like, it was a victory, but we gotta go cook a little bit harder on that composition, because I don't really vibe with it. I'm not sure what it was trying to achieve. I felt like Fincy and Fi could never get on a target together, but the second that Sparker swapped over onto the Elsa and they're a little bit more focused in on their front to back, like, we saw like the change for Blur's reality in real time, right? Like, there was so much more damage going Blur's way. Could not play this audacious, like, as Lemon was pointing out during the cast, like, there was so little, like, Vanguard damage coming out of VP to start with. Blur was just sitting in their backline. He was just eating Saipe the entire time. It's like, oh man, my favorite flavor, Asgardian, yum! Frost Giant, if we're being pedantic about it. But I think that Virtus Pro made a good adjustment to put Sparker onto the Elsa, and they definitely recognized from that previous Museum of Contemplation, this Elsa character's still pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, seeing Elsa the Monster Hunter slaying a monster,
They still don't have an L.
Sense that it works,
Why?
Right? So that's what
Give
we
him
saw
his L.
happen with the damage boost from Fi. I like that combination. We saw it from preseason. If it ain't broke, you don't need to fix it here. I mean, in terms of like improvements we need to see from Pulsar to close it out next time here, Lemon, what was like the main thing you thought was like lacking from them?
Sometimes the lack of impact of ultimates. It's not the first time or the last time we saw a Strangling Prison Moon of Khonshu kind of be comboed, and it either only got Sparker on Museum of Contemplation or it got nobody at the end of Central Park, or at least pretty much unaffected. And that's a big investment, and it's tough because there is a lot of things that can block it away, whether it's Invisible Woman barrier, the bubble from the Dino, diving form unaffects the Emma, so there's a lot of things that could stop that combo, but then that's why people have moved away from that. But unfortunately for Pulsar, their big Hail Mary landed short.
Yeah, tough run for Pulsar. They were so close to glory, but hey, this is a great start to their first ever debut as a new roster for this stage 1. And compared to what we saw, like Dave, from the preseason,
Rad
this is
versus
the best kind of performance they could have asked for.
Yeah, like I think that Pulsar went from non-factor team, like kind of slot filler, to absolute cinema team. Like, this is a great dark horse. I've got them in my predictions making playoffs. I think that they are a very dangerous roster with their upgrades. They've kind of got a lot of disparate pieces that didn't quite make it onto teams. But kind of like, I don't know if any old heads out there, I think that this team is basically the new Chomped. Like, the people that were too good to not be in Ignite but didn't have their own teams, you know?
Yeah, well, we'll hear from the winners later on. Unfortunately, we don't have time for the interview for them, but we are going to be going to a quick break for our last series of the day for day 2 of Stage 1 EMEA. It's Rad versus Alter Esports, both of them looking for their first one in Stage 1. We'll find out after this who gets it.
Alter is team captain's team, right? I'm sorry to say, but I think it's cooked. I saw Rod yesterday. Did I? Who did they play against? Team Heretics? First game was Rad vs Navi. Yeah, but to be fair, Navi is like the best team.
Every series today has been cinema and delivering to the highest level, but we got one more matchup for
Your
you.
face
for
is cinema,
EMEA
bud.
to get
Lock
your
in.
fill and get ready to see how the rest of the groups are going to met out. We have Rad Esport and Alter Esports versus each other for their second chance at getting a win here. I mean, talking about this Rad roster, we expected big things leg day, going into their first series yesterday, and unfortunately they've kind of fallen a little bit short.
Yeah, Rad might not have been able to make it happen yesterday, but when it comes to the
Rad
capacity,
wins this,
like,
bro.
the
It's
quality of
crazy kitty
competition, like,
team.
can we blame them? Like, oh,
yeah.
Rad, they didn't beat Navi. Might as well disband the roster now, to be honest. Fired. Crazy Kitty is a crazy guy. I want to see a little bit more melee play from Rad, or at least Crazy Kitty get these respect bands on the Black Cat and on the Daredevil. This roster, I think, is very well suited towards like the front-to-back style that the Devil Dinosaur is able to drag out as well. So I'm excited to see what they can do after, getting a little bit angered by Na'Vi.
Damn, Riggsy just
Yeah,
fucking
I mean,
shut him
Crazy
down.
Kitty is legally obligated to play the cat, and he's going to get his lawyer involved if that gets banned out. And Alter Esports also went to the map 3. Both these teams starting off 0-1. I would say Rad, more respect to losing to Na'Vi, but Alter,
Dude,
you
2
know,
days.
losing to Lions after they won the
Or
first
3
map
days.
was, they had responded on the second map was really surprising. I think just Alter really suffered against the dive, and their strategists, the communication broke down. There was a lot of punish into Team Captain, who was on Venom. Frankie Boxing is still trying to find his pacing on the Emma. So Alter,
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a long-term project how they incorporate this new Vanguard in.
No, it's fine.
Looking specifically, though, at the placements that we saw
okay.
in previous MRC matchups, this is a bit of a grudge match between these two teams.
One
right?
passed through.
First place went to Rad, second
We
place went
shot
to Alter
them.
Esports, of course, having a little bit of a different result in the playoffs. Specifically, Alter Esports didn't make it there last time, whereas Rad all the way to top 4. This is a much-win moment, I would say, here, leg day, for Alter Esports to kind of change their fate in the eyes of the audience out there.
I mean, they kind of need to after losing to Lions. Like, the Alter Esports are already in a very dangerous position because you've got to think about the people in their group. Like Na'Vi is one of the teams you're gonna have to go up against as well. Are you gonna be winning that one?
What should you bet
There are
on?
So many
Rad.
scary teams in this group. And I think that maybe as we go over to Hell's Heaven, this is an area where you're probably going to have to focus in on constraining Crazy Kitty's hero pool. The Wolverine, the the Black Cat, and the Daredevil are all very good here.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, the versatility that we have for the duelist lineup of Rad Esport, I think, is their strong suit. And I'd say the Vanguard lineup, specifically for Alter Esports, looks really strong on their side of things, though. So we'll see who can come out on top on Hell's Heaven. Our first matchup here for this best of 3, the final one of the day in the EMEA groups. It's do or demise for both these teams, Rad Esports and Alter Esports. We'll see who takes it.
Yeah, it's congratulate or casualty, I guess.
Sorry or congrats that happened, basically.
I ain't reading all those bans, but I'm happy for you, bro.
Well, speaking of bans, we'll get into that. And, the kind of the team identity, it's very 2 different identities when it comes to these Vanguards. I think Ducky has been one of the more formidable Groots, which I think is a strong niche pick on Hell's Heaven, while his team captain has
wouldn't say
told
Groot
us
is
how
a niche
confident
pick
and how comfortable he is on the
Hell's
Captain
Heaven.
America, also a legally obligated hero for him to play. And once that got banned out, either if the Dino or the Captain America
Wait,
gets
did
banned
we
out
shoot
from
an
Alter,
innocent man?
It feels like
'Cause they were
something
trolling?
changes. They're not as confident,
With
and
the
they're
bots?
definitely not as fluid. So it definitely needs to be a Dino Protect and of course, a Black Cat consideration going into this pick ban.
Yeah, like the Black Cat is going to be able to
Okay, I'm gonna
do
unban
so
them.
much for it. It's probably going to be a part of this Battle Protect one way or another. I'm personally looking forward to potentially seeing Team Captain flex their hero pool. One of the only Hulk and Thor.
Guys,
players
don't
that we have.
spam
Black Cat is going
don't
to be that
spam the
first
bots
protect by
messages.
Rad.
We're gonna
Oh,
ban you by
indeed it is.
accident.
That is a big priority. This means that Ulti can walk away with one-sided Devil Dinosaur though, which is pretty powerful.
And it's very important to have that one-sided Dino on a map like Domination, because yes, you could basically just leave your Dino almost solo, maybe with a strategist, and then you could have the rest of your team figure out what the win condition is, and it's off the Captain America for Alter, or at least they're gonna ban the other side's Captain America. So usually with Black Cat for Rad, they actually paired it with a Captain America to run around. So Crazy Kitty would either be by himself or with some kind of diving Vanguard with him. So to minimize the support that Crazy Kitty's going to get is pretty huge for Alter.
Yeah, the next option would be a Venom, which could go with Black Cat for some of these dives, but it's going to be Mantis that's taken off the board for now. And of course, Mantis is an incredibly valuable ban in general, but also, if you've got a Devil Dinosaur, the Mantis ban kind of like is even more valuable because she has unlimited spores when it's just the easiest headshot in the world sitting in front of you, which refills those leaves.
Invisible Woman being kept here from Alter, and does that leave? Okay, Rad are not going to target any more Vanguards here. It's just been the strategist name of the game, and Alter are going to have to stick to more of the ground game. And again, the Invisible Woman, good at also healing so many people at once, but mainly the invisible boundary encompasses usually the entirety of the point on Domination.
Cat versus Dino.
Which makes it very a great place to fight in.
Yeah, like on Domination, when you've got these singular points like the Invisible Woman ultimate is very strong, with the exception of Frozen Airfield, if you do it when the point is moving, in which case you have a very sad, like, Willem Dafoe looking up gif as your invisible boundary slowly leaves you. Come back!
But I think Alter just being able to start on Vanguards that they're comfortable with is really gonna be a good tone to set at the beginning. But Rad having Crazy Kitty on the kitty, like, Alter got absolutely ruined by Lions running a really good Black Cat. Once they pivoted to that, I think it was Saddam. Either way, once the Black Cat came out from Lions,
or somebody banned Phoenix. They don't have enough bans, bro.
And this is where the
people ban supports first because triple support is busted. They ban Dino, Gambit. You need to ban Dino, Gambit, Cat, triple support, Daredevil.
So elusive, the lockdown.
Yeah,
and I guess Phoenix, like
off the back of those iframes as well. Unsurprising to see Vertigo here roll.
What happened to my camera?
Fox as well. I was thinking
Hello?
Alter would be keen to match this, but instead we're going to go for a triple strategist with the strategist Deadpool, which is shades of Heretics.
Now Black Cat can be able to, well, needs to farm up some money, don't we all, in this economy? And now, which is what we need to get that bread. That is going to be objective number one for Crazy Kitty. It just gets in the middle of the action, but these hold bubbles are making it painful for Crazy Kitty.
Yeah,
why is Shad the square?
Here, but Rad are already pressuring out that point, and so multiple players drop down from the high ground to stop that instant cap from coming through. But of course, Frankie Boxing, just where's the healing? I've got 3 strategists, and yet none of them are looking at my Devil Dinosaur. Hello?
Yeah, Crazy Kitty
Crazy Kitty just killed everybody.
Again, just like he tried to do against Na'Vi in that first match. And Rad, if they keep focusing, the double charms, the Ultron. I mean, there's also a charm from the Emma. This is a really strong composition from Rad, and Lugia was that mythical bird that we talked about in the preseason in the strong Venom meta. You also have Alter playing with Tesco instead of Hatro. They're playing the Team Captain Hulk. Very different look from Alter today.
I love Team Captain on the Hulk. He's very, very strong on that hero. The cleave goes crazy, though. I'm watching them whip.
I mean, not having a cat player means that people can just not ban the cat against you. And if you have a cat player, if you have a cat player, they usually try to ban the cat, therefore you can play something else that's broken. Like, it's just necessary to have a cat player. It's like not having a Gambit player.
And the first ultimate of the game goes to the Black Cat. It's time to call 911. And here are the strategist swaps. You got the cloak.
No, they didn't ban for supports. They banned Cap and they banned Dino.
Swap make it as difficult as possible for Crazy Kitty to identify where the resources are coming from, and also those low-key lamps to try and negate things.
Okay, everyone's with a Cloaky now as Crazy Kitty just gets out of there after forcing out those green. Oh my goodness, Crazy Kitty's movement is a little bit different, isn't it? Still farming up that money, 570 coins to play with on top of Monarch once again. Nice iframe into the transition, a Phantom Pursuit, and indeed turning Alter into a collection of Phantoms where once a team stood, the disengagement of Team Captain doesn't work out, and Frankie Boxing goes down as well. Rad are looking angry.
And Monarch's on the secondary duelist, where yesterday he was running a lot of the Mantis, and at least that was really his identity in the past. So needing that extra damage to deal with all the Vanguards that Rad are going to have. And Monarch, now that's the type of picks I need to see from Alter. And you gotta make Lugia
a cat player just ban it. It's not that simple because they need to ban other characters. They banned Gambit and then Rad's protective cat.
Well.
Their first protected stat, like you can't do anything. Otherwise you play against Gambit comp.
On the point, you can see the TP in coming through from a White Fox. It might be a little bit foolhardy to try and play with us. Alter get their cap and now can get on the chase.
Yeah, Mash was doing a bit of a solo tango on the point. Like, 3 had already fallen from Rad.
People get better on Cat and play her more
So big
optimally.
silver lining for Alter, but it's still a 0 to 100 comeback that you need to do. Galactic Legend will be available from Whoops, and this has been a Star-Lord to watch, and one that I've been waiting to put into the spotlight outside of this Elsa meta, or maybe the returning one, as Alter are really trying to take shelter, and Ducky's going to pull them out of it.
Team Captain drags everyone forward with a Freedom Charge. It seems like there's a good chase out here onto the Black Cat. Yes, there will be some survival for Crazy Kitty, but at least isn't involved in the fight for now, as Alter continue to climb up those percentage points. Looking for an opening now. Vertigo starts off with the Kumiho being unleashed, and Crazy Kitty's fallen down to the auto-aim of the Galactic Legend. For Rad, I think it's back to the drawing board as they just disengage and see if anyone overextends to try and chase them.
Yeah, an expensive fight though for Alter, but the Ensong Inferno, more to just help Monarch escape. Things like this, as Lugia does go for the Feast of the Abyss. The Fade is popped. I like that from Exo, but he's still hunted down, and this strat line's in trouble.
All very low in the back. Vertigo needs some triage instantly, and Mash is there to give it on over. Exo's been taken down by a Phantom Pursuit of Crazy Kitty. Only healing coming through now is going to be Tesco on the White Fox. So has to unleash the Kumiho to keep the remainder of the team healthy. Still, there's going to be so much damage going their way. Crazy Kitty's just slicing on through. The calling cards have been extended, but do you want to continue throwing forward here?
Hold on.
It's going to be a quick TP. Opened up in the way by Exo. Frankie
Hold on.
be able to emerge and begin their rampage if they feel the need to do so. But Rad are falling low on resources themselves. Mash moves forward. Out comes the Fate of both worlds.
Oh,
healing
she's
up
dead,
the remainder
bro.
of the team, but can't get to Ducky in time. Smash is also floating too high above it to find the AoE. Alter in control at 95%. There's one last fight for it.
This is the 0 to 100 comeback. Mash yet again, the Fate of both worlds, just to escape and not to thrive. And here comes Alter yet again.
Wait, Alter might win this round.
Exo on the Doctor Strange. You still have 2 strats
Hello?
here for Alter, and it's all eyes on Team Captain.
Crazy Kitty's still alive?
Backlines, because Crazy Kitty is relentless.
Dude, Monarch came back in an emergency on the rocket.
Okay.
For Frankie Boxing, and that meant that Tesco got resurrected as well by the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Now just sending out the beads, all of the marbles going into the healing right now as Frankie Boxing just chomps on through his favorite flavors as Guardian as well. And Alter take away the first
Alter Esports won first round. They did 100 to 0 or 0 to 100.
We're really having their backline
Ooh
ravaged
la
by
la.
a Black Cat. Alter just stayed composed.
99
and stayed
to
resilient
0,
on the front
0 to
lines.
99
Frankie,
comeback.
This has become more
Very
his
good.
comfort pick now on the Dino, and when he
Crazy
can be trusted
Kitty
to
with
play
10
solo
final
and
kills.
be the ultimate anchor, there is no eliminating this Dino at the end
Okay,
of the day.
okay.
10k
Very
damage for a
interesting.
reason, while the other side it's a lot more balanced. 10 final hits from Crazy Kitty. He is taking out a strategist or
Chat
even
removed.
Monarch
I
on the
think it
Phoenix
bugged
almost
out,
every
bro.
single time. Phoenix is going to be your best option to be as survivable as you can if it's not going to be a Star-Lord who's just going to straight up fly away. But Rad, their dive is looking very menacing, but Alter's space taking is looking better. And what a comeback that was from Alter. And we'll see if they could go all the way as they will open up this first fight with a Galactic Legend.
Galactic Legend's going to be huge here. Not too much to try and answer it on the other side. So long as you see the TP from Vertigo on the White Fox, that's going to be the go sign here for Whoops. Also, Alter, their fortunes definitely turned around when we moved over towards the White Fox, which is great at rebuffing these melee-focused divers.
Whoops is just trying to find an angle, and Rad at any point could escape into that back hallway. So I like the patience here from Whoops. Maybe wait for the point to unlock when everyone's going to be forced to be within arm's reach, as Whoops is getting eager, and the ice walls from Ducky to try and keep Alter off of their back. And the cap will not go Alter's way quite yet, not until Lugia has been removed.
But when you're forced onto the point, that's when Whoops could try and find his opening here with the Galactic Legend. Lugia attempts to eat, but doesn't find much in the way of nutrition. Frankie Boxing found around the other side. Whoops continues chasing and taking cover inside of all of the architecture. Ultron seems to have found their man.
Oh my god, Smashness just lives.
As well. Started to win them. Lugia eats through Tesco. Call that one a meal deal. It's going to be Crazy Kitty finding Team Captain on the other side, and Whoops can't do nothing.
The counter positioning from Rad was really good. They knew what to
Your
expect
mother's
out
vagina?
of Alter, that Galactic Legend. They just played cat and mouse, and Whoops never found a solid opportunity. And then you have a double health percentage of Lugia's Feast of the Abyss and a Ducky chunking down Frankie Boxing. So Alter, they can only buy so much time for these duelists to make the magic happen.
Frankie Boxing almost has a rampage. Doesn't have much HP to try and work with, though. Rad, they have plenty of ults to try and stop this next push. Lugia needs to be rescued, does get alarmingly low, but it seems like the remainder of the healing has been sent their way. We're trying to get some quick clips over, and of course this is going to allow Mash to build up towards that Fate of Both Worlds. Smash is in the air, is going to be in a lot of danger, and Exo needs to try and rebuff all of this, using the Eternal Bond towards the back. They don't know where the targets are, the pings aren't there.
What are you aiming at?
Have no information to work with, and so Alter aren't getting so much value off their ultimates right now. Mash going down, there's Team Captain in the back. It's a great dive. Crazy Kitty! Oh, stopped him in tracks.
They stopped the kitty, bro. They stopped the kitten.
Absolute cinema here from the White Fox versus Black Cat matchup.
And Alter subtracted Mash from that fight when they were 90% on Fate of Both Worlds. That would have been the second layer of sustain that would have really helped, while both strategist ultimates came out. I mean, a lot came out of Alter to live through and also win that fight. So again, Alter need to get proactive in these fights, especially with the Galactic Legend. You still need to earn up to that, but creating the opportunities. Team Captain, I need to see him zone Rad into the open so that Whoops can get more sight lines out of this Galactic Legend.
Luger and Nash could even combo here. A damage boost perhaps onto the Feast of the Abyss. At the moment, Whoops just needs to try and get a track onto their counterpart. Crazy Kitty's being annoying as they move on forward. Crazy Kitty's cleave absolutely has closed.
Bro, Crazy Kitty's can have like 20 finals. Oh my
Oh,
god.
the Galactic Legend!
Oh
I've stolen
my
your papers, I've stolen your library card, I've stolen your open, making this one work. Rad have Crazy Kitty to thank for
Christ.
absolute mythos busting.
Yeah, just a really good fate of both worlds from Rad to just get them set up on the point and to get Crazy Kitty comfortable, even up in the air. She is already so hard to track, and Whoops just hesitated that whole fight, especially with how rebuffed Rad were because of the Strat ult. So Alter's win condition is very much minimized as, well, we'll go.
Why are we getting a replay, bro?
That ultimate getting
It's
shut down. While
bro.
Alter, they still have to work their way back up to the point, and it's the last fight before
The game
round
isn't
3.
over.
Crazy Kitty wants more cooking, wants onto Whips. Phantom Pursuit gets them.
Where's the game audio?
Back. Already so much damage has come their way though.
my
Smashnez is going to be forced to use the Rage of Ultron to make sure the remainder of Rad are nice and healthy, and Alter can't feel confident moving forward. Still Frankie boxing with a Rampage ready to try and work. Inside of overtime, they're forced onto a point, but he isn't overly bothered as he moves on forward towards the back. Mash is assaulted from so many sides, and Team Captain just carves through them with the Vibranium Energy Saw. Where can you go, Frankie boxing? But back to the Cretaceous period. You're no longer welcome in the modern day Devil Dinosaur. Crazy Kitty finds another Exo, falls on the side, and Rad strike back with a vengeance.
And this is what's hurt Alter in the past, of investing everything into Whoops, and if that doesn't get pulled off, then there is no plan B. It is the only plan for Alter. And, you know, sometimes the Vanguards, I think, can win it out, but that's if Crazy Kitty isn't going crazy on your backline. So Rad seems to have a more easier execution,
the ult
more
and just
burst
execute
as well
everybody.
from a Black Cat versus a Star-Lord who, you know, it's very mechanical to try and one-clip everybody, even with the extra ammo, and it's even harder to do through a strategist ultimate. So Whoops is still the MVP for those final hits, but it is going to have to be a team effort from Alter if they want to end up winning this out. Because right now, Rad, it's very clear that Crazy Kitty is the final boss of Hell's Heaven.
Crazy Kitty might be the final boss of the EMEA, honestly. I've become such a fan of Crazy Kitty over the last, I don't know, 6 months. Homie has went from, who is this guy on an MRC team to, oh, he is the guy.
I'm looking forward to seeing how Lugia and Ducky deal with these Vanguards, because like I said, the double health percentage, the crystal grab from Ducky, Lugia with the Feast of the Abyss has been a lot of focus onto Frankie boxing, and Rad have really split up the objectives well, and Alter are getting split.
Oh, Frankie boxing down straight away again. Like, the timing of the damage onto Frankie boxing when Lugia demands the attention of the strategist to dive in the back is so well done. A little bit of 3-2-1 magic coming through from Rad.
Oh, and winning on a point like this, there's so many difficult choke points to try and get through. Monarch on the Daredevil, he's trying to have more a sustained brawl. Alter just haven't really used the Black Cat, and that may be what puts them behind in the meta, while Ducky pulls in through the Psionic Seduction. Back Cat from Alter to relieve that pressure on the front lines, and Whoops is going to go for the ultimate.
Still not much HP to work with, though. However, that is going to be a forcing of the Kumiho to be unleashed from the side of Vertigo. Of course, Crazy Kitty with a Phantom Pursuit, it's guaranteed damage. When you're not dealing with that much HP, it can be everything that you need. The Freedom Charge gives over a little bit of additional survivability, but now you have to deal with the remainder of the damage that's coming through from Crazy Kitty. And the damage boost as well that can be given over by Mash and the fate of both worlds. Taking to the sky, the calling card to be sent on out. And Whoops, you better run, buddy, because guess what? Crazy Kitty's here, and he knows you're over $5. Out comes the Feast of the Abyss, and it seems that a follow-up is solid. An attempt to turn this around from Monarch gets grabbed by the pretty lady, and Ducky says, go to bed, sugar.
And even while missing a strategist, Rad, because they're running a triple, they still have all the resources left. And Alter, I mean, they have Whoops and Monarch still trying to find their footing while dealing with an assassin. Despite bringing a gun to a claw battle, it's still not an easy thing for Whoops or Monarch to deal with, even trying to baton the cat to death. So Rad, one fight away from taking the first map.
Just a little bit of money farm here for Crazy Kitty. Got to get that bread. And that's going to be Whoops. At the moment, just having to be on Lugia duty. Not ideal what you want on Star-Lord, but someone's got to stop Lugia from just farming your backline. Just putting Frankie Boxing in so much danger. All out of cooldowns, Lugia just going to be forced to do some frontline vanguarding in front of their strategists.
Oh, Frankie Boxy trying to grab the ammo, might have popped the diamond form, and now the ice wall up. Alter at least can flip the point. No,
the kill
Lugia
feed is
to
mostly
bail them
Crazy
out
Kitty.
with the extra health, but that will be gone. And Lugia has barely fallen despite how aggressive he has been on the Venom. Now 99% for Rad, and here comes Kumiho 4.
Wake up, babe. Crazy Kitty wants to wipe your team again. Smash is going to get started to begin with, though. Ducky begins to seduce everybody. And now Crazy Kitty's farming the money. And he's farming Alter too. Lugia joins the crescendo as the Phantom Strike strikes true. Opened up the portal, but there's no means of staying on the point despite a spirited performance. Rad steal away Hell's Heaven.
And they stick to their strengths, they stick to their guns, or I guess claws, and that's what works out perfectly for Rad. When you can depend on Crazy Kitty to deliver, of course you're gonna go, I mean, triple strategist around that.
Are they gonna ban Cat
Lugia
now
gets
first?
To let loose on the Venom. I'm gonna be looking forward to seeing the stats. I mean, how many casualties this Vanguard line from Rad even suffered. I mean, they are just angling so well around Alter, who, yeah, can anchor well themselves around the Dino, but the duelist win condition from Alter has not been clear, and they'll have more time to think about that and their map choice after this break.
Show me the stats. Shut your bitch ass up. I can't even see it here. Do you think sea lions are capable of complex thoughts? No. But definitely more complex than that one Spider-Man player in my team. The Jeff cover is fire. I mean, the best counter to Black Cat is another Black Cat. You smell me? Because you have the grounded effect, the fish. You got the fish.
I would say that map was more hell than heaven for Alter Esports, unfortunately, on their end, because that was a nightmare that they were hoping to wake up from a little bit sooner. They did it in the first point, but then once it went the other direction, it was not in their favor, and it was Rad all the way. And I feel like Rad kind of warmed up throughout that series, or the first map specifically here. But Alter, I mean, they're having some roster, I don't know if it's instability or just change-ups. They have some subs coming in here as well. Jen, what's going on over there?
Yeah, I mean, they have two substitutes, a duelist and a strategist. They're playing with Tesco today instead of Hatro, and that has affected, well, whether Tesco is playing the Loki, we saw a little bit of that, and just kind of what they're running in the strategist line. Not doing
the matches
the
have
triple
been
strategist, because I think the Mantis got banned.
The VP match
but also
was really
thinking
interesting.
If they run the Dino, they're going to have enough sustain to do it. But who did look really untouchable is someone like Lugia. The Venom returns, only experiencing 3 casualties. That's what I wanted to see. This guy dives in and there is no punish
I will not
towards
move
him.
my camera.
Whether it's like any kind of charms, any grabs, like Lugia accomplishing as much as he did was incredible for Rad.
I mean, like, the 42% accuracy as well on Venom is
stats.
Kind of disgusting.
Crazy Kitty has 22 final kills, bro.
Line, right? And I think Lugia is a
Team
big part of
Captain
why
3,
that
Frankie
can happen
Boxing
so
4,
much,
so
because
7.
while we may see that swap
13
over
with
to,
Monarch,
like, primary healers and
20
strategists to
with
try and make sure that you can keep your
W2PZ.
Devil Dinosaur alive and kicking.
He almost has the
Lugia
same
perfect
final
timing
kills
to
as the entirety of Alter
that
Esports
backline
combined.
again and again to allow
One
the
off.
remainder of the team to just collapse on Frankie and destroy him.
The character of all time.
See the turnaround for Rad specifically too, and I feel like that Vanguard lineup worked out so well together for it. The Black Cat diff as well. I mean, this meta you need to have someone who's good at either Black Cat or Daredevil as well that you could play on. Hollow Jalia, not too surprised on this one, Lemon, especially after yesterday we saw them get the win there against the Lions for it.
Yeah, I would say like something like a Star-Lord is going to be more mechanical in terms of the movement and the aiming, while as Black Cat, it's more decision and resource balance, and you're getting so much out of it if you can really master that. And not only, some teams are hesitant on bringing out the Black Cat immediately, Alter doing just that, but man, Rad do ever look so good behind Crazy Kitty.
Well, Rad one step away from getting their first win in Stage 1, turning around from their loss to Na'Vi. Not too bad. It's the ones who won the preseason. Makes sense. But Alter Esports, they have their work cut out for them. Can they turn it around, or will they be going down 0-2 to end off the day? Well, we'll figure it out. Like, why don't you take it away?
All of Jalia once again chosen by Alter Esports. But will they have better luck here? This does seem to be one of their preferred maps. However, it is a map where Black Cat is very difficult to deal with, so maybe there's a world where we start to see us get some respect in the bat. Never mind.
Never mind. Cat is open again. Okay, GG's, wrap it up.
Alter have to fear Black Cat once again appearing.
Yeah, I think it's just everyone's tunneled on just dealing with the Gambit because you don't want to deal with
nobody wants to play against Gambit.
Just turning any duelist into Thanos, basically. And Mantis, the Protect, possibly for a Monarch, just trying to make their strategist line as comfortable as possible because Alter are already having their opening series.
You don't have
with
to ban
Tesco,
Gambit. You can
and
leave him
he's
open.
getting banned out, so that's kind of awkward. Especially
I mean,
when
you don't have a
ton of
choice
script
but to
time with
try
some
to
of your
leave him open after
substitutes.
that
So
performance.
It's just Rad sticking to what they know
Like
best.
Gambit
and
is a
Alter
must
working
ban,
with
but
changes.
you got stunned by the
Okay.
Cat. You have to try something
Bit
else.
of respect once again onto the Venom here from Rad, making sure that Black Cat has a diving buddy or a distractionary measure in the back. And Alter Esports saying, wait, Devil Dinosaur's made it quite deep into this draft. We don't want to risk going up against that without one of our own. This is going to mean that we see Frankie Boxing once again have to
They
flex
protect
that
Mantis
hero
'cause
pool a
they
little
won't
bit
play
when it
triple
comes to their
support.
Vanguards. Not sure if he's going to bring out the patented Angela. She's not in the greatest place right now.
Is it a White Fox ban here to avoid the double charm? But I also think Hollow Jalia is really good for Star-Lord based teams, which Alter seem to be centering their identity around. While as Rad, like you said, the Crazy Kitty, Rad also went on Hollow Jalia, but they went to actually extra innings against Na'Vi. So that looked also really solid for them. Like Na'Vi were also trying to come up with a way to stop Crazy Kitty, which was a lot around the Loki and the strategist, and mainly just kind of marking where this Black Cat is going, which sometimes with the Daredevil, sometimes just using your own eyeballs. So gonna be a fun map.
Yeah, definitely don't mind like having the Daredevil as that like Black Cat marking device with the wall hacks. It's great to know where the Black Cat's coming from at all times. And we're going to be able to jump pretty quickly into match here so we can see what Alter have cooked up to try and make this a map 3 bonanza.
Yeah, I've won against Kitty in rank, but like
yeah, and kind of
rank is
tough to
different
have
than
some
pro
of these
play.
both comfort vanguards of Alter to be tagged up here. No Dino and no Captain America. And yeah, Rad are not going to have the Dino either, but I mean, the rest is free, including the Black Cat. I mean, you guys get $1 every time we say Black Cat this series, because that is just what is winning everything for Rad and what just may make them the #2 team in this group behind Na'Vi. We'll see if Alter's map pick will look different, because this is their second appearance on it, along with Rad as well.
2, 1.
Rad with that first protect on the Black Cat definitely are cementing their identity as a team in this season. Early grab of information off the back of the faulty orb here means that Frankie Boxing is going to have a lot more trouble approaching.
Crazy Kitty already finding some
I know
positioning
Frankie's
and
a
to
good
be able
Angela.
to tag up also with Lukia, who can dive in, where it's usually
can
either
get this
Captain
high
America or
ground.
some kind of dive. So Crazy Kitty can't remove them easily, and the Frankie Boxy Angela is also call 911.
Okay, good
and
freeze.
oh, what a stun! Crazy Kitty does get punished after getting traded out, and having 3 strategists means Alter still have resources to play with.
Yeah, huge freeze from Exo. Smashnet is going to potentially be forced off this angle by Frankie Boxing, slowly eroding all of that space away. Huge grab, and that forced out a TP from Mash as well. Has to use their own melee form to try and get away back onto the high ground. However, still, Lukic demands so much attention, stopping them in their tracks. Can Frankie Boxing follow up here? Yes, Whoops manages to connect with the shots of the Phoenix Cosmic Power. Is laying into them, and farewell to
That's
the
why
Emma.
she's playing
Even with a
Angela,
quick
bro.
attempt at a Carbon Crush grab, Ducky, he ain't swimming out of
Can I
this
go
one.
crazy with your Kitty?
Emergency Angela's working out,
Nah,
and
bud.
I mean, when you ban all the strategists that could really make this
Lock
Angela
in.
have a hard time, it works out. Alter can maintain
the
the
cat is
pressure
not having
here
fun,
as
bro.
Rad are portaling in, but they only
That's a
have
bad
3
portal.
alive, and it does
I think you
not
could have
go
made it
through
if you went
in
left
time.
side.
So a very swift cap here for
G-Rod.
Alter off of that.
Oh, sad sorcerer noises for sure, right?
If you
there.
try
Wolves has
shutting
an
the
Ensong and
fuck
Furnace try and
up-
play with as well. And
I'm sorry,
honestly,
my
the
bad.
Kumiho
How you doing,
Unleashed
man?
that Mash almost has is not the greatest answer for it.
But at least the Invis swap from Vertigo is the answer to this Angela. Anything from the shift to the anything in the Invis kit will interrupt the flight of the Angela, and then Frankie has to manage that shield well as
Do I
Crazy
feel like-
Kitty is juggling
Like,
through
who's gonna
all
win?
these
I think
players
Rad's
of
gonna
Alter.
win.
Big high ground claim right there, but Mash is punished for the attempt. And now Whoops is going to get some backup in the form of their own white box, teleporting up to the high ground, leaving a sanctuary behind. And Rad haven't been able to stop the cart yet.
Worried about this Groot, especially if Alter are gonna just play around the high ground or just be all people that could get away from this. Like, who are we really trying to wall
Thank you,
here with
Maximus
Ducky? But it is
Diaz-Vold.
a
Appreciate your
comfort pick
primer.
of his, just maybe gonna have a hard time maintaining the
Thank you.
space for this defense.
Lugigo tries to eat on up, but it's less of an ideal lunch. That's so many inside of a Heaven's Retribution there. Frankie Boxing knows that with 3 strategists inside, you can't outdo the healing with the axes of Icor's, and so looks elsewhere for more easy prey. Still, it was Monarch who was made prey there by Rad, turned upon. The back line of Alter has been torn
Thank you, Red.
apart.
Thank you.
But
Thanks so much for
great
primer.
defense
Thank
that
you.
Rad
Thank
showed.
you. Thank you, thank you. This is
Rad
tier 1
won
actually,
that
11
fight
months.
also
Thank you.
with
Thank you.
5 ultimates still in tow, and that is gonna be an absolute parade. From the strangling prison, if you can get anybody from Alter, I mean, especially the strats, but there's a lot of answers from the Alter side as Frankie gets proactive all on the flank, and Smash lets loose.
Rage of Ultron goes first, counted out here by the Luna. Fate of both worlds, rolling on forward, and Crazy Kitty gets plenty of work done. Crazy Kitty now ready with the calling card, starts to teleport into the back, the Phantom Pursuit onto the back line. Quick freeze is good, Frankie Boxing down, being even better. But Crazy Kitty knows you cannot commit to this one right now, and so no resets will be forthcoming. Brad have invested so much already into this fight. Same can be said for Alter. It all comes down to vanilla mechanics now, finding your 3-2-1s and finding your victims. A TP away, that's some nasty tech there coming from Crazy Kitty to avoid all of that incoming damage, putting great distance between themselves and danger. But Ducky brings danger close for Tesco and slips them inside of a strangling prison. A quick pull onto the Venom, and there's nowhere for Team Captain to go. Just has to get back to their Luna.
Yeah, and Team Captain has had to be more measured as well. Love these pulls, and another reason why you run the Invisible Woman, and Whoops is trying to run the field and goes after the Ultron, and Red Backline's in trouble. Whoops is alive and well. Until now.
Taken down in midair, though. Where was the healing on it to the Star-Lord? That should have been a star position. But now you're going to be lacking on this. Oh, waiting tears to cool down. Can they snap through the Mantis? No, the burst healing and the early health are too much to try and deal with. Still, it's given like Lugia go even more HP to try and keep this one contested. As Team Captain's in the back. Big symbiotic corrosion being inflicted onto multiple players. The Feast of the Abyss in the back as well. And you've got to be careful. That blue health gets taken down so fast by the Rage of Ultron. It does no bonus damage to bonus HP, and Team Captain just melts away before the Imperious eyes of the Metallic
You wish I was doing the comms?
Exo has to stay composed here. Does he
I'll
pop
be
the
like,
fate of both
lock in.
worlds? Alter just don't make the decision quick enough, and maybe a fight that could have been turned is now all over. 90 seconds or less for Alter, and at least you can go for a more healthy fight without throwing any kind of Hail Marys. But also Ducky has the Strangling Prison. He'll even throw it on a solo strategist if he needs. The Invisible Woman pull is making Team Captain's life a living hell, and now that extra health is already popped.
Symbiotic Resilience already used, as you said. Heaven's Retribution grabs in 3 players. The Extra Icons are unleashed as Crazy Kitty moves towards the back. A bunch of squishies and a whip to try and work with them. Farewell to the back line of Alter. They were so fragile and, well, they weren't handled with care.
I think Radov's just adapted to the Angela very well. This is also a much more open section of the map where you can kind of see that coming, but it's also coming down to more economics. Vertigo, Invisible Boundary, Rad win the fight. This is disastrous for Alter. So it's a good call to get off the Angela and go something that'll be better from front to back. And Alter have their own tools, but they gotta deal with Crazy Kitty.
Oh, absolute textbook dive. Forces out an early ult here from Exo just to survive the combined
He's just
powers of
spamming
Black
invisibility.
Cat and Venom both. But
Now
it's
he's
not
gonna
going to be
go
available
pop
for the
ult.
point itself as we move in towards overtime. Calling cars towards the back. Moose wants to try and shut this one down before it can begin.
And he's
But there's the
invisible, you
first
can't
reset
hit him.
coming on through. Where's Crazy Kitty gone? Just trying to dodge the wooden
Oh
arms
my
of Bruce as they
God.
extend towards the back line. Crazy
Oh
Kitty
my
continues to go
God.
wild, but Whoop shuts them down with the blaster barrage. Where's the remainder of the team though? Someone's going to be on the
You can't even
It's
Star-Lord
overtime
ult
now.
her
Team
because she just
Captain's
goes
gonna have to
invisible off
stand alone.
cooldown.
Has the ultimate, but the Feast of the Abyss has been cancelled, and then out comes the portal. A last-second chance to keep this one contested. Lugia and Team Captain will exchange their feasts.
And once the Soul Resurgence is expired, here comes Lugia to put down the anti-heal and to put down the Hammer of the Law. Rad, they've just dominated on this defense, and Alter have generated no momentum or wind in their sails as the boat sinks. This will be the end of Alter's attack.
I think that the second the Team Captain just debarked from a portal, got ulted by the Groots, and then couldn't use the Feast of the Abyss. Sad, sad times for the Venom, and sad, sad times for Alter, but this is not lost yet. Alter Esports still have so many opportunities to try and hold this one. With Crazy Kitty playing like this, is it likely?
And it's tough. If you don't maintain momentum after you've captured the point, it is
It's
really
Crazy
hard
Kitty
to
the second
because
coming
the
of
defenders
LeBron.
basically almost see
Well,
your
LeBron's
spawn
still
room
alive.
doors. And when there's assassins lurking about, there's so much that you have to clear and watch out for as you're leaving spawn when you're facing a Black Cat that Alter sometimes lost fights before they even began. But the impact of ults is also not always there for Alter. Rad are winning off of just one invisible boundary and just having punishes, whether it's really a Vertigo has done an amazing job pulling Team Captain, forcing Frankie off the Angela, and for Whoops to return on the Star-Lord. This is a reason why you picked this map. He's looked better here than Hell's Heaven, but it's still all on Whoops, and that's almost too much to put on one person.
It's a lot of pressure. Monarch is giving over the speed boost, yes, with the damage boost, the inspiration of the Mantis, but you might need more than a spark of inspiration to go up against a juggernaut like Rad. Ducky is going to be rolling out once more on the slow Groot. Okay, this is just going to mean that there could be some good separation. Oh no, Frankie Boxing's on the mag. This makes Groot a fantastic pick.
It also affects like what direction Team Captain can swing in, which is just a small thing. Like he's not gonna get fully isolated by the Groot, but it does make the whole arena that you're trying to fight in very bad. And you don't, when you run only a Star-Lord, it's not easy to take those walls down.
All right, Lugia Goat already forced to use the resilience here, but Frankie Boxing just got
Why is he
isolated
mad?
and overwhelmed by while the remainder of the team were looking at Lugia. Mirrored movements between the Venoms, and once more Lugia is in the back. He's got his hands in the cookie jar, and
I
these
mean,
symbiotic
GG's now.
tendrils, they yearn for sweet treats.
Legit GG's.
Portal doesn't get there in time. It needs to drop now, and no, it
Legit
does not
GG's.
happen. It's so rough. Took the longest way around, and that is an even quicker capture of the point for Rad. Even with how strong Alter looked off the niche Angela comp, and when it rains, it pours. I mean, Alter can't even regroup because the Black Cat's on the hunt.
They've got this faulty orb, all this perfect information for players who are in range of it. So easy for Crazy Kid to try and plan their engagements, especially when Lugia Goat just demands so much attention. Frankie Boxing has no idea the Black Cat is so
My
close
wife's
in the
boyfriend
danger.
loves your
He's
videos.
starting to build up. Whoops is down once again.
She's looking for
Crazy
another
Kitty is going
boyfriend. She can,
absolutely
like, hit me up in the
nightmarish right
DMs.
now. Just continues to chase. Yes, there's healing there, but look at all the space which has to be given up in exchange for your lives.
At least there's two duelists, there's two chances for Alter to fight back, and you're just being forced off your cooldowns as soon as the Black Cat is around, and he uses the invisibility timed so well, and they just can't decloak him. They don't know where he is. He's there now running a Daredevil, and now Alter are in prison.
The entire kill feed is just Crazy Kitty.
The Ducky laid on up, and there's not really much room to work
It's
with.
just
Also
Crazy
to try
Kitty,
and make
bro.
Work here and now. A Soul Resurgence popped by Tesco. Surely there's going to be some inspiration over towards Team Captain. A Feast of the Abyss chomps through many, but the Kumiho gets unleashed. Whoop sees that this is a chance. It's now or never when it comes to the defense. They want Crazy Kitty so badly because he's so evasive, but inside of the invisible boundary, you can't do enough damage. Lugia starts to chomp on through. The Feast of the Abyss is more than enough as he sees so many
Exit
low
didn't know
players
it.
from
Oh, it
Alter.
got
They're
cancelled
torn
by
apart
what?
limb from limb. Rad come from all angles with no mercy, and still they see
Exit
the
had
approach
ult,
of the
no?
Star-Lord. A quick teleport through the ring of Zona just manages to make it perfect information. There, but look at all
No,
the
he
space
didn't.
has to be given up in exchange for your use.
He did.
On through the ult. Just popped by Tesco. Gets unleashed. Whoop sees that this is a chance. It's inside of the invisible boundary. You can't do enough damage.
What? What happened here?
They want Crazy Kitty so badly because he's so evasive, but inside of the invisible boundary, you can't do enough.
It was the Fox stun. Yeah, but who stunned them? That's the question. I've never seen Luna get stunned before.
To ignite
He got
stage
charmed.
one group stage, and what a bounce back for Rad. I mean,
We saw, Jerky from Na'Vi.
Okay, guys, I'm done for today. I'm done for today. I'm done. It's over. Wrap it up. I'm done for today. I've had enough.
We've seen,
Hello? What's up? Bro, I just entered. I'm done. I'm tired.
Some great Black Cat.
Yeah, I'm gonna go now. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. See you next time. Tomorrow for more games, okay? Thank you, guys. Thank you. Have a beautiful Chungus day, everybody. Have a beautiful Chungus existence. Stay silly, stay frosty, stay dominant, stay strong, stay beautiful, stay flamboyant, stay, I don't fucking know. Stay something. I'm gonna raid Fan. Okay? Bye, guys. Say hi to Fan. Bye, guys. Bye, everybody. Bye. Bye. We had like one good match today. Tomorrow there's more matches, but stay silly. Bye. Bye. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Bye. Thank you.